I traveled through the throne of Seal World and became Long Haochen's twin brother. Unexpectedly bounding shadow space system, it didn't only maxed out my talents directly, and also learn unprecedented professional skills. Chapter 151, A Sword of Annihilation. Han Qian's pupils shrank slightly, and the scene where Long Haoyu attacked Yang Wenjiao just now came back to his mind again. With one extremely simple sword, all the usable spiritual power is concentrated at one point at the tip of the sword, and finally with the point of the Arankar, all the accumulated spiritual power is exploded from that point. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for the opponent to block this sword. They can only watch themselves die under this move. It really fits the meaning of the word, annihilation. The most important thing is Long Haoyu's operation of compressing spiritual power into the blade of the sword. It seems to be a very simple method, but at his level, he knows how huge the danger is. An 8th level professional like him would not dare to be as crazy as Long Haoyu and gather all his spiritual power into one point. If you are not careful, the compressed spiritual power will inevitably riot, and everyone can understand the huge backlash caused by the riot with a little spiritual power. The final outcome is doomed to death. Haoyu, if you are not proficient enough with this sword from now on, don't use it easily. Compressing spiritual power is not a trivial matter. If something goes wrong on this path, the final consequences will be immeasurable, do you understand? Han Qian came to his senses and warned with a serious face. The more clearly he knew about the skill and difficulty of Long Haoyu's move, the more uneasy he became. Long Haoyu nodded seriously. I understand, the use of this move today is also based on the fact that I can 100% concentrate the spiritual power on the sword edge, otherwise I would not use this move. Well, it's good that you understand this. Remember to be careful in everything. Han Qian responded in a deep voice, Yang Wenjiao has fainted. You won this game, so I will take Yang Wenjiao for treatment first. You let's go back and continue preparing for the finals. Okay, master, Long Haoyu responded. He knew very well the meaning of Han Qian's instructions. Han Qian's starting point was for his own good, so he agreed very simply. He put Wu Feng on his back again and walked towards the rest area. Many knights in the audience saw Long Haoyu coming down, and their eyes followed Long Haoyu. Including the other top 10, they all looked at Long Haoyu with burning eyes at this time. Among them, those who had not fought against Long Haoyu all regarded Long Haoyu as the peak they wanted to surpass. Yi Jian's style has been imprinted in their hearts. Han Qian was speechless. He could feel the looks in the eyes of these knights. He was the only one who could clearly see Long Haoyu draw and retract his sword. Naturally, he has a better understanding of the grace of Long Haoyu's sword. This child Haoyu may really bring us a huge surprise in the future for the human alliance. If Haoyu can really control all the spiritual power without losing it in the future, the sword just now will probably become a nightmare for the demons. Han Qian was thinking like this, and he felt as if he had seen a corner of the future. On the bloody battlefield where the war is raging, Long Haoyu alone, with one sword, can clear the world for their human alliance. And at that time, I am afraid that a peerless fierce man who can fight with the demon god emperor at his peak will be born in their human alliance. Teacher, let's go. Long Haoyu returned to the audience, his eyes met Yi Hua and others. Yi Hua, Li Xin and Long Haochen were still speechless now. They all thought of the words that Long Haoyu said to Lin Xin before that would not be too troublesome. The current scene seems to have nothing to do with trouble. With the ultimate skill, what is achieved is a crisp and quick kill. Let's go. Yi Hua let out a heavy breath, hugged Long Haoyu fiercely, and left with the 3 siblings outside the training ground. Feeling the envy of the people from other night branch halls about their Haoyu branch hall's huge harvest, the gloom of the past few decades was swept away. Just 2 words, comfortable. Outside the trial site, Kair was already waiting outside the knight's temple. Long Haoyu was not surprised that Kair would be waiting at the knight's temple early today. After all, he is the number 1 player in the assassin's temple, and his total spiritual power is on par with him. Indeed, among the contestants in the assassin's temple, there is really no opponent who can compete with Kair. Have you been waiting for a long time? Long Haoyu stepped forward to hold Kair and asked gently. Kair turned her head and looked at Long Haoyu, then shook her head and said, No, I've only been here for a little while. My hands are so cold from the blowing. It seems like it was just a short time ago. Long Haoyu smiled slightly and said, Let's go, I'll take you back. Long Haoyu held Kai's hand and followed Yi Hua and the others. There was no such thing as being in love with each other, just quietly walking back to the hotel. Just when he returned to the hotel and was about to send Kai back first, Long Haoyu felt the little white beast on his shoulder suddenly become restless. The hair on the little white beast's body stood on end, and its small pink eyes looked straight at Long Haochen. He bared his teeth, as if he had discovered something. Such a strange thing instantly attracted Long Haoyu's attention. Everyone is familiar with the little white beast. Li Xin has used the little white beast more than once. She really likes such a hand warmer. But unfortunately, the little white beast never buys it. Every time, she can say a lot of things. Call. So at this time, the little white beast reacted abnormally. Everyone looked in the direction of the little white beast towards Long Haochen, wondering what happened. Long Haochen saw several people looking at him, with a strange look on his face, but before he could respond, a hot feeling suddenly emerged from his forehead. At that moment, Long Haochen felt as if he had been hit by a furnace falling from the sky, and his consciousness was blurred for an instant. At the same time, in the field of vision of Long Haoyu and others, a purple light lit up on Long Haochen's forehead, and 9 branches could be vaguely seen in the purple light. Then, there was a sudden flash of purple light, and Long Haochen, who was in front of everyone a second ago, disappeared out of thin air at the door of the hotel. Long Haoyu's movements were slightly stagnant. Looking at what happened in such an instant and the purple light on his little brother's forehead, he was the one who knew what happened best. No wonder the little white beast's hair suddenly stood on end. It turned out that the blood contract between his little brother and Haoyu had come into play. And all this was no different from his initial judgment. He got the mysterious stone ball several days in advance, and Haoyu also returned to the original world to evolve in advance. Now in Long Haochen's place, the reverse teleportation that should not have occurred at the end of the preliminary round was teleported to Haoyu's world in advance for these reasons. Chapter 152. Brother Haochen, Li Xin exclaimed and rushed to the place where Long Haochen disappeared. Her heart rate suddenly accelerated. Yi Hua's eyes widened and he stepped forward to investigate. What's going on? Why did Haochen suddenly disappear? Kai also vaguely saw Long Haochen disappearing, and she was very aware of the importance of Long Haochen to Long Haoyu, so she couldn't help but tighten her hand on Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu patted Kai's hand gently, stepped forward and said to Yi Hua and Li Xin, "Teacher, Sister Exener, this is what I told you before. It seems that my guess has come true. Haochen must have been forcibly transported to the world where it belongs by Haoyu." Yi Hua and Li Xin suddenly realized, and they both remembered this incident that Long Haoyu had mentioned before, and they also knew that it was precisely because of this incident that Long Haochen, who was determined to become a guardian knight, chose to embark on the path of dual cultivation. But now Long Haochen suddenly disappeared. Even if they knew where Long Haochen had gone, their hearts were still hanging in their throats. It had been more than 10 days before and after, and it had only been more than 10 days since he embarked on the road of dual cultivation. Even though Long Haochen was indeed wonderful and beautiful, they still did not think that Long Haochen had enough ability to protect himself in this situation. Yi Hua was even more worried than Li Xin. He had seen the scene where Haoyu was contracted by Long Haochen from another dimension. At that time, Haoyu was full of dark attributes and suffered serious injuries. In such a world, it is very fatal for knights like them who practice light attributes. With such dangers, you can imagine what they have to face. Teacher, Sister Exener, and Kai, I may have to leave for a while. Long Haoyu continued. The three of them looked at Long Haoyu, and Yi Hua asked aloud, "Haoyu, where do you want to go?" "Haochen, I have an alternative plan here," Long Haoyu explained. Letting Haochen embark on the path of punishing the knights is one of the plans. I also considered that Haochen may not be strong enough to protect himself, so I preset the second method. While explaining, Long Haoyu grabbed the little white beast from his shoulder. Long Haochen was completely reverse teleported away, and the little white beast with fried fur calmed down a little bit. But now that Long Haoyu was holding it in his hand, it seemed to understand what it was going to do next, and it showed the look of being hopeless. "Teacher, you should remember that when Haoyu was contracted from another dimension, my little guy seemed to be very familiar with Haoyu. Then when I was thinking about Haoyu, I forced a confession from my little guy, and finally got the news that they were all from the same world, so I considered letting the little guy also reverse teleport me to theirs world. Now that Haochen has been teleported away, in order to ensure that Haochen can come back safe and sound, I also plan to let this little guy go back first, and then reverse teleport me to that world. Long Haoyu calmed down his thoughts and made sure that there were no flaws in his words before he said what he planned to do next. Listening to Long Haoyu's explanation, Yi Hua and the others looked at Long Haoyu in disbelief. They never thought that Long Haoyu would have the idea of going to such a dangerous world together. Although they wanted to stop Long Haoyu, Long Haochen's current situation was unclear, and they had no way to say the words to stop him. They all saw the brotherly relationship between Long Haoyu and Long Haochen. Yi Hua sighed heavily and said, "Haoyu, I know that you will not sit idly by and ignore Haochen's matter, and we will not sit idly by and ignore it either. It's just that we have no way to go to the world where Haoyu is. Before you leave, the teacher just wants to tell you that no matter what happens, you must keep you and Haoyu safe as the basis, and never try to do anything you are not sure of. Do you understand?" Long Haoyu hummed. "Teacher, don't worry, I will handle this matter well. Then I will prepare to follow the teleportation now, otherwise things will change later." In response to Yi Hua's words, Long Haoyu gently rubbed the little white beast with his fingers. The little white beast had already completed its grafting to the original world a few days ago. After receiving Long Haoyu's prompt, he chirped and immediately began to prepare. A mysterious rhythm appeared around it. Soon, it, which had always regarded Long Haoyu's shoulder as home since completing the blood contract, disappeared in front of Long Haoyu for the first time and returned to its original world through the summoned space. As the little white beast disappeared, the next second the same purple contract light spot appeared on Long Haoyu's forehead as when Long Haochen left. The purple contract light spot appeared, and the dense purple light quickly enveloped Long Haoyu in it. "Be sure to pay attention to safety," Kair said beside Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu smiled slightly. "Of course I will be back soon, don't worry too much." A moment later, just like Long Haochen disappeared, Long Haoyu's figure also disappeared from here, as if it had never existed here. Seeing the two disciples leaving one after another, Yi Hua's breath was stuck in his throat and he couldn't spit it out. Li Xin and Kair were speechless at this time. They looked at where Long Haoyu and Long Haochen left with very solemn expressions. After a long while, Yi Hua reminded him, let's go back first. Haoyu and Haochen will definitely come back safe and sound." Saying this with mixed emotions, Yi Hua urged Li Xin and Kair to return to their respective rooms, and then walked back to where Long Haoyu and Long Haochen left. Instead of returning to his own room, he just sat on the floor in the corridor, staring blankly at the air in front of him. "Haoyu, Haochen, you must come back alive. Teacher, I don't want someone with white hair to send someone with black hair." Yi Hua thought silently in his heart, clenching his fist and hitting the ground, his emotions fluctuating violently. Long Haoyu didn't know all this. After being followed by the little white beast and transported to the world where Haoyu was, the air mixed with a lot of dust made his breathing unnatural. In such a world of black and red, the sky is so dark that no stars can be seen. The violent magic elements are boiling between the sky and the earth, filled with depression and despair. Among them, dark elements and fire elements are particularly abundant, while other elements appear to be much more complex, making it difficult for people to absorb them normally. Long Haoyu looked at the world carefully, and followed the feeling between his souls to look not far away. Wherever he looked, the little white beast that had teleported him here jumped towards him, climbed onto his shoulder and sat down with ease. Chapter 153. Cough cough cough. The little white beast was very unaccustomed to this world. He gently pinched his nose with his little paws and rolled his eyes wildly. Long Haoyu was very dumbfounded by the appearance of the little white beast. It seems that Haoyu's destruction of this world has made the little white beast a little unaccustomed to this world. The golden spiritual power enveloped the little white beast, helping it isolate part of the dust in the air. Long Haoyu looked farther away. Looking around, there are traces of cracks in countless places on the earth. You can see rivers intertwined with magma, which has raised the temperature of this world a lot, making people feel very hot. "Little guy, can you locate the locations of Haochen and Haoyu?" Long Haoyu asked in a deep voice. "This world should be very vast. If you search here aimlessly, something bad may have happened by the time you get results. I don't have so much time to waste on searching." The little white beast thought for a while, stood on Long Haoyu's shoulder and pointed in one direction. Chichichigugu, Chichichigugu. The little paws kept waving, pointing in a very clear direction. Long Haoyu looked in the direction pointed by the white beast, and his pupils shrank slightly. When he just looked around, he didn't notice it directly. With the guidance of the little white beast, he saw a large number of undead creatures under the darkness, which were continuously moving in one direction. It should be in that direction, Long Haoyu thought to himself. Looking at the current situation, the other undead creatures should have arrived at the place where Haochen and Haoyu are. These undead creatures are the reinforcements of those who have already rushed over. Realizing this, Long Haoyu did not waste any more time. With the help of the cover of black and fire, he rushed out towards the front of the undead army at extremely fast speed. He was still not sure how far it was from Haochen's location, and he didn't dare to take the current situation lightly. The little white beast tightly grasped Long Haoyu's skirt. One person and one beast, flying like lightning on the cracked earth. Outside the cave where Haoyu broke through, Long Haochen was breathing very heavily, with his lightsaber and shining shield in front of him. It had been more than an hour since he came to this world, and his breathing became extremely heavy at this time, panting heavily. In front of him, a corpse which led an army of undead to besiege the mountain. There is no end in sight for the undead army, and the vast area is filled with the aura of death. Next to the corpse witch, a skeleton king released a very terrifying aura. In the past hour, in order to ensure that Haoyu could complete the promotion, he had already fought against the skeleton king and the undead army once, but the skeleton king's strength should not be underestimated. The same is true for the corpse witch's strength. Coupled with the attribute of being difficult to kill, he temporarily fell into decline. "Human, you are no match for me," the corpse witch said coldly, looking at Long Haochen with stern eyes. "Continue to stop us, you will only die." Long Haochen's expression did not change. No matter how realistic the corpse witch was, he had no intention of taking a step back. Looking at the corpse witch and the skeleton king very calmly, many methods were listed in his mind. Seeing that Long Haochen still wanted to protect Haoyu and tried to stop him, the corpse shaman pointed his staff at Long Haochen. After receiving instructions from the corpse witch, the skeleton king raised the bone knife in his hand and attacked Long Haochen again. "Bring it on," Long Haochen shouted loudly, holding a shield in front of him, and a lightsaber in one hand wildly spurting out light attribute power. The light attribute is fatal to a dark attribute creature like the skeleton king. If the same level fights, Long Haochen can gain an overwhelming advantage. But the skeleton king was much stronger than him. The lightsaber and the bone knife collided together, and the bone knife made a sizzling sound, but it did not push the skeleton king back much. On the contrary, he himself retreated far away from this collision. He had already fallen into a lot of disadvantages an hour ago, and now that the skeleton king was attacking like this, his decline seemed even greater. It seems that there is indeed a big gap in hard power. My offensive methods are still not strong enough. Otherwise, the move just now should have been enough to make the skeleton king retreat a lot, but I still suffered a loss because it didn't take long for me to become a disciplinary knight. Long Haochen said to himself, "I am very proficient in the ability of the guardian knight, but at present, if I want to rely on the ability of the guardian knight, it is still not enough. I hope I can persist for a little longer. As long as Haoyu can complete its evolution, it will be considered a success." At this time, Long Haoyu rushed to this place. In a very strange way, Long Haoyu passed through the undead army and finally arrived at Long Haochen after more than an hour. Seeing that his little brother was safe and sound, his worries were relieved a lot. Just when he heard these whispers from Long Haochen again, a happy smile appeared on his face. "Haochen, you performed well. You are still calm enough in the battlefield. You are much better than my brother in this regard," Long Haoyu said with a slight smile. Long Haochen was very surprised when he looked at Long Haoyu who suddenly appeared in front of him. His eyes widened a lot. "Brother, why did you follow me here? How did you get here?" Long Haoyu explained. "The little guy brought me here. Otherwise, brother, how could I feel relieved? And I told you a few days ago that I would give you a surprise. This is the surprise I have prepared for you. When it comes to fighting, we brothers must go together. How can I, the older brother, see you fighting alone?" After briefly explaining the matter about the little white beast, Long Haoyu looked at the undead army. With just one glance, he had already seen the movements of the corpse witch and the skeleton king. Long Haochen understood it completely. He didn't expect that Long Haoyu had been preparing for his own affairs. He was deeply moved. "Brother, I have made you worry about my affairs." "What are you talking about? I'm your brother," Long Haoyu shouted softly. "Put other things aside for now and solve the troublesome things in front of you first." Long Haochen felt Long Haoyu's care for him and nodded sternly. Suddenly, his aura changed. If he was perseverant just now, now his perseverance is even more determined. Long Haoyu's words echoed in his ears, and he immediately said firmly, "Brother, I understand, let's take action together. This corpse witch is the most important thing. We must solve the corpse witch first. Otherwise, the undead army will continue to flow." Long Haoyu responded, "Capture the thief first and capture the king first. If you deal with the corpse witch first, you can really break the situation. I will leave the corpse witch here to me, and I will leave the rest to you. Just let me test it. Your comprehensive ability." Long Haochen didn't even think about it. After taking a deep breath, the spiritual power in his body spurted out. The liquid spiritual power attached to him, and his speed instantly increased a lot. "Brother, don't worry, I won't let you down. I will never let other undead creatures affect you. I will become your vanguard knight and block these undead armies." Long Haochen answered loudly, and did not continue to use the skills of the punishment knight. Instead, he used his very proficient guardian knight skills to fulfill the duties of a good guardian knight that he had always wanted to do. At the same time, the holy spiritual furnace was also released from his chest, and all the methods that could be used at this time were used at once. Long Haoyu looked at Long Haochen's appearance at this time. He looked towards the corpse witch and the skeleton king beside the corpse witch. Wu Feng screamed in his hands, and the fighting factor dormant in his body began to revive crazily at this moment. Chapter 154. 41.8%. The corpse witch noticed something was wrong. From Long Haoyu, he felt a stronger aura than Long Haochen. Senran glanced towards the cave that Haoyu was breaking through, but he didn't pay much attention to Long Haoyu. The staff in his hand was raised high, and dark beams of light fell on the skeleton king beside him. With the blessing of the corpse witch, the aura of the skeleton king began to rise, and it was already able to steadily overwhelm Long Haoyu. After completing all these spells, corpse witch continued walking towards the mountain. He did not forget his main purpose now, which was to prevent the evolution of Austin Griffin, the god of Scourge. As he walked towards the mountain, the corpse witch glanced at Long Haoyu with a slight contempt. He did not think that one more Long Haoyu could change the final outcome in front of his undead army. Not to mention that Long Haoyu can interfere with what he wants to do, it is still unknown whether Long Haoyu can charge out from the undead army. However, just when he was about to focus all his thoughts on the cave, a look of surprise suddenly flashed across his eyes. Long Haoyu, who had finished gathering his momentum, moved. The wufeng in his hand, with golden and gray power, chopped at his undead army like melons and vegetables. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the undead army fell one after another under Long Haoyu's heavy sword. This was completely different from Long Haochen's performance in the past hour. In terms of pure offensive ability, he judged that Long Haoyu was much higher than Long Haochen. No wonder you dare to come with support at this time. Then let's see how many undead you can chop down. The corpse witch snorted coldly, and the staff in his hand continued to erupt with black beams of light. A strange roar sounded among the undead army. A large area of withered bones seemed to have come to life, and they all raised their bone knives and attacked Long Haoyu one after another. The concept of death didn't seem to exist in their minds at all. They had only one purpose, to follow the instructions of the corpse witch and completely kill Long Haoyu here. Following the movements of numerous undead armies, the skeleton king also rushed toward Long Haoyu. His torso and bone knife, which were much stronger than those of other skeletons, caused a gust of wind. Boom! At this time, a small milky white cauldron crashed towards the skeleton king. The skeleton king's original intention was to attack Long Haoyu and regard Long Haoyu as the first opponent to be killed. The effect of the holy spiritual furnace was activated, forcibly deflecting his attack, and finally slashed towards Long Haochen, who was speeding towards him. The shield of brilliance blocked the bone sword, and Long Haochen waved the lightsaber towards the skeleton king with his backhand. "Brother, leave the skeleton king to me. Don't worry, go deal with the corpse witch. I can withstand the skeleton king." Long Haochen shouted loudly, and the brilliant shield burst into bright golden light in his hands. At this time, he brought his guardian knight ability to its fullest. To a certain extent, at this time, his attainments in guarding knights were much higher than those of Han Yu. After all, this is the time and space of Long Haochen. He has been specializing in the path of the guardian knight in the past few years, and his dual cultivation of the ability to punish the knight has not affected the guardian knight's practice. The Skeleton King was very aggrieved and was forcibly disturbed by the holy spiritual furnace, especially when the holy spiritual furnace erupted with light attribute power that disgusted him. He couldn't help but let out a roar. Long Haochen saw that the Skeleton King's attack was attracted by Long Haochen. After taking a quick look, he continued to focus on the boundless army of skeletons in front of him. But while looking at these skeleton armies, he was more concerned about sizing up the corpse witch. Even if he has the recovery ability of the little white beast, even if he can release the ghosts in the Asura path to recover himself. But manpower will eventually come to an end, and it is definitely impossible to annihilate the skeleton army, so he sticks to what he just said to Long Haochen. Capture the thief first and capture the king first, and deal with the corpse witch. Then the skeleton army here will no longer pose any threat, and they can buy more time. Human, you actually want to do something to me. If you want to protect the reincarnated devil like Austin Griffin, you can only die here. The corpse witch caught the dangerous light in Long Haoyu's eyes. His tawny robe was in tatters and rustling in the wind. There was no color on his haggard face, but his anger at this moment was fully visible. He had given Long Haochen a chance to return to his original plane before, but Long Haochen told him with practical actions that he could only kill Long Haochen here. Long Haoyu came to support him, and his attitude was obviously the same as that of Long Haochen, so he could only kill Long Haoyu here. He has no guilt about such a decision. Anyone who stops him from stopping Austin Griffin's evolution will die. The withered bone staff was raised again in his hand, and the black-gray cloud under his feet began to surge with terrifying dark attribute power. At the same time, the two green flames burning in his eyes seemed to be boiling a lot at this time. Long Haoyu paid attention to these changes in the corpse witch. While he was chopping the skeleton soldiers around him, he was thinking about how to deal with the corpse witch. He could vaguely remember that his little brother originally used the Holy Soul Spirit Furnace to work, and finally completed an unexpected attack to eliminate the corpse witch. But now, because of his appearance and the fact that Long Haochen is concentrating on dealing with the Skeleton King, the attitude of the corpse witch has obviously changed. Therefore, the unexpected attack should be impossible to reproduce. Coupled with the corpse witch's rage at this time, he probably also expected that the corpse witch would attack with all his strength next, to deal with him in the shortest time, and then go to kill Haoyu. After analyzing these situations in his mind, Long Haoyu suddenly used Wufeng to sweep out a sword light and chopped many skeleton soldiers into pieces, and then placed Wufeng in front of him, and the terrifying aura began to erupt on him. The gray air flow that was previously mixed with golden spiritual power has now become much stronger and has the potential to overtake the golden spiritual power. A battle with Han Yu was not at the peak of his strength. A battle with Yang Wenjiao was actually not at the peak of his strength. Being in the human alliance, there are many constraints for him to show his true strength, so his true strength has never been shown to anyone so far, in order to prevent the temple leaders from paying attention. In the current world, there is no need to worry about this aspect. After these worries are gone, he can show his true strength at this moment. For example, the part of the heaven-defying demon dragon bloodline he inherited from his grandfather can explode unscrupulously. Use the demon-controlling posture to vent all your strength. Long Haoyu's pupils began to shrink, becoming only the size of a needle tip, revealing his calmness. Vaguely, there was a very cold light shining from it. The corpse witch, who was much more powerful than him, seemed to have lost all color in his eyes at this time. The corpse witch noticed these changes in Long Haoyu, and was about to use all his strength to kill Long Haoyu, and then his actions to stop Haoyu suddenly stopped. The green flames dancing in his eyes seemed to be extinguishing a little bit. The power of this bloodline. It seems to be the top bloodline of those powerful races that have escaped from this world. Chapter 155. The gray air current became stronger and stronger. In just a short moment, Long Haoyu's whole body was enveloped in the air flow formed by gray spiritual power. The golden spiritual power that originally belonged to his knight's side was completely suppressed at this time. You can only vaguely see traces of golden spiritual power surging in the gray air flow, which is very inconspicuous. Long Haoyu is no stranger to his current state. He has entered such a state countless times in the shadow space. But this is reality after all. There are still many differences between the real body and the body formed by the shadow space carrying such a state. Adapting to his current changes, Long Haoyu held Wufeng with one hand and gently rubbed the edge with the other. Wu Feng, who had been buzzing all the time before, became quiet at this moment. The blade was not very smooth, but it seemed to bring him real peace at this time. There was an aura of chilling in his extremely cold eyes. If there were any demons here at this time, they would definitely be horrified by his current state. Such a state cannot be seen even from Abao, who is now the first successor appointed by the demon god emperor. To be honest, Long Haoyu at this time is more like a replica of the demon god emperor, but the demon god emperor in his youth. However, even in his current state, it still brought extreme oppression to Corpse Witch, even if his strength was higher than Long Haoyu. It was like a suppression on his bloodline, making him unable to move. The Corpse Witch's withered face was full of horror, and the will-o'-the-wisps in his eyes began to beat again, much more violently than before, reflecting the unrest in his mind at the moment. Step by step, the Corpse Witch even dared not look directly into Long Haoyu's eyes as he retreated towards the rear. Those indifferent eyes made him, a Corpse Witch who was obsessed with life and death, a little unable to stand it. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How can you, a human, have the blood of that race? Did you come back? Did you break the restrictions of the plane and return to this world? The Corpse Witch's words did not receive any response. Long Haoyu rubbed Wu Feng in his palm while looking towards Long Haochen, who was fighting the Skeleton King. The Corpse Witch was a little uneasy, and his control over the Skeleton King was not at its peak. The Skeleton King, who could cause great oppression to Long Haochen, was already on par with Long Haochen. Long Haoyu felt relieved. He came to this world of the dead just to protect his little brother. If everyone else comes here and Long Haochen encounters an accident in the end, then he will definitely not be able to forgive himself. While Long Haochen parried the Skeleton King's attack, he looked towards Long Haoyu. Different from just now, although he was also surprised by the change in his elder brother, there was a lot of determination in his morning eyes at this time. If you wanted to ask, they were all swallowed in your throat at this moment, and all your energy was devoted to the battle with the Skeleton King. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Long Haochen, Long Haoyu looked at the small white beast on his shoulder. In the demon-controlling state, he released all his power, so the bloodline power of the heaven-defying demonic dragon clan must have revived at this moment. The little white beast is a pure light attribute monster, and is naturally very repulsive to dark attributes. Even Long Haoyu's Warcraft companions were still a little frightened by Long Haoyu's changes at this time, but they did not run away directly. Instead, they had 4 small claws firmly grasping his clothes. The pink little eyes were full of determination. Blood contract partners, never leave. You little guy, you are so scared and you are still staying here with me. Long Haoyu smiled very devilishly. Since you are so scared, then don't stay here for the time being. The little white beast suddenly looked at Long Haoyu blankly, unable to understand the meaning of Long Haoyu's words. He looked at Long Haoyu's extremely indifferent eyes and trembled. All the hair on its body exploded, and it seemed to feel a dangerous smell. That dangerous smell was like its master was about to give itself away. Mental communication is a good thing. Although Long Haoyu couldn't understand what the little white beast was going to say, he could still roughly feel the emotional fluctuations of the little white beast through this relationship. Understanding the random thoughts of the little white beast at this time, he curled his fingers and flicked on the little white beast's forehead. I want you to go back to our plane first, and be ready to take me back anytime and anywhere. Long Haoyu said. Otherwise, if an accident happens, I might not have time to go back. I want to come to such a place world, but I didn't want to die in this world. The little white beast suddenly realized, and the exploded hair smoothed out again. After thinking about it, he really wanted to go back to prepare for this matter, and then he headed for the Holy Demon Continent with Long Haoyu's side. Long Haoyu took care of these matters and completely set his sights on the Corpse Witch. Even though the little brother's situation was relatively good, time waited for no one. This is the world of the undead, and the Corpse Witch can only be regarded as a small karami at best. If he continues to delay here, he will inevitably attract more powerful opponents. If such an opponent really arrived in time, there would be no doubt about the final outcome, and both he and Long Haochen would have to give a full account here. Seeing that Long Haoyu had locked himself completely, the corpse shaman didn't care to continue to kill Haoyu in the cave. He waved the withered bone staff in his hand, and the black clouds under his feet became active. He felt a very dangerous aura from Long Haoyu's body, a feeling that made his heart palpitate, as if he was watching a big terror resurrect. And Long Haoyu also made up his mind to keep fighting with him now. Only one of them can continue to stand in the future. The flickering will-o'-the-wisp danced violently for a moment, and the corpse witch took the initiative to attack Long Haoyu, launching the most powerful attack with a strength that currently surpassed Long Haoyu. When Long Haoyu saw this, Wu Feng made ripples and rushed out to face the corpse witch. Gray-black spiritual power lingers on Wufeng. In this world of darkness and fire, Wufeng's attributes seem to be endlessly fitting the origin of this world. The moment the two were fighting, further away, two very terrifying auras were approaching here quickly. In the rolling black clouds, there is the aura of an existence that can control the wind and rain in this world of the undead. As if feeling the aura fluctuations of Long Haoyu and corpse witch fighting, these two very powerful beings exuding very terrifying auras sped up a lot. Chapter 156, 42.4%. Boom. Long Haoyu's figure stagnated. Both hands were holding the edgeless sword hilt, colliding with an arm made of countless white bones. A huge gap was cut out on the white bone arm with a hint of black luster, and Wu Feng was deeply embedded in the white bone arm. The power of darkness that erupted from the bone arm collided with Wu Feng's aura that was incomparably in tune with this world. Long Haoyu's figure did not move at all, standing firm in the huge aftermath, and the look in his eyes did not change at all. When the corpse witch saw that his move failed to kill Long Haoyu, the will-o'-the-wisps in his eyes flickered, and he immediately began to prepare for the next attack with the withered bone staff in his hand. Just like blessing the skeleton king, black beams of light penetrated into the white bone arm. The white bone arm, which was already glowing with a lot of black luster, became even darker under these blessings. Humans from another plane, this is what happens when you shelter Austin. You will only have to pay the price for your stupidity in the end. The corpse witch said indifferently, raising the withered bone staff as he spoke, and the white bone arm that was on par with Wu Feng was also armed with greater power. The dead bones under Long Haoyu's feet were trampled to pieces, and his figure seemed to have fallen a lot, as if he was unable to bear the weight. Demon Slayer. Second style. Break. Long Haoyu gave a light drink, and Wu Feng suddenly glowed brightly. Different from the demon-slaying style he had performed before, the demon-slaying style was a long bloody dragon attacking straight ahead, which was very simple and crude. The second demon-slaying style is more brutal. Terrifying power condenses on the blade, and a huge gray ball of light mixed with a trace of blood explodes on the blade. Various manifestations are that all the power that should be released by the demon-slaying style is blasted at a fixed point, but unlike the Nirvana sword, there is no ripple, and it causes a real explosion. Rumble. Kacha. The explosion crushed all the white bones on Long Haoyu's side into powder, and the bone powder quickly covered Long Haoyu. Then, a crisp sound rang out from the skeletal arm. The skeletal arm that had previously brought tremendous pressure to Long Haoyu now began to show many signs of cracks. It was originally composed of countless white bones. After these cracks appeared, they immediately began to break open like a spider web. The will-o'-the-wisp in the corpse witch's eyes froze for an instant, and he looked at Long Haoyu in disbelief. He never expected that Long Haoyu could smash his bones into pieces like this. At #%%#, the corpse witch did not hesitate, and chanted a complicated spell in his mouth. The many white bones that exploded began to reassemble, which was very similar to the first blow just performed, but it was obviously more powerful. After the bone powder dispersed, Long Haoyu looked at the many white bones flying towards the corpse witch from all directions, and a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. If you can succeed with one strike, there won't be another strike. Long Haoyu whispered softly, and rushed towards the corpse witch like an afterimage, faster than the bones flying towards him. As he walked through the many white bones that were flying towards him, even the bones that were flying at a simple flying speed were enough to hurt people. The moment he saw them became extremely slow in his eyes. Passing through the sea of bones without any pressure, Long Haoyu appeared in front of the corpse witch, who continued to chant complicated spells. The will-o'-the-wisps dancing in his eyes saw Long Haoyu approaching and immediately wanted to retreat. Long Haoyu pressed a hand on the corpse shaman's withered face. It's time to stop the unfinished spell. Kill the demon with 3 moves. Wu Feng pierced into the shriveled body of the corpse witch, and the gray spiritual power surging on Wu Feng began to explode again. The corpse witch's already shriveled body became even shriveled up, and all the power was concentrated towards Wu Feng, who pierced his body. It was too much on Wu Feng for a moment, and then it immediately came back to his body with a more powerful posture. Feeling the changes in his body, the corpse witch shouted in horror, "No, the pillar of ceiling is no longer there. Is Austin really going to come again after 6 resurrections? Lords of the undead world, how can you still be here? We haven't arrived yet. Destroy it, God's punishment." Before he could finish his last words, the backlash of power exploded, and the corpse witch's body was pierced with holes one after another by the power. Wu Feng slowly pulled out of his body, and the gray beams of light pierced him into a hedgehog, just like the way Long Haochen was pierced when he first went to fuse the 6-path spiritual furnace. The only difference between the two was that he was fused with the 6-path spiritual furnace. He looked no different from a hedgehog, but he did not suffer any harm. At this time, the corpse witch looked like a hedgehog, but in fact he was a real hedgehog, and the puncture wounds were all hindering the recovery of his injuries. Plop! The corpse witch knelt heavily on the ground. The will-o'-the-wisps in his eyes slowly stopped beating. With the death of the corpse witch, Long Haochen, who was fighting the Skeleton King, suddenly felt relaxed. The Skeleton King began to disintegrate, turning into white bones and falling to the ground. "Brother, did we win?" When Long Haochen saw the Skeleton King disintegrated, he immediately rushed towards Long Haochen. Looking at the corpse witch kneeling in front of Long Haochen, he asked in disbelief. From feeling the very evil temperament of his brother to the end of the battle, everything seemed to happen in an instant. Long Haoyu's demon-controlling state was not released immediately. He continued to maintain his demonic posture and looked out in the farther direction with cold and stern eyes. In this current posture, his sensory nerves reached their peak. In his perception, there was a greater threat coming, and the thing he was most worried about would eventually happen. Long Haochen followed Long Haoyu's line of sight and looked out, and could only see the dark clouds coming towards this side. The characteristics of the black cloud are just like the black cloud that the corpse witch stepped on before, but it is many times more powerful. Before he got completely close, he could already feel the depression in the black clouds, and he could also feel the great terror in them. Soon, the black clouds came closer, and a huge thing rolled in the black clouds, slowly revealing its figure. The behemoth was a bone dragon that was more than 30 meters long. The white bones all over its body had a layer of glistening blue light, and finally showed a strange blue-white color. Under the huge white bone wings, there seems to be a solid skin membrane, echoing the strong skeleton, showing a powerful posture. In the eyes of the bone dragon, the shadow of blue fire shines, and the extremely powerful aura is enough to compare with the 9th-level powerhouses of the Holy Demon Continent. Long Haochen felt the power of Bone Dragon, and his deep eyes quickly locked on the figure sitting cross-legged on Bone Dragon. The figure was 2.5 meters tall, covered in pitch-black armor, and was sitting upright at the junction of the Bone Dragon's neck and back. In his right hand, he held an épée that was even longer than his height. The épée was shining with a dazzling dark purple light. Just as Long Haochen looked at this powerful being, the vast gray sky suddenly tore apart. A slim figure appeared out of the sky. His body was shrouded in a large black cloak. Only 2 points of scarlet fire could be vaguely seen dancing inside the hood. An aura no less powerful than that of the previous figure was erupting, and scarlet fire looked straight in the direction of Long Haochen and Long Haochen. Long Haochen didn't move, just looked at the powerful existence that suddenly appeared. This is not the fringe territory of the demon clan that we went to for the assessment of the demon hunting group selection competition. He and Long Haochen were not accompanied by Long Xingyu, the powerful divine seal knight, so they had enough confidence. Now that he was in such a world of the undead, he and Long Haochen could only face everything alone, and huge pressure shrouded him. Because these two figures exuding powerful auras are two of the masters of the undead world that the corpse witch shouted before he died. Lich King, Knight of Undead Judgment. Chapter 157. Brother, there are some big guys here. Long Haochen looked at the Lich King and the Undead Judgment Knight in the sky, as well as the Bone Dragon sitting under him. He could still distinguish the auras of the three of them that were comparable to those of a 9th-level powerhouse. After all, he had only felt such auras from Long Xingyu. The auras are very close, and one can imagine how terrifying the other party's strength is. 2 5th level players, facing 3 9th level players, there is no need to speculate on the final result. Long Haoyu nodded and responded, it is true that several top experts have arrived, and things have become a bit tricky. How far has Haoyu evolved, and how long will it take for it to end? I don't know, it feels like it will take a lot of time. Long Haochen said. Long Haoyu's heart sank, and he fully realized how difficult the matter was. He smelled a dangerous flavor in his little brother's words. The arrival of the Lich King and the Knights of the Undead Judgment will definitely not give Haoyu the possibility to continue to evolve. They are eager to crush Haoyu, the god of Scourge, to ashes. The 3 9th level powerhouses were simply not something that the two brothers could compete with. Even the 2 9th level warriors, the Lich King and the Bone Dragon, could have wiped them out thousands of times. He remembered clearly that the last Judgment Knight of the Dead, or rather the Judgment Knight of the Dead, was the true master of this world of darkness and fire. If you really want to talk about it, the other party is the strongest person in this plane now. With just one move, he can make earth-shattering results. After all, this one is in the history that he knows. After his little brother obtained a super artifact like the Divine Seal Throne of Eternity and Creation, the other party was able to fight with him. Human, get out of the way. Austin must die, the Knight of Trial of the Dead spoke. The sound full of loneliness echoed in the ears of Long Haoyu and Long Haochen, and the penetrating sound seemed to shatter their eardrums. The Lich King's extremely cold voice then sounded, wait a minute, pay attention to the bloodline on that human. The Knight of Trial of the Dead asked the Lich King to remind him, and his eyes looked towards Long Haoyu. He saw the coldness in Long Haoyu's pupils and had already reacted. Nodding slightly, he signaled the Lich King to continue doing what he wanted to do. The Lich King stepped forward a little, and continued to examine Long Haoyu with his pupils of scarlet fire. Humans, are you from the world they went to? Long Haoyu did not respond to the Lich King's words, but gently put a hand on Long Haochen's shoulder. You go back to Haoyu first, I will handle the things here. When Long Haochen heard this, he immediately refused. No, my brother and I will advance and retreat together. He knew very well that Haoyu's evolution would take some time. If Long Haoyu stayed here alone and faced 3 9th level experts, he would eventually perish here. Long Haoyu's intention seemed to be to buy some time for him and Haoyu. As long as Haoyu could complete his evolution, he could leave safely. But after knowing such a result, how could he make the decision to abandon his brother and choose to live alone? Long Haoyu felt his little brother's mood swings, and his voice became slightly gentler. Do as I say, and I'm sure of the next thing. And after what happened in that assessment, you know I don't want to see a similar situation happen again. Now, you, go to Haoyu's place immediately. Long Haochen's expression changed slightly. Seeing that Long Haoyu was obviously more serious about this matter, he took several deep breaths in succession. The air filled with dust suddenly didn't have as big an impact as it did at the beginning. His mood at this time was all about Long Haoyu. Okay, brother, I'll go to Haoyu's place. Long Haochen made a difficult decision. He knew that his brother did not want to see his enemy in danger again because of him. After saying these words, Long Haochen no longer hesitated, jumped up and rushed towards the cave where Haoyu was, and soon disappeared into the darkness of the cave. The Lich King witnessed this whole process, and the scarlet fire in his eyes slowly transferred from Long Haoyu to Long Haochen. The cold voice resounded throughout the world again. It seems like you, a little human, won't tell us the answer so easily. After I destroy Austin, I will ask you what happened. The Lich King has not forgotten that his first purpose of coming here is to deal with the reincarnated Austin. As he said this, he stared at the cave where Long Haochen and Haoyu were. A purple bubble suddenly formed on the mountain where the cave was located, and the mountain began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. As expected, as long as the mountains melt away, the bodies of Long Haochen and Haoyu in the mountains will be gone. And at the current speed, it doesn't take long for this mountain to be completely reduced to nothing and no longer exist in this world. Long Haoyu had no intention of letting the Lich King take action and destroy both Haochen and Haoyu here. His pupils shrunk to the size of needlepoints and shot out a cold light. Give it to me, stop it. Long Haoyu shouted angrily. There was no edge in his hand, and he thrust it hard into the ground. The aura around him began to rise crazily at this moment, and the bloodline of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan in his body was developed to the maximum at this moment. In the shadow space, he has been practicing demon control, and at the same time he has figured out how far he can control himself to become a demon without losing his mind. At this time, he was developing all the bloodlines of the heaven-defying demonic dragon clan that he could currently control. With the development of these bloodline powers, his words seemed to carry a majestic dragon's roar. Roar! A real dragon roar burst out from Long Haoyu's throat, and his needle-sized pupils began to fill with blood, as if he had entered a very mysterious state of bloodthirsty. A shadow suddenly appeared when his bloodline was developed to its current extreme. It was a black gold dragon shadow, and his whole body was filled with a terrifying aura. Looking at it, you can't see how huge this giant dragon shadow is, as if it stretches between heaven and earth. As soon as she appeared, he landed on the mountains where Long Haochen and Haoyu were. The purple bubble that the Lich King used to melt the mountains exploded into nothingness. Finally, this giant dragon shadow coiled around the mountainside, and the huge dragon head looked towards the Lich King and the undead Judgment Knight. The dragon eyes, which were almost the same as Long Haoyu's eyes at this time, exuded supreme majesty and disregard for life. Chapter 158, 42.9%. With the sudden change, both the Lich King and the Necronomicon Knight became more serious. The eyes of the two met at this moment, and the auras on their bodies began to rise. The Lich King's face was full of indifference. He didn't show any timidity when looking at the black gold dragon's shadow. Instead, he looked a little angry. The same was true for the Knight of Trial of the Dead. Looking at the golden shadow of the giant dragon, he pulled out the heavy sword that was taller than his 2-meter-5-meter height. The strong body stood up, with the heavy sword lying across his side, and an aura more terrifying than that of the Lich King burst out. Have you rebelled against our world? After you went to other worlds, you forgot your responsibilities. Back then, you controlled the ceiling pillar, fought on the front line against Austin, and shed your blood. Now, you actually want to stand on the same side as Austin. The thick voice of the undead Judgment Knight sounded. Facing the jet-black dragon's shadow, there was a bit of anger in his voice. At this moment, he showed signs of taking action directly if he disagreed. What he saw before him was an inverse scale in his heart. Austin's power of divine punishment is something that no one in their world wants to continue to face. As long as there is even the slightest chance, even if part of their strength is sacrificed, Austin must be destroyed. It has been persisting for more than 6,000 years. This time, as long as it succeeds, it only needs to persist for more than 2,000 years, and Austin, the scourge that brought destruction and darkness to their world, can be completely eliminated from the world. Therefore, no matter who wants to protect Austin, he will not hesitate to draw his sword against him. Although the Lich King's aura was not as good as that of the Death Judgment Knight, he was not idle, and the black cloud that enveloped him began to boil. Scarlet fire danced in his eyes, and he had the same view as the Knight of Undead Judgment, destroying Austin at all costs. Just when both of them were about to take action, two black rays of light shot out from the hole in the dragon's eye of the black gold dragon's shadow. Soon, it was like dark clouds were coming over me. The black light enveloped the Lich King, Bone Dragon, and the Undead Judgment Knight, including Long Haoyu. It's like being isolated from this world, alone in a small world. The Lich King and the Knights of the Trial of the Dead did not suffer from stage fright because of this, and still maintained a high spirit. After staring at the phantom of the black gold dragon for a while, I determined that it was just a force dormant in the blood, but I couldn't get the answer from the phantom. The patience of both of them has been exhausted at this moment. The Knight of Undead Judgment raised his heavy sword, and terrifying power began to gather on his heavy sword. Long Haoyu felt how terrifying the power of the sword of the Necromancer Knight would be if it were really struck, and a calm voice sounded at this moment. They did not rebel against your world. They and you have always adhered to the idea of destroying Austin. Although they are not in the same world, Austin is still a thorn in their side, but they have not been able to succeed for the time being. Long Haoyu spoke calmly. After developing his bloodline power to this point, his voice had a bit of majesty belonging to the heaven-defying demonic dragon clan. When the Lich King and the Death Knight heard what Long Haoyu said, they were not surprised by the change in Long Haoyu's voice at this time, but they looked at Long Haoyu in confusion. Didn't the heaven-defying demonic dragon clan betray the world? Those races that left didn't betray their world. So how should we explain what is happening now? Descendants of the heaven-defying demonic dragon clan, tell me the reason. The Death Knight said, you said they did not betray you. You bear their bloodline. Why do you stand in Austin's camp and why do you want to protect Austin? Because Austin has become my brother's blood partner. I want to protect my brother, so naturally I have to protect him too. Long Haoyu replied. The Knight of Trial of the Dead snorted coldly. With the bloodline of the heaven-defying demonic dragon clan, a descendant of the most powerful race in the past, yet wanting to protect Austin is the funniest joke I have heard in thousands of years. Until the divine punishment is removed, the world will never have peace. You have no idea what kind of terrifying existence you are protecting. Long Haoyu replied. Of course I know, but I can be sure that he will not continue to destroy the world in the future. The Knight of Undead Judgment said no more, and the Lich King was too lazy to continue talking at this time. Even the bone dragon sitting down by the Knight of Undead Judgment made a squeaking sound, laughing at Long Haoyu's behavior at this time. The Knight of Judgment of the Undead raised his heavy sword, and the gathered power gradually reached its peak, and all the energy was locked on Long Haoyu and the mountain behind him. He wanted to clear this whole place with one blow, so that Long Haoyu, the descendant of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan, and Austin, who was reincarnated again, would be completely annihilated in this inch of space. Long Haoyu's expression did not change. He never thought that his words would make the Lich King and the Trial Knight of the Dead give up. Only strength is all that counts. Only when the strength reaches the corresponding level can the other party be allowed to talk on equal terms, just like his stubborn grandfather. There have been real cases of this kind of thing in the future. He remembered that his little brother had done such a thing and made people obey him with his absolute strength. Realizing that the matter could not be solved, Long Haoyu took a deep breath and glanced at the mountains behind him, and the blood power in his body began to become active. After all, I have succeeded once in the shadow space. I hope I can withstand it this time too. Long Haoyu silently made a decision in his heart. He couldn't compete with the existence of the 9th level in the normal way, but he could still try the abnormal way. Just when he was about to try, the space around him suddenly fluctuated, and the little white beast that had returned to the holy demon continent suddenly appeared next to him. When Long Haoyu saw the little white beast coming back, he frowned and asked, "Didn't I ask you to go back and prepare to pick me up? Why are you coming back?" The little white beast climbed onto Long Haoyu's shoulder and kept chattering. All his emotions were felt by Long Haoyu through telepathy. Although there was still no complete sentence, he understood everything that the white beast wanted to express. After realizing the idea of the white beast suddenly coming back, Long Haoyu suddenly became calm and suppressed the thought of giving it a try. The little fish-catching beast was finally going to take action for real, which was an unexpected surprise for him. "Chichichagugu," the little white beast urged. Long Haoyu pondered for a moment. "Just do as you say. As for the matters here, we can only solve them when we are strong enough in the future. Absolute strength can make them obey. The path of convincing people with virtue still requires sufficient strength to guarantee it. The truth lies only on the edge of the sword." The little white beast understood Long Haoyu's thoughts and stopped chirping. The small body stood up, with 2 small paws on the skirt of his clothes, and 2 small paws on Long Haoyu's ears. The pink little eyes exuded a very determined look, showing a mighty attitude. "It just likes to fish, and it's not a real food." Chapter 159. 43.2%. The Knight of Trial of the Dead noticed the sudden appearance of the white beast. But at this time, he was preparing for a heaven-shaking strike, and he did not pay too much attention to the little white beast. Whether it was Long Haoyu, Long Haochen, or the current little white beast, the intuitive feeling they gave him was very weak. One more little white beast is not enough to change the final result. He will put an end to the current affairs with this move he is planning. Rumble. The dark clouds surged and rolled with a roaring sound. Rays of gray-black dazzling light hung down from the dome, and landed on the huge heavy sword of the undead Judgment Knight. The terrifying power and terrifying aura all reached their peak at this moment. The little white beast felt the contempt of the Knight of Trial of the Dead towards him, chattering incessantly, paused for a moment on Long Haoyu's shoulder, and suddenly jumped up. Although he was not big in stature, his jumping ability was very powerful, and he rushed straight towards the undead Judgment Knight on top of the bone dragon. The light attribute power in his body began to spurt out at this moment. The Lich King did not take action to stop the white beast. Feeling the meager light attribute power of the white beast, he could understand why the Necromancer Knight had such contemptuous eyes. If the little white beast were in the same realm as them, with its powerful light attribute, it would indeed cause a lot of interference to them, but the current little white beast is really too weak. To be honest, the little white beast at this time is not even an appetizer. It only takes a moment to be completely annihilated by the sword of the Knight of the Undead Judgment. However, just when he thought so, the scarlet fire in his eyes suddenly began to beat violently. How is this going? Why does this little monster suddenly give me a dangerous aura? The Lich King's shrill voice resounded in the sky. Not caring to continue watching the show, he suddenly stretched out his withered palm and grabbed the little white beast. Jijigugu. Weird sounds echoed in the sky. The little white beast began to change, and its pink eyes began to emit a purple gold light. At the same time, a huge magic circle appeared behind it, and the purple gold light emanating from its small eyes fell on the magic circle one after another. An enlarged version of the white beast's shadow appeared in the magic circle, but unlike the heaven-defying demonic dragon shadow produced by Long Haochu's bloodline power, the white beast's shadow in the magic circle looked very strange. True. An aura more majestic than the shadow of the heaven-defying demonic dragon emanated from the magic array, and purple beams of light shot out from it. Each purple beam of light fell on the little white beast, adding majesty to it as if it could overlook the world. The Lich King wanted to grab the little white beast directly, but his withered arm came into contact with a purple light, and a sizzling sound sounded on his arm. The burning sensation caused his expression to change suddenly. Without any hesitation, the Lich King cut off a piece of flesh from his arm and withdrew directly. There's something weird about this little thing. The Lich King shouted sharply. The Knight of Judgment of the Dead saw all this in his eyes and snorted coldly. Weird or not, anything that prevents us from killing the damned ones must be killed together. The overbearing and unparalleled words spat out from the mouth of the Death Trial Knight, and the thick music resounded throughout the sky and the earth, and the gray-black light condensed on the sword's edge was completely concentrated on the sword's edge. Boom! No more hesitation. The Knight of Undead Judgment slashed out in the direction of the mountains with his sword. Long Haochu and the little white beast were all within the range of his sword. The void was trembling, and twisted cracks seemed to appear but did not. The little white beast is not idle. It is blessed by the unreal shadow in the magic circle, and its majesty has been shrouded. His whole body was immersed in purple light, and a scorching sun appeared out of thin air directly in front of the Knight of Death Judgment, directly meeting the gray-black sword light that he slashed out. The sword that seemed to be able to turn everything in its path into powder stopped when it faced the scorching sun transformed by the white beast, and the gray-black light and the purple gold light melted into each other. This little guy, no wonder he suddenly mentioned the idea of taking action to me, he is so fierce. With such powerful abilities, he is only willing to passively serve as a power bank. It seems that this little guy was not an ordinary fisherman before. But at least at the critical moment, this little thing didn't lose his grip. Long Haochu sighed slightly in his heart, watching the little white beast disappear completely in front of his eyes, watching the purple gold scorching sun and the gray-black sword light clash head-on. He didn't want to just sit idle like this. Carefully observing the changes on the dome, he felt that the purple gold light did not seem to be enough to completely offset the attack of the Necronomicon Knight. The one who still has the advantage is still the Judgment Knight of the Dead. Long Haochu exhaled a heavy breath, and picked up the Wufeng that was stuck on the ground and held it in his hand. His palm was directly on the edge of Wufeng's sword. The notch on the blade pierced his palm, and drops of blood fell on Wufeng. All the Warcraft friends are fighting hard, and he, the master, cannot just sit idle, otherwise he will have no shame in continuing to be the master. Little guy, let me help you. Long Haochu didn't know if the little white beast could hear it. He shouted loudly, and then the drops of blood that landed on the surface of the edgeless sword flew towards the purple gold scorching sun. He remembered that when Haochu was contracted for the first time, his little brother could use his own blood to help Haochu wash away the dark attributes from his body, and also allowed Haochu to complete an evolution. He didn't think that what could be accomplished between Long Haochen and Haochu could not be accomplished between him and the little white beast. It was just that he had not tried it before, and now was the time to try. He didn't know how big the specific effect would be, but it would definitely have a corresponding effect. Even if it was only a small effect, he had reason to go all out at this time. The blood beads formed a line, and the blood contract signed with the white beast appeared between Long Haochu's eyebrows. At this moment, a little purple gold appeared in the purple contract runes. The purple gold scorching sun came into contact with the essence and blood condensed by Long Haochu's own origin, and the purple-gold luster suddenly became stronger. The trend that was slightly insufficient to completely resist the move of the undead Judgment Knight ushered in a comeback. The dark clouds shrouding the sky and the earth were instantly dispersed, and the purple-gold scorching sun began to rise into the sky, finally hanging high on the dome. Dazzling luster falls in all directions. Since the destruction of the world by the scourge of heaven, this world of darkness and fire has ushered in a light that has not been seen for thousands of years. It's just that this long-lost light is slightly different. Chapter 160. This power. Why did it suddenly increase so much? Is it because that human boy fed back the blood of his Warcraft companions? The Knight of Undead Judgment shrank his eyes. At his level, any changes in the fight cannot be hidden from his eyes. Although the purple-gold scorching sun transformed by the little white beast could resist his sword for a moment, it was always in defeat. However, as Long Haoyu's blood and essence fed back, he clearly felt the power surge in the purple-gold scorching sun transformed by the white beast. So much so that now, he felt that the heavy sword in his hand was a little unstable. Boom! Just when this idea flashed through the mind of the Knight of Undead Judgment, the light falling from the purple-gold sun hit him hard. The heavy sword came out of his hand, flipped countless times in the air and then landed on the ground, with half of the sword's body submerged in the ground. The Knight of Judgment of the Dead realized that the current move had lost its due color, and the burly figure brought up an afterimage and landed next to his heavy sword. Pulling out the heavy sword again, the look in the eyes of the Knight of Undead Judgment did not change much, and he was determined to continue taking action. Although the purple-gold scorching sun still hangs high in the sky, even bringing long-lost light to their dry world, this will not be the reason for him to give up killing Austin. However, just when he wanted to continue taking action, his expression suddenly stiffened, and the hand holding the heavy sword seemed to have lost all power. Even though he had a firm intention to take action in his heart, he could not continue to take action at this moment. His whole body seemed to be restricted in place. Realizing that something was wrong with his situation, the Knight of Undead Judgment shouted at the Lich King, "The situation has changed, go and kill Austin quickly." The Lich King sensed that the situation was strange and stopped watching the show. He recovered from being burned by the purple light and made a move to kill Long Haoyu. He remembered that Long Haoyu had just said the words blood contract, and when Long Haoyu fed back the little white beast with blood essence, he also noticed the unique blood contract runes. If you don't know the situation of the little white beast yet, let's start with Long Haoyu. As long as Long Haoyu dies, the little white beast will definitely die as well. At that time, no one can continue to stop them from dealing with Austin, and some may destroy Austin before his evolution is completed. The figure of the little white beast fell from the scorching purple-gold sun, and its breath fell slightly sluggishly on Long Haoyu's shoulders. Looking at the Lich King speeding towards him, he whispered in Long Haoyu's ears very fast. "Do you still need essence and blood?" Long Haoyu was slightly surprised, but without any hesitation, more blood dripped from his palms. Losing a lot of essence and blood will definitely affect his origin, but this is not the time to care about his origin. The blood essence was submerged into the purple-gold runes on the white beast's forehead, and the purple-gold scorching sun on the dome once again erupted with terrifying power. The unreal shadow in the huge magic circle once again pointed its finger at the Lich King who was about to kill him. The bright purple beam of light fell from the dome so fast that even the Lich King couldn't dodge it. But without the burning feeling of the purple light at the beginning, the Lich King's whole body was shrouded in purple light, and his withered face became the same as that of the Judgment Knight of the Undead. There seemed to be a kind of rule coming. Restricted by such a rule, he had the idea of taking action, but he was unable to take any action at all. "What's going on? Are you also restricted by such power?" The Lich King's sharp voice resounded. The Knight of Trial of the Dead replied coldly, "This power can restrict my actions, and you will be restricted as well." "Damn, what kind of power is this?" The Lich King roared angrily. "If Austin is allowed to evolve successfully, the three-headed scourge will leave our world again." The Knight of Trial of the Dead did not continue to answer. As a being stronger than the Lich King, all his eyes fell on the small white beast on Long Haoyu's shoulder. The Lich King felt unreal power, but he truly felt it at the moment of being restricted. "Your Warcraft partner is very good. It can restrict us, but this restriction will not last long." The Knight of the Undead Judgment shouted coldly, "Your essence and blood cannot support you in feeding back your Warcraft companions to control us for a long time. When your essence and blood are exhausted, we can also kill you, Long Haoyu did not deny what the Knight of Undead Judgment said. The little white beast gave him a big surprise, but these things of the Undead Judgment Knight were also true. No matter how you say it, it is the strongest existence in this world. What the little white beast can do is already the ultimate. And the current situation is that his essence and blood have been submerged in the purple gold contract of the white beast. Relying on the feedback of his essence and blood, the current situation has been maintained. Once the essence and blood are exhausted, once he can no longer hold on, the little white beast will definitely be unable to continue this restriction without the feedback. At that time, it would only take a moment for the Undead Judgment Knight and the Lich King to kill them. Little guy, although you gave me a big surprise, your appetite is too big, and my blood and essence can't last too long. Long Haoyu's breath was a little insignificant. With the constant feedback of essence and blood, his origin has been affected to some extent, and the blood on his face has begun to fade. The little white beast maintained its ability to restrict the Necronomicon Knight while looking at Long Haoyu's situation at this time. Suddenly, the purple gold light in its eyes dissipated and returned to its original pink appearance. The purple gold contract rune between its eyebrows also disappeared, cutting off Long Haoyu's feedback to him. With his hands on his hips and jumping on the cracked earth, the little white beast walked straight towards the Undead Judgment Knight and the Lich King. Little guy, what do you want to do? Long Haoyu shouted. The little white beast didn't answer. When it was about to reach the Undead Judgment Knight and the Lich King, it stopped. The small paw was raised, and a stream of purple gold blood seeped out from the paw, just like how Long Haoyu had just fed it back with blood. The only difference is that Long Haoyu's essence and blood were fed back into the purple gold scorching sun, but now his essence and blood have been submerged into the huge magic circle with unreal shadows. A buzzing sound sounded in the magic circle, and the unreal shadow seemed to become real under the influence of the purple gold blood. A huge claw was projected from the magic circle, and without waiting for everyone to react, it mercilessly swatted at the Trial Knight of the Dead and the Lich King. Chapter 161. Boom! The cracked earth exploded into pieces of rubble. Magma flowing in the cracks in the distant earth splashed into the air along with broken stones. The Lich King and the Undead Judgment Knight looked at the giant claws slapping towards them, and the spiritual power on their bodies fluctuated wildly. After they put all their defenses in place, the giant claws projected from the magic circle also fell in front of them. The Lich King and the Undead Judgment Knight looked indifferently at the giant claws slapping towards them. The spiritual power boiling around them was because they planned to guard against the terrifying moves that the little white beast fed back with its own essence and blood. However, just when they were ready to resist this move with a frontal attitude and then continue to kill Austin at night, the huge claws penetrated through the spiritual energy covering their bodies and did not interact with them. The spiritual power creates any conflict. The Lich King and the Undead Judgment Knight looked around. The cracked earth and boiling magma did not seem to have the sudden change in the world just now. They were still the same as they were before. This monster is bluffing. The Lich King roared sharply. It has no ability to hurt us. The moves it feeds back with its own essence and blood only cause interference to our spirits. The Knight of Trial of the Dead also reacted, and the spiritual power covering his body began to dissipate, because the body that seemed to be restricted by the rules just now seemed to have broken free a lot. You are right, it has no ability to continue to target us. Everything is just a bluff to delay more time. The Knight of Trial of the Dead said coldly, including the restrictions on our abilities, they have now been weakened to the point of disappearing, and we can continue to take action immediately. Long Haoyu was not surprised by the reaction of the Lich King and the Knights of Undead Trial. The Lich King and the Knights of Undead Trial were affected, but he was not affected at all. In his field of vision, the projected giant claw was a typical example of being strong on the outside but capable on the inside. It was still far from being able to hurt monarch-level existences in the world of the undead such as the Lich King and the Trial Knights of the Undead. But regardless of the words of the Lich King and the Knight of Trial of the Dead, they could no longer make him feel nervous, and even his hanging heart dropped. Because, behind the Lich King and the Knight of Trial of the Dead, he saw something very familiar, something he had seen in the Holy Mountain of Nights. A golden vortex appeared behind the two, and the white beast was preparing for this bluffing move. Long Haoyu vaguely remembered that the little white beast created a golden whirlpool and sent him and Haochen into the sealed cave. There was no so-called retrieval of blood and essence. This time, not only did he use his own essence and blood to feed back, but he also staged a bluffing feint. There was a high probability that he was still not completely sure that he could forcibly transport the Lich King and the Undead Judgment Knight to other places. Perhaps it is because both are too powerful that they have such complicated operations, using feints to interfere with the judgment of the Lich King and the Trial Knight of the Dead, and then secretly preparing a golden vortex to ensure nothing goes wrong. However, the Lich King and the Undead Judgment Knight had already realized that the White Beast was bluffing, and they soon noticed the situation behind them. Although the bright aura exuding from the golden vortex would not harm them at this level, the smell was making their current bodies very uncomfortable. After a brief induction, the two of them understood what the White Beast was doing, but before they could react, the golden vortex began to expand, covering them all at lightning speed. Boom! The golden vortex turned into a ball of light and exploded instantly. The Lich King disappeared, as did the Undead Judgment Knight and the Bone Dragon. The powerful explosion shock wave hit the little white beast hard. Seeing this, Long Haochen hurriedly stepped forward and hugged the little white beast that was rushed back by the aftermath of the explosion. Jijigugu. The little white beast's aura was extremely depressed. This time, it was useful, but before, the little white beast relied on the nourishment of the six-path spiritual furnace to recover, and the little white beast had always been very covetous of the six-path spiritual furnace, which he had been watching for more than half a year. Nourished by the six-path spiritual furnace, the little white beast's sluggish appearance was alleviated, but it was still weak. Seeing the little white beast's appearance, Long Haochen relaxed a little. The six-path spiritual furnace could indeed help the little white beast as he had guessed. Based on what happened in the past 6 months, he is now completely certain of another thing. After entering the Holy Mountain of Nights, the little white beast came to the door immediately. The reason for this was 100% because of the existence of the six-path spiritual furnace. He still remembered that the six-path spiritual furnace also produced a strange throbbing at that time. If not, with the ability he showed in the Holy Mountain of Nights at that time, and the ability that he can now restrain the Lich King and the Knights of the Undead Judgment for a moment, he also has the attribute of being a troll. The little white beast would never choose to be his Warcraft partner. But fate is so mysterious, the six-path spiritual furnace was fused by him, and the little white beast eventually became his partner of Warcraft. Recover well first. I won't take back the six-path spiritual furnace yet. We will leave this world after Haochen and Haoyu have completed their evolution. I hope Haoyu can evolve successfully before the Lich King and the Knights of Undead Judgment come back. Long Haoyu said softly, put the little white beast on his shoulders, and looked towards the cave where Long Haochen and Haoyu were. The top of the mountain was melted a lot by the Lich King's purple bubbles, but fortunately it did not develop to the worst point, and the cave was still safe and sound. Such a result, Long Haoyu knew, was for the best. After all, the Lich King and the Trial Knights of the Dead represented the absolute strength and authority of this world. Roar. At this time, as if responding to Long Haoyu's expectations at this time, Haoyu's roar sounded from the cave. The breath of successful evolution overflowed from the cave. It seems that the evolution has been successful, and we should go back. Long Haoyu said with relief. Since the evolution has been successful, Haochen doesn't need to worry anymore. Haoyu will bring him back safe and sound. The little white beast reluctantly stood up again on Long Haoyu's shoulders, just like when he first brought Long Haoyu to this world. The milky white light slowly enveloped them both, and the bridge to the Holy Demon Continent was successfully connected in an instant. Long Haoyu wanted to relax his tense nerves, but the little white beast seemed to have no intention of letting him let go just like that. Just as his figure and the figure of the little white beast disappeared from this place, a surprised voice sounded, "Little guy, did you just say that you were going to evolve too?" No one answered Long Haoyu's questions at this time. He was surprised to feel the news from the little white beast. From what he learned about the little white beast through Haoyu, the little white beast and Haoyu both came from this world of the undead, and evolution should be completed in this world, but the little white beast seemed to have no intention of evolving here. With these doubts in mind, Long Haoyu allowed the little white beast to teleport him from this world back to the Holy Demon Continent. Chapter 162. After a moment, the figures of Long Haoyu and the little white beast completely disappeared from this world, as if they had never been here. Including the purple gold scorching sun hanging on the dome, which sheds pieces of light, allowing this world of darkness and fire to see some light again, also disappeared. The darkness of silence spreads across the world again, as if it will remain in this abyss forever. Soon, the figures of Long Haochen and Haoyu rushed out of the cave. Long Haochen looked at the situation outside very worriedly. He could not see the figures of Long Haoyu and the little white beast. He immediately tightened the lightsaber and shield in his hands. Brother, they left, let's go back too. Haoyu's voice sounded in Long Haochen's heart through telepathy, and the purple gold contract rune lit up between its and Long Haochen's eyebrows. Following Long Haoyu and the little white beast, Haoyu also used its ability to take Long Haochen away from this world. And just after it and Long Haochen disappeared from this world, the Lich King and the Undead Knight returned here. Because he was disturbed by the faint move, he was unable to break free from the golden vortex carefully prepared by the white beast, and was eventually forced to teleport far away. Even with their unparalleled strength, they used all their strength to rush forward, and even consumed some of their essence to be able to return in such a short time. But in front of them, apart from the mess on the ground, they could no longer see Long Haoyu and Long Haochen. The aura of the little white beast and the bright moon also disappeared from here. They have run away. This time we failed again. The Lich King's sharp voice sounded, with a lot of unwillingness in it. The Knight of the Undead Judgment looked at the situation here indifferently, and his thick voice became a little hoarse. Well, it failed. The light attribute monster is not simple. The Lich King did not deny it, and did not ridicule the Knight of the Undead Trial on this matter. Being able to forcefully teleport him and the Knight of the Undead Trial at the same time was completely worthy of the, not simple, evaluation of him by the Knight of the Undead Trial. It is indeed not simple. Without its existence, Austin would not be able to escape this time, and we would usher in another 1,000 years of peace. The Lich King replied, "It's just that regarding the Warcraft, it's not surprising that I was restricted by it. My strength is still far behind yours. How could you be restricted so easily? Also, what we felt just now is real." The Trial Knight of the Dead pondered for a moment. It is real. That kind of power transcends planes, so I am not strong enough to resist it. The scarlet fire in the eyes of the Lich King stopped beating for an instant, and a horrifying voice sounded, "Is that Austin's alternative method? How could there be other creatures in this world besides Austin who have the power to transcend planes?" "I don't know," the Death Trial Knight replied coldly. The Lich King was very reluctant and said, "What are the other people doing? Did they think that this time Austin Griffin will be destroyed by us as easily as he was in the previous 6 reincarnations? Now, it has grown a third head and is becoming more and more difficult to deal with. We must convene a meeting of the Undead Monarchs to unite and come up with some solutions." The Knight of the Undead Judgment did not object. After responding, he gently tapped the bone dragon with his heavy sword. Rich black mist spewed out from the bone dragon and disappeared with him. The Lich King was still unwilling to give in. The purple bubble that had been broken before reappeared, completely melting the mountains where Haoyu evolved. It seemed that this was enough to vent his anger. In the hotel, Long Haoyu's figure appeared from the void. As soon as he appeared, his body staggered, and a lot of his energy was consumed. He was now at the end of his strength. Yi Hua was waiting in the corridor and woke up suddenly when he felt Long Haoyu coming back. "Haoyu, are you back?" Yi Hua's tone was urgent. Seeing Long Haoyu's pale face, he quickly supported Long Haoyu. The next second, he saw the wound on Long Haoyu's palm, and his pupil shrank suddenly. "Did you hurt the source?" Yi Hua's voice rose several times. Long Haoyu smiled slightly and said, "Teacher, don't worry too much. Some of the roots have been injured, but the problem is not big. And otherwise I can't ensure the safety of Haochen and Haoyu. Now I have to come back before Haochen and Haoyu. They should be back soon. Teacher, if you see them, tell me. The little guy is probably about to evolve too. I need to take him back to his room to see the details first." As Long Haoyu spoke, he walked towards his room. Although he was physically exhausted now, he was after all a person who had died countless times in the shadow space. As long as you still have breath, you won't be unable to walk. Yi Hua didn't let Long Haoyu go back alone like this, so he took the initiative to send Long Haoyu back by holding Long Haoyu's shoulders. "When Haochen and the others come back, I will tell them to settle the matter with your Warcraft partners first. However, you said before that your magical beast and Haochen's Haoyu come from the same world. Why wasn't its evolution completed in that world at the same time?" Yi Hua sent Long Haoyu to the door of the room and asked with some confusion. Long Haoyu shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. The little guy doesn't show any signs of evolving in that world, so I plan to take it back to the house and observe it for a while. Well, then you observe first. If you need anything, remember to inform the teacher immediately. Yi Hua warned. Long Haoyu hummed and returned to the room with the little white beast. The moment Long Haoyu closed the door, Yi Hua's eyes were immediately attracted by the gorgeous purple light. In the purple light, Long Haochen and Haoyu appeared in the corridor. After completing this evolution, Haoyu, who had only 2 small heads before, now has 3 heads. After being teleported back, the master and the servant didn't feel too weak, and both looked straight at Long Haoyu's room. Although it was teleported back a while later, the conversation between Long Haoyu and Yi Hua just now fell into their ears. Long Haochen had a complicated look on his face. He squatted next to Haoyu and gently stroked Haoyu's 3 heads. Haoyu, it was my brother who risked his life to save us this time. You must remember your kindness in the future. Although my brother's monster likes to bully you, this time it really tried its best to help you. Don't hold grudges in the future, understand? Haoyu's 3 heads nodded at the same time in Long Haochen's eyes, and they knelt on Long Haochen's body affectionately, silently making a decision. At this time, Long Haoyu didn't know what his little brother had told Haoyu. After returning to the room with the little white beast, his serious eyes fell on the little guy. Chapter 163, 44.3%. The teleportation back from the world of the dead seemed to have exhausted the last bit of strength of the little white beast. After being placed on the bed by Long Haoyu, the 6-path spiritual furnace held in the little white beast's arms slid to the side along its round belly. An unprecedented weakness appeared on the little guy, with his pink eyes drooping, much like a human being when he is seriously ill and dying. The 6-path spiritual furnace is very helpful to the little guy. Although the little guy is very weak, he still wants to hold the 6-path spiritual furnace in his arms again, but he does not have enough ability to do it. Long Haoyu gently moved the 6-path spiritual furnace and let the 6-path spiritual furnace roll back to the little white beast. Little guy, you don't have to go back to your world to evolve. The little white beast shook its little head weakly, and its little paws just pointed at the 6-path spiritual furnace. There was a longing for the 6-path spiritual furnace in its little eyes. But at this time, the 6-path spiritual furnace did not seem to be able to satisfy the appetite of the little white beast. It only relied on the 6-path spiritual furnace to hang on to its last strength, so that it did not fall asleep directly. The aura escaping from the current 6-path spiritual furnace is not enough for you to recover. Do you want me to activate the 6-path spiritual furnace to the maximum extent? Long Haoyu observed the 6-path spiritual furnace for a while and boldly made a guess between the 6-path spiritual furnace and the little white beast. When the little white beast heard what Long Haoyu said, a gleam of exquisiteness was clearly revealed in its pink eyes. After receiving the response from the little white beast, Long Haoyu did not continue to stay in the hotel, did not take back the 6-path spiritual furnace, and did not let the little white beast sit on his shoulders, but directly stuffed it into his clothes. The little white beast doesn't need to worry here, but he can't let the little guy hold the 6-path spiritual furnace in his hands in a big way now, nor can he take the 6-path spiritual furnace back into his body. The little guy can just hang on to the 6-path spiritual furnace. If he was stuffed under his clothes on a normal day, the little guy would definitely scream and curse again. This time, he was really weak to the extreme. He just arched his head uncomfortably, but he still stayed in Long Hao's arms. In Yu's arms. After completing all the preparations, Long Haoyu rushed towards the alliance ruling government. Han Qian was still doing his daily work at the moment, which was not as relaxed as ordinary people imagined. When he reaches his position, the word, relaxation, cannot be associated with him. Everything he does has a major relationship with the Knights Temple and the Human Alliance. Long Haochen had offered special privileges to Long Haoyu, but Long Haoyu was not stopped and went straight to Han Qian. Haoyu, why are you here? Han Qian was very surprised by Long Haoyu's arrival and asked in surprise. Long Haoyu took a deep breath and said, Master, I want to enter the Keeling Valley again. The alliance leader said at the beginning that I could go to the Keeling Valley at any time, but I couldn't find the alliance leader, so I had to come to see you. Are you going to test the 6-path spiritual furnace? Han Qian reacted immediately. Long Haoyu shook his head and said, No, it's my Warcraft partner who is about to evolve, and for its evolution I need to activate the 6-path spiritual furnace to help him. After much deliberation, it is most appropriate to go to Keeling Valley to complete this matter. As Long Haoyu said this, he grabbed the little white beast and the six-path spiritual furnace out of his clothes. Han Qian saw the little white beast and the six-path spiritual furnace at a glance. With the existence of the old man, he could see the connection between the little white beast and the six-path spiritual furnace at a glance. The gray air flow allowed the little white beast to barely regain its energy. Looking at the current situation, it seems that only Keeling Valley is the most suitable. Then I will take you to Keeling Valley. Han Qian agreed decisively. However, to what extent you plan to activate the six-path spiritual furnace, you must tell me first so that Master can be mentally prepared. Use all your strength, Long Haoyu said without hesitation. I don't know what conditions are needed for the little guy's evolution at the moment. I can only do my best to help based on speculation. Han Qian was shocked in his heart and realized Long Haoyu's determination. He immediately led Long Haoyu towards Keeling Valley regardless of what he was dealing with. Han Qian's authority was not as high as that of Long Haochen, and he still successfully entered the secret realm after passing through the place guarded by Sheng Yu. After bringing Long Haoyu into Keeling Valley, Han Qian signaled that Long Haoyu could start his own business. Long Haoyu bowed and thanked him, and placed the little guy on a small earth bag sternly. The six spiritual furnaces slowly broke free from the little white beast's arms and floated above the little guy's head. It seems that my guess and that of the Alliance leader are not wrong. This strange little white beast may really be a mythical beast that does not belong to our plane. The level of the six-path spiritual furnace is beyond the level of the reincarnation spiritual furnace, yet this little guy needs Haoyu to fully activate the six-path spiritual furnace to assist. It is really unheard of. I wonder if this strange little white beast can give us a real surprise. If there is such a surprise, then the future will be much safer. Han Qian was thinking in his heart. He didn't know that Long Haoyu and the little white beast had been to the world of the dead. If he had known about the deeds of the little white beast that could restrict the existence of the 9th level in that undead world, and even make the most powerful person in the undead trial knight's face feel a little defeated. At this time, he would no longer continue to speculate like this, but should confirm everything completely and prepare more resources for the little white beast. Realizing that his thoughts were a little divergent, Han Qian quickly controlled his thoughts and focused his attention on Long Haoyu and the little white beast again. Seeing the gray airflow hanging down from the six-path spiritual furnace sink towards the little white beast also took it all in, sucking all the gray airflow into his mouth like a drug addict, and the expression on his eyebrows slowly became serious. Long Haoyu has become accustomed to the white beast inhaling the violent winds of the six-path spiritual furnace, and now it is just a small matter to swallow some gray airflow. Understanding the little white beast's need for the six-path spiritual furnace, he did not hesitate any longer, and the golden spiritual power hit the six-path spiritual furnace. The six-path spiritual furnace trembled slightly, and the gray air flow it spewed out began to become much thicker, slowly covering all the white beasts. Long Haoyu looked carefully and narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw that the little white beast enveloped in the gray airflow still looked weak. It seems that the current stimulation is not enough. The demand for the little guys is huge, so there is no need for me to continue to improve gradually in such a small way. Right now, it's better to simply activate the six spiritual furnaces with all your strength. This is what the little guy needs. Long Haoyu secretly thought, no longer making gradual improvements, and began to activate the six-path spiritual furnace to the maximum. The changes then appeared on the six-path spiritual furnace. Chapter 164. Clang, clang, clang. Pillars of light are projected from the six-path spiritual furnace. Along with the appearance of the light pillar, there was the buzzing sound of the six spiritual furnaces. Dark white, dark yellow, dark green, dark blue, dark red, and smoke-colored light pillars correspond to 6 of the 6 spiritual furnaces. Among them, the dark yellow and dark green ones are the most conspicuous, the smoke-colored ones are much inferior, and the remaining dark white, dark blue and dark red ones only have sporadic light spots. Long Haoyu immersed himself wholeheartedly in the six-path spiritual furnace, trying his best to activate the six-path spiritual furnace, paying attention to the changes in the six-path spiritual furnace, and he probably understood something in his heart. I have already broken through the human realm and the Asura realm, so the corresponding light beams are much brighter. I'm in the middle of the hell path and haven't completely mastered it yet, so the smoke color appears to be much weaker, and the remaining 3 paths haven't started to come into contact yet, so it doesn't have much effect. By urging the 6-path spiritual furnace to help the little guy evolve this time, I seem to have mastered part of the 6-path spiritual furnace. The 3 paths that I have not controlled cannot yet be used by me. Even if I just want to activate the spirituality in it now, this is still the case. Therefore, only by truly controlling the 6 paths can I truly exert the power of the 6-path spiritual furnace. The moves corresponding to the 6 paths may only be the strongest move corresponding to a single path, but after mastering it completely, it may be a different kind of performance. With such speculation, Long Haochen was even more concerned about activating the 6-path spiritual furnace. Such a good opportunity could not be missed. As Long Haochen continued to activate the 6-path spiritual furnace, the little white beast's energy began to rise rapidly, making it much more comfortable and natural than what it had just shown. What is this guy Long Haochen doing? At this time, a figure appeared next to Han Qian, and Sheng Yu, who had let Han Qian and Long Haochen enter the secret realm, came here. After what happened before, Sheng Yu knew very well that Long Haochu's coming here must be related to the 6-path spiritual furnace. And the 6-path spiritual furnace is closely related to the reincarnation spiritual furnace in their assassin temple, so he cannot be careless about this kind of thing. Han Qian did not answer immediately. At this time, his attention was entirely on Long Haochen and the little white beast. Although he was awakened, he did not think of how to answer. Sheng Yu frowned slightly, looked at the situation in front of him, and said thoughtfully, "Is this guy Long Haochen helping his monster to evolve? By stimulating the 6-path spiritual furnace to evolve. Isn't this monster also ordinary?" No. Han Qian's answer was very straightforward. Sheng Yu glared at Han Qian and said, "Don't look at me carelessly, you guy. I'm not so blind that I can't understand anything. As for the matter between this boy Long Haochen and my great-granddaughter, do you think I can do anything else?" Mentioning the matter between Long Haochen and Kair, Sheng Yu showed a hint of frustration on her face. He was able to face strong enemies on the battlefield without changing his expression. At this time, he really felt extremely depressed. It's like being born to owe something to the Knight's Temple. Whenever you have anything to do with the Knight's Temple, you will always be the one who suffers. The reincarnation spiritual furnace overwhelms the 6 spiritual furnaces of the Knight's Temple. The Saint of Reincarnation finally appeared, but was abducted by Long Haochen from the Knight's Temple. How unreasonable. Han Qian felt Sheng Yu's depression and thought for a while before replying. Haochen is helping his fellow Warcraft companions to evolve. It's weird. Let the 6-path spiritual furnace help you complete the evolution. What level of Warcraft is this? Sheng Yu wondered. Among the types of Warcraft I know, there doesn't seem to be such a Warcraft. Han Qian took a deep breath and said, "As for Haochu's Warcraft partner, I and the Alliance leader have speculated, and we have a certain level of judgment." "What judgment?" Sheng Yu asked. Han Qian replied, "According to my guess and that of the Alliance leader, the child Haochu's Warcraft partner may be at the level of a mythical beast, but he is still in his infancy, so he has not been able to show the abilities he should have." "Are you sure?" Sheng Yu gasped. Han Qian nodded sternly. "It's the same thing. Otherwise, do you think that with the existence of the 6-path spiritual furnace, ordinary monsters can easily hold the 6-path spiritual furnace in their arms? You can also see what is going on right now. The evolution of this monster requires the help of this kid Haochen to activate the 6-path spiritual furnace." Sheng Yu remained silent. No special reminder is needed from Han Qian. What he saw before him had already given him his most powerful answer. He stared intently at Long Haochen, who was driving the 6-path spiritual furnace, and then at the little white beast bathed in the beam of light. After a long while, he couldn't help but clicked his tongue and said, "This little guy Long Haochen really surprises people again and again. If his Warcraft partner can really reach the level of a mythical beast, then things in the future may be really amazing. There's a good chance. Have you and Long Haochen ever thought that no matter what method is used, we must ensure that this boy Long Haochen grows to the top and let him shoulder the heavy responsibility of reversing the destiny of our humanity?" Han Qian did not continue to answer this question, and there was no need to answer this question. Sheng Yu understood Han Qian's thoughts, and with the longing in her heart, she looked seriously at Long Haochen, and at the same time looked at the little white beast that was bathing in the 6 rays of light. If it really is a mythical beast, then it is truly the hope of hope, and it might even light up the dawn of mankind. Just as Sheng Yu was harboring these thoughts, the little white beast changed. Bathed in 6 rays of light, it suddenly floated up. The entire Keeling Valley was enveloped by a very powerful force at the same time, and the suppressed aura made Sheng Yu and Han Qian's expressions change drastically. The two of them looked up at the dome at the same time, with horror in each other's eyes, unable to believe what was happening. Soon, a crack opened on the dome, and purple-gold vertical eyes suddenly appeared directly above the Keeling Valley. The aura that spreads throughout the entire Riding Spirit Valley is scattered from these purple-gold vertical eyes, and is so terrifying that it makes people feel suffocated. Purple-gold luster spreads down the vertical eyes. The little white beast is bathed in the purple-gold light. The white hair on its body is added with a touch of purple. It looks so noble and extraordinary, as if it does not belong to the world. General. Long Haochen held his breath and continued to activate the 6 spiritual furnaces. At the same time, he looked at the purple-gold vertical eyes in the sky and the reaction of the little white beast at this time, and he reacted instantly. The evolution of the little white beast has officially begun. Chapter 165. Suspended in midair, purple-gold lines appeared one after another on the white beast. The little guy with white hair is furry and cute no matter how you look at it. However, with the appearance of purple and gold lines, it gained real nobility. The lines converged along the hair of the little white beast toward its forehead, and purple-gold contract runes emerged from it. A vast, terrifying aura burst out from the little white beast, causing the entire Keeling Valley to be filled with such an aura. Long Haochen watched the little white beast's appearance intently, without stopping at all to activate the 6-path spiritual furnace. More gray-black airflow flows towards the little white beast. When it is about to approach the little white beast, a touch of purple is added to the gray-black airflow. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed throughout the Keeling Valley. The Keeling Valley, which had been peaceful for who knows how many years, was shaking as if a wild and ferocious beast was reviving. Along with such vibrations, shadows appeared around the little white beast, as if they were suddenly born from nothingness. Every shadow that appears converges towards the little white beast, and eventually disappears into the little white beast's body and never appears again. This little guy seems to be making quite a lot of progress in his evolution. Long Haochen kept doing what he was supposed to do. While activating the 6-path spiritual furnace, he couldn't help but speculate on the evolution of the little white beast at this time. He has many guesses about the identity of the little white beast. Although it has not been completely confirmed, the direction is already clear. At the moment, the reaction of the little white beast made his direction clearer and set a firm path. In his memory, the Holy Demon Continent was one of the many planes created by the God of Creation. The Divine Seal Throne of the 6 Divine Seal Thrones of Eternity in Creation is also because after creation split itself and turned into 100 gods to rule the major planes, it appeared in the Holy Demon Continent by chance and helped mankind end the long-lasting war. 6,000 years of darkness. So he had always guessed that this little guy of his was Xianxia. After all, he could directly greet Haochen, the god of Heaven's Keep, who had turned into the god of divine punishment. Without some bloodline suppression, it would definitely not be enough. As for the current situation, the issue of bloodline can be completely confirmed, but whether the white beast is the creation of the world needs to continue to be a question mark. Whether it is the original creation, one of the hundreds of gods transformed from creation, or an independent individual born after transforming into 100 gods, more specific exploration is needed to get the final result. In this regard, Long Haochen is not discouraged. The current discoveries are enough, and he has plenty of time to explore the next things. Of course, before this exploration, the best choice now is to help the little white beast complete its final evolution, otherwise he would have no direction to research. The operation of the 6-path spiritual furnace reached the limit that Long Haochen could control. The luster corresponding to the 6 paths became intense one after another, including the 3 paths he had not mastered, all emitting corresponding light at this moment. Perhaps it was because 3 of the 6 paths were not controlled by him, so after activating the 6-path spiritual furnace with all his strength, his consciousness was integrated into the 6-path spiritual furnace, and he no longer had any sense of things around him. As Long Haochen immersed his consciousness into the 6-path spiritual furnace, the aura emitted by the 6-path spiritual furnace helped the little white-handed beast to the greatest extent. Roar. In the void, there seemed to be a buzzing roar. No shadow, no trace, ethereal and mysterious. There seems to be something wrong with the situation. Shang Yu noticed something strange and kept observing the evolution. The moment Long Haoyu's consciousness sank into the six-path spiritual furnace, he felt a strong sense of crisis. It felt like being targeted by a powerful being on the battlefield, as if his life could be taken away at any time and at any time. Han Qian's brows were serious. He felt the same as Shang Yu, and his breathing seemed a little heavy. This kid Haoyu should have pushed the six-path spiritual furnace to the limit that he can control, but this limit should be beyond what his current body can bear. Han Qian said in a deep voice. His eyes seemed a little dim at this time, and his consciousness seemed to be immersed in the six-path spiritual furnace. This feeling is like what your great-granddaughter encountered before. We know too little information about the six-path spiritual furnace, and we don't know whether this situation is a good thing or a bad thing for the child Haoyu. Shang Yu did not give a firm answer to this question. Han Qian was right, they knew too little information about the six-path spiritual furnace. The more unclear something is, the less likely he is to give a firm answer hastily, otherwise he will regret it if something goes wrong. Be careful. Shang Yu took a deep breath. If an irreversible situation occurs, even if the evolution of the monster is forcibly interrupted, the little guy Long Haoyu cannot be lost in the spiritual furnace. Han Qian snorted, and the spiritual energy around him began to mobilize. Golden spiritual power slowly enveloped his body, ready to interrupt at any time. The same is true for Shang Yu, with a gray aura surging around his body, and spiritual consciousness covering his whole body, ready to take action anytime and anywhere. However, just when the two of them were fully prepared, two old hands rested on their shoulders. Don't interfere in the matter of Haoyu's child for the time being, just watch it with peace of mind. An old and powerful voice sounded, and the vast spiritual power of the sea silently suppressed the alertness of Shang Yu and Han Qian. The two of them looked around, unable to believe that someone could approach them without them noticing. When they saw who it was, their pupils shrank at the same time. The person who came was an old man who did not appear very often in the Temple Alliance. Next to him stood Long Haochen, the leader of the alliance. The old man's face is older than Long Haochen, but there are many similarities in his face. Long Haochen, I didn't expect you to invite all the seniors out. Shang Yu took a deep breath and said in disbelief, your Night Temple is really generous this time. Long Haochen smiled slightly and said, when it is time to be decisive, our Knight's Temple will never be ambiguous. You should understand the style of our Knight's Temple. Shang Yu hummed and looked at the old figure who put his palm on his shoulder again, with respect from the bottom of his heart. Not for anything else, just because the one in front of him is the real Donghua Shenzhen of the Knight's Temple. Likewise, they are now in the Human Alliance. Well deserved, the strongest one. Chapter 166. Senior, you said there is no need to interfere. Do you have any opinions on the current evolution of this monster? Shang Yu saluted Long Haoyu and asked very respectfully. Han Qian had previously said that he and Long Haochen had speculated that the magical beast Long Haoyu might be at the level of a mythical beast. Shang Yu was not qualified to express his opinion on what the divine beast was like. But Long Haoyu is fully qualified, because his star beast is at the level of a mythical beast. In his observation, it was a very dangerous act for Long Haoyu to immerse his consciousness in the spiritual furnace at this time to ensure that the little white beast evolved successfully. But since Long Haoyu said there was no need to take action, in his opinion, he must have some high opinions. Long Haoyu waved his hand and said, there is no need to be so polite to me. You also met me back then. You know that I had already relieved myself of my heavy responsibilities before retreating. I was just an ordinary elder who didn't care about anything. But now you are the current master of the Assassin's Temple. As for your high opinion, I'm just thinking about you. Such a voice must be a mythical beast. Although I don't know how the mythical beast has evolved, the evolution of the mythical beast must have a strong ability to protect itself. If you rush to help, you may end up doing bad things with good intentions, and you may even fall into trouble yourself, so you just need to be patient and watch. Shang Yu understood the good intentions in Long Haoyu's words, but she still couldn't help but feel a little dumb. She always felt that Long Haoyu's answer was very lethal. Chief Elder of the Knight's Temple, Chief Demon Hunter of the Temple Alliance. You always call this ordinary. Silently cursing in her heart, Shang Yu gave up on being prepared to take action at any time, dissipated all her spiritual power, and patiently continued to look at Long Haoyu, who was helping the little white beast evolve. Long Haoyu didn't say much. He put his hands behind his back, and his old but still exquisite eyes rested on the little white beast. Ben was still a little doubtful about his brother Long Haochen's words to ask him to come out of seclusion. Now that he saw the situation of the little white beast, he put all doubts away. The purple gold patterns densely covered on the body of the little white beast have become the only thing in his eyes at this time. Long Haoyu didn't know this. He had also sunk into the six-path spiritual furnace. In the inner world of the six-path spiritual furnace, the only ones he had and could see were small white beasts. Seeing the purple gold lines on the little white beast's body exuding majesty for a long time, and finally melting into the purple gold contract on its forehead, the heart that had been hanging on it slowly fell. It seems that the little guy's evolution is coming to an end. Currently, it seems that the little guy hasn't changed much in shape. I don't know what's so special about this evolution. Long Haoyu thought thoughtfully and continued to maintain the six-path spiritual furnace for a while. After confirming that there was nothing strange about the little white beast, his consciousness was slowly separated from the six-path spiritual furnace. The little white beast that was suspended in midair seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force at this moment, and fell into his hand along with the six-path spiritual furnace. Although the little white beast had fallen into a deep sleep at this time, Long Haoyu felt abundant energy from the little white beast, and the previous lethargy had completely disappeared. Even the originally white hair can still see a hint of purple at the tip. It is the same as the situation in the inner world of the six-path spiritual furnace. It has truly completed its evolution, and its essence, energy and spirit have also been effectively restored. Then you can rest assured about the little guy. As for the achievements of evolution, I can only wait for the little guy to wake up and have a good communication with it. I just don't know if this little guy will be able to truly communicate with me after evolving this time. Complete spiritual communication. Long Haoyu was thinking about these things in his heart. He was deeply curious about the evolution of the little white beast and wanted to explore it clearly. Especially the phantoms that appeared in the process of evolution were vaguely consistent with some of the secrets of creation that he knew, which made him not want to give up on this matter. As long as conditions permit, he doesn't mind confirming these creation secrets one by one. Haoyu, has the evolution of your Warcraft partner been completed? What are the achievements of this evolution? Long Haochen's voice suddenly sounded. Seeing Long Haoyu stand up from where he was, he immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. It seemed that he had not made any move just now, but his heart was always affected by Long Haoyu's incident. Long Haoyu woke up with a start and saw Long Haochen suddenly appeared. He was slightly stunned and immediately replied, "Grandpa Yang, the little guy has evolved, but the specific results of the evolution may not be known until it wakes up. Because this little guy has a bad temper, we can't wake him up in advance to answer your question, Grandpa Yang, otherwise it may be very troublesome." Long Haochen nodded, not thinking that Long Haoyu's answer was perfunctory. Now Yi Hua was Han Qian's direct disciple. Through Han Qian, he also knew some of the information about the little white beast that Yi Hua told. According to the information Yi Hua told him, after he came out of the Holy Mountain of Knights, the little white beast just pointed at people and kept talking. Although Yi Hua didn't know what the little white beast said, he could guess that it was definitely a curse, and it was also very unpleasant. So knowing these things, he didn't want to touch the little white beast's brow. If he, the dignified leader of the Temple Alliance, had a Warcraft point his nose at him and scold him for such things, he would really be embarrassed to his grandma's house. "Child, can you let me see your Warcraft partner?" Before Long Haochen could continue to ask questions, Long Haoyu's voice suddenly sounded. He had been standing here all the time, but because of his control over his spiritual power, Long Haoyu didn't even notice it when he didn't take the initiative to speak out. When there was movement, Long Haoyu suddenly realized that there was an old man standing behind Long Haochen and next to Han Qian. Seeing the face of the other party that was very similar to Long Haochen, I immediately felt certain of the old man's identity. Especially the vast spiritual power of the other party, as well as the fact that he had not made a sound just now and was standing not far away from him, did not make him feel alert, as if he did not exist. And just standing there, even if he didn't do it deliberately, still made him feel as if he was in the starry sky. However, even if he knew the other party's identity, Long Haoyu pretended not to know what was going on and looked at Long Haoyu in confusion. Otherwise, it would be very abnormal to call out the other party's identity without even meeting him before. Yang Haoyu understood the confusion in Long Haoyu's eyes and spoke again. My name is Yang Haoyu, and I am a careless elder in the Knight's Temple. This time, I'm here because of your Warcraft partner. Chapter 167. Haoyu, this is my brother. Let my brother take a look at your Warcraft companions. You may find something unexpected. At this time, Long Haochen opened his mouth to explain. It had been more than 40 years since he had been in seclusion, almost 50 years. It was reasonable for him that Long Haoyu didn't know Yang Haoyu. After all, what he knew was that Long Haoyu's father, Long Xingyu, was practicing with the disciplinary knight's experience left behind by his elder brother. With Yang Haoyu's self-introduction and Yang Haochen's explanation beside him, Long Haoyu looked like he was suddenly enlightened. It turns out to be Grandpa Yang Haoyu. Long Haoyu, a knight of the Haoyu branch of the Knight's Temple, met Grandpa Yang Haoyu. Long Haoyu made a knightly salute to Yang Haoyu, but did not hand over the little white beast immediately. It's not that he doesn't want to show the little white beast to Yang Haoyu, it's just that the little white beast has a bad temper, which is a factor he must take into consideration. Grandpa Yang, it's not that I don't want to show you this little guy, but this little guy has always had a bad temper. And now it has just completed its evolution and entered a sweet dream. If it wakes up due to other movements, it will probably be completely disobedient. Long Haoyu explained with a wry smile. Yang Haochen understood something, understood what Long Haoyu meant, and told Yang Haoyu everything he knew. Starting from the events on the Holy Mountain of Knights and ending with the events in the Holy City these days, not a single thing was missed. Yang Haoyu listened to the story about the little white beast with great interest, without any trace of surprise on his face. In his opinion, the little white beast can already be judged to be a young beast at the level of a divine beast, and its bloodline advantage is enough to give it a sufficient temper. For example, his own starry sky beast could make some mischief during the divine seal throne assessment, which shows how unruly the beasts at this level are. If not, Yang Haoyu would no longer be called the Holy Knight of the Starry Sky, but should be called the Divine Seal Knight of someone. It doesn't matter, mythical beasts and their like are all proud. Haoyu, maybe you don't know yet, but my magical beast companion is a super 9th level mythical beast. Your Warcraft partner is very grumpy, and my Warcraft partner is also very grumpy. Maybe there will be a good rapport between the two. Yang Haoyu explained calmly and revealed some of his background about the Starry Sky Beast, just to study the little white beast. There are no Ultra 9 level creatures in the Holy Demon Continent. The existence of the Star Beast is already an accident. Now that there is a little white beast, they cannot afford not to pay attention to this kind of thing. Long Haoyu didn't know how to answer Yang Haoyu. Based on his understanding of the little white beast and his judgment of his bloodline, he has a bad temper and a bad temper, so there is no such thing as a so-called like-minded or not-like issue. There is a high probability that the Starry Sky Beast will be rubbed. Even if the little white beast is not the real creation, but just one of the hundreds of gods that were transformed after the creation split, or it is the young body left after the creation split, the Starry Sky Beast cannot touch it. But Yang Haoyu had already reached this point, and he had no reason to continue to refuse, so he handed the little white beast towards Yang Haoyu. Since you have said so, Grandpa Yang, I won't say anything more. I hope I can learn more about the little guy. Long Haoyu sighed secretly in his heart and watched Yang Haoyu take the little white beast. He felt relieved when he saw that the little guy was still sleeping. In other matters, the little white beast likes to take advantage of others, and will never take action unless absolutely necessary. This is a typical concept of showing off. But when it comes to scolding, the little white beast is really talented. He has seen all the fights he had with little Coal Ball before. Yang Haoyu took the little white beast, and looked up and down the little white beast with his old eyes, looking at the purple meaning on the hair of the little white beast, and the exquisite rays of light one after another. Yang Haochen and others also came close to Yang Haoyu, carefully observing the situation of the white beast, and all noticed the purple color on the white beast's hair. The very noble color made them all unable to help but marvel at the extraordinary appearance of the little white beast. These purple gold runes should be the contract runes between this little guy and Haoyu. They are very different from ordinary contract runes. To a certain extent, it seems to be more extraordinary than the contract I made with the Starry Sky Beast. He is really an interesting little guy. Yang Haoyu clicked his tongue in amazement, and his fingers gently passed over the contract runes between the white beast's eyebrows. The star-like power rarely encountered any obstacles on weekdays. But at this time, when he volleyed over the little guy's contract rune, there was particularly obvious resistance, as if he was being repelled by a powerful force. Such a discovery made Long Haoyu's thirst for knowledge reach its peak. Long Haochen and the others were speechless. They just wanted to be spectators now. The absolute home field must be Long Haoyu's. Although Long Haoyu didn't say it specifically, they all saw the way Long Haoyu encountered resistance when his fingers passed the contract rune between the little guy's eyebrows. In a pair of eyes, there was a superb light that was completely different from Long Haoyu's eyes at this time. It's just a simple attempt, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Next, I'd better ask my old buddy to come out and say hello to this little guy. Perhaps we can make more discoveries this way. Long Haoyu analyzed thoughtfully and made a new decision. Long Haochen's pupils shrank for a moment, and Han Qian and Sheng Yu also looked at Long Haoyu at the same time. Long Haoyu, Holy Knight of the Starry Sky, and his Warcraft companions are super 9th level creatures like the Starry Sky Divine Beast. They, the higher-ups of the Human Alliance, are very aware of this. But few people know what the Starry Sky Divine Beast looks like. What they can know is that the Starry Sky Divine Beast is powerful. In a certain sense, it transcends the category of Warcraft. It can also transform into any form to assist Long Haoyu in his cultivation, and absorb the power of the sun, moon and stars, force. At critical moments, it can also be turned into weapons and armor for Long Haoyu, playing a huge role in increasing spiritual power in battle. But now Long Haoyu's intention was to make the star beasts appear in forms other than weapons and armors, which aroused their strong interest. Creatures beyond the 9th level are impossible to see even if you want to see them on ordinary days. Long Haoyu was not surprised by the reactions of several people. He just called softly to his Warcraft partner. "Old man, it's time for you to go out for a ride. What do you think of this mysterious little beast? How about we come out and study together?" Chapter 168. Mysterious little beast. You ask me what I think. Didn't I tell you when you wanted to be recognized by those broken chairs that I wasn't interested in other things? In this world of yours, the only thing that really interests me is the divine seal throne of eternity and creation. As soon as Long Haoyu finished speaking, the aura around him began to change. It gives people the appearance of being as vast as the sea, and now it feels like they are in the boundless starry sky. The sky is filled with stars, scattering the power of stars. And in the deepest part of the boundless starry sky, there seemed to be a pair of eyes looking towards everyone present. Although it was not very clear, everyone who saw these eyes could feel a little bit of something wrong in them. If you really want to say what is wrong, it is like a kind of contempt in terms of blood and strength. Long Haoyu has long been accustomed to the behavior of his Warcraft companions, and added calmly, "Perhaps, besides the throne of the divine seal of eternity and creation, there can be other creatures that interest you." After persuading his Warcraft, Long Haoyu just continued to say to Long Haoyu, "Haoyu, have you seen my Warcraft partner? At their level, they have already crushed ordinary people like us in terms of strength and bloodline, so they should have their pride, so it is normal for them to have a temper." That's right, there is a possibility that your Warcraft partner and my Warcraft partner will have the same chemistry. Long Haoyu remained silent, quietly listening to Long Haoyu's explanations, and touched his nose slightly to hide his embarrassment. Others only know that Long Haoyu is very proud and only wants to be recognized by the divine seal throne of eternity and creation, so he gave up voluntarily when he was recognized by the other 5 divine seal thrones. In fact, this is not the case. The Starry Sky Beast can increase Long Haoyu's spiritual power by 200,000, which is much more powerful than the 5 artificial divine seal thrones. The Starry Sky Beast does not allow spiritual equipment that is not as powerful as its own, so Long Haoyu is unable to own the 5 man-made divine seal thrones, and ultimately has no chance to become a divine seal knight. This behavior was indeed quite bad, but he still knew very well that these behaviors were nothing compared to his little guy. At least, the Starry Sky Divine Beast despises the 5 man-made divine seal thrones, but still respects the divine seal throne of eternity and creation. But the little guy is not like that. Haoyu is the god of divine punishment. Before he was affected by madness, he was the legendary god of heavenly guard. He is a transcendent existence that uses the power of destruction to correct excessive development or evolutionary planes. Compared to the sealed throne of eternity and creation, the seat of the god of creation, its identity and lineage are much more respected. However, a being like Haoyu still suffered a lot from the little white beast, and even let the little guy ride as a mount most of the time. In terms of badness, the little white beast considers itself second, and absolutely no creature dares to say that it is first. Although Long Haoyu did not answer Yang Haoyu's words aroused great interest in the starry sky beast. The pair of eyes in the boundless starry sky seemed to be much closer, and the sound born in the void also had a somewhat surprising flavor. At our level, is it possible that the mysterious little beast you mentioned is as transcendent as me and is above the 9th level? Yes, we can determine that this mysterious little beast is at the level of a divine beast, but it is still in its infancy, so it is a little uncertain. You need to take a look at it. Yang Haoyu replied. Rumble. In the boundless starry sky, the power of the stars gathered even more rapidly. It was like big stars exploding, and a long dragon emerged from them. In the end, he transformed into the same gorilla he had seen when he accompanied Yang Haoyu to take the test for the divine seal of eternity and creation. With a height of more than 20 meters and a shoulder width of 10 meters, it looked like a huge monster at this time. There is a pair of huge fleshy wings growing behind him, which, in conjunction with the dark golden hair on his body, exude a strong power. Yang Haoyu looked at his Warcraft partner like this, and somewhat understood that his Warcraft partner was acting like a monster at this time. The level of divine beasts does not exist in the Holy Demon Continent. Even after he made a contract with the Starry Sky Beast, the other party said that even if he wandered in the endless starry sky in the past, he rarely encountered beings in the same realm. Now I heard that there are mythical beasts in their infancy, which are existences of the same level. Their current behavior is obviously to show their strength and to take the initiative in their hands. Everyone was under the shadow of the Starry Sky Beast. Looking at the behemoth in front of them, they all felt its power beyond the 9th level. The Starry Sky Beast's mind was only on the little white beast at this time, and it focused its attention on the little white beast as soon as it appeared. Just like Yang Haoyu and others, they were attracted by the slightly purple hair on the white beast at a glance, and also noticed the purple gold contract rune on the forehead of the white beast. Why do the patterns of the contract runes on this little guy feel so familiar? But why can't I remember where I've seen them before? Yes, this little guy is indeed more interesting than those broken chairs, but as it is now, I can't communicate with this little guy, so I'd better wake it up. The Starry Sky Beast was very interested. He squatted down with his huge body and looked straight at the little white beast with his huge copper bell-like eyes. The thick and powerful arm was raised, and a finger many times larger than the little guy's body was thrust towards the little guy. Little guy, it's time to wake up. I'm very interested in you, let's communicate. The Starry Sky Beast's dull voice sounded, but in the end he didn't poke his fingers directly on the little guy, for fear of accidentally making the little guy burp here. Although there was no direct contact with the little white beast, the pressure on it made the little guy turn over in Yang Haoyu's hands in great discomfort. Perhaps feeling something unnatural, the little white beast woke up sleepily, rubbing his eyes with his two little paws, his little mouth curled up with obvious displeasure, and he was getting angry because his sweet dream was disturbed. Long Haoyu witnessed all this, from the appearance of the star beast to the idea of waking up the little white beast. Everything happened so fast that he didn't even have time to stop it. At this moment, he saw the sleepy little white beast with an obviously unhappy look, and inadvertently glanced at the Starry Sky Beast. He didn't want this to happen, but before he could stop you had to wake the little guy up. Then what happens next? Long Haoyu could only mourn for the Starry Sky Beast from the bottom of his heart, and he could completely guess what the little white beast would do next. Starry Sky Mythical Beast, Capital Danger. Chapter 169. Dwang. Long Haoyu had just finished his idea. Yang Haoyu and others were also waiting to see what kind of communication there would be between the Starry Sky Beast and the little white beast. Not long after Long Haoyu handed it to Yang Haoyu, the little white beast jumped up from Yang Haoyu's hand. A small ball, but its jumping ability is very outstanding. Landing steadily on the huge shoulder of the Starry Sky Beast, he clenched his small paws into fists and smashed into the eyes of the Starry Sky Beast. The Starry Sky Beast closed its eyes just in time, and the little guy's fist landed on the Starry Sky Beast's eyelids. It was too small, and it didn't use any other special abilities, so it didn't have any impact on the Starry Sky Beasts. Only a few very weird sounds came out. Everyone was here in silence, looking at the furious look of the little white beast standing on the shoulders of the Star Beast in silence. Such a big piece, Such a small lump, the atmosphere between the starry sky beast and the little white beast can be as weird as possible. Long Haoyu's eyelids twitched a little, as if he understood what Long Haoyu just said about the little white beast's bad temper. This bad mood was much worse than that of his star beast. The starry sky beast reacted, Tong Ling's big eyes reopened, and a sullen look appeared on his face. Who doesn't have any temper when they are mythical beasts? It looked down upon a few artificial divine seal thrones, and in the end Long Haoyu lost hope of becoming a divine seal knight. Now that I have finally come out, it would be too disrespectful to have the little white beast punch me on my eyelids before I could do anything. Little guy, you, the starry sky beast roared angrily, grabbed the little white beast in his palm, and glared at the little white beast with eyes full of anger. Long Haoyu secretly said something bad, and tried to stop the starry sky beast from going crazy. Although they were sure that the little white beast was at the level of a mythical beast. But after all, he is still in his infancy, and if the starry sky beast is accidentally killed by the little white beast, then something really big will happen. Before Long Haoyu could stop the starry sky beast, the starry sky beast looked into the eyes of the little white beast like a mouse seeing a cat. The copper bell-sized eyes trembled for an instant. In the world that was the only one it could see, a purple-gold vertical eye was staring at it mercilessly. Puff! It was like the sound of a balloon deflating. The huge body of the starry sky beast changed wildly, and its original height of more than 20 meters began to change in the direction of the little beast. In the end, it became a little smaller than the little white beast, and stood tremblingly in front of the little white beast, with fear in its eyes. When the little white beast saw the starry sky beast in such a state, he rushed over and struggled with the starry sky beast. To be precise, it was not a scuffle, but a one-sided violence. No matter how the little white beast attacked, the starry sky beast did not dare to fight back, and only dared to stand next to it. Long Haoyu looked at his starry sky beast and the little white beast as if they were monsters. Through the equality contract, he felt the fearful heart of the starry sky beast at this time. What's going on? Long Haochen asked from the side. Long Haoyu took a deep breath. Bloodline suppression. The bloodline of Haoyu's warcraft partners may be more respected than the starry sky beasts. I can feel that it is precisely for this reason that the starry sky beast does not dare to maintain its previous form. It can only appear here smaller than Haoyu's beast companions. Bloodline suppression. The bloodline of the little white beast should be respected more than the star beast. Long Haochen's pupils shrank suddenly and he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The starry sky divine beast is already in existence beyond the 9th level. It can be said that it is the level of a divine beast. It can be respected more than the bloodline of the starry sky divine beast. So what level should it be? Haoyu, it seems that this communication may not be possible. With the bloodline suppressed, I am afraid that my warcraft partner will not be able to learn more from your warcraft partner. We can only talk about it when we have the opportunity in the future. Long Haoyu sighed quietly and stopped what he was doing in time. In the current situation, he didn't think that the little white beast with a more respected bloodline would let the starry sky divine beast spy on any secrets. Just like ordinary monsters, it is impossible to spy on the information you want to know from the star beasts. Long Haoyu nodded. Grandpa Yang, I'm very sorry. I can only wait for the next opportunity. The little white beast seemed to have vented its anger and was unilaterally violent for a while. Then it let go of the starry sky beast and ran back to Long Haoyu, chattering non-stop, as if urging him to hurry up. Get out of here. Long Haoyu understood what the little guy meant, and saluted Long Haoyu and others. Grandpa Yang, the master of Shengyu Palace, and the master, I will go back first. Long Haoyu hummed, and activated the golden spiritual power to cover Long Haoyu's body, sending Long Haoyu away towards the outside of Keeling Valley with his unparalleled strength. It wasn't until Long Haoyu's figure disappeared that Long Haoyu silently looked at his star beast. The starry sky beast probably felt too embarrassed, and without any words, it merged into Long Haoyu again, and the beast was lost to his grandma's house. Long Haoyu didn't stop him, but his expression looked very complicated at this time. Brother, why did you send this child Haoyu away like this? Long Haochen took a deep breath and asked. Long Haoyu smiled calmly. You want to ask me why I didn't mention giving him advice? Not bad, Long Haochen admitted. Don't you understand things yet? Long Haoyu replied. Haoyu's warcraft partner is very extraordinary, and you also said that he has always followed his own path. In this case, it is not suitable for me to give him guidance. Otherwise, my guidance to him will easily become a stumbling block to his true success and will become his upper limit. Long Haochen was silent, thinking about Long Haoyu's words, and his frown slightly relaxed, but there were still many things he wanted to say, but he did not explain them immediately. Long Haoyu saw Long Haochen's doubts. You still want to say why I didn't leave with you to protect the child Haoyu? So that he can grow up safely. Do you still remember that you mentioned this when you asked me to come out of seclusion? Why have I never agreed? It has the same meaning as the answer just now. Towering trees cannot grow in a greenhouse. Long Haochen nodded. He had this idea, but he also understood Long Haoyu's explanation. A truly strong person is someone who can stand alone. Excessive protection cannot create a truly strong heart. With a heavy sigh, Long Haochen's voice sounded a little sad. That's true. At this point, the future path can only be decided by Haoyu himself. This time his Warcraft partner has completed evolution. I don't know how much improvement this evolution can bring to the child Haoyu. Chapter 170. A moment later, Long Haoyu was sent away from Keeling Valley. Without staying any longer, he took the white beast straight back to the hotel room. Long Haoyu and Long Haochen are looking forward to how much improvement the white beast's evolution can bring him. He is also looking forward to this matter. He wants to see what tricks the little white beast can do with its evolution this time. Little guy, how much has your evolution improved this time? Long Haoyu put the little beast on the bed and looked at the little beast with interest. As far as the current situation of the white beast is concerned, except for a little bit of purple in the hair, there is nothing outstanding about it, at least visually. Haoyu had evolved to have an extra head, but the little white beast hadn't changed much, which puzzled him. When the little white beast saw Long Haoyu asking this question, he got up and vented his anger after just violating the starry sky beast. It was very energetic, standing on the bed with its hands on its hips, its small body erect, and chattering incessantly. The current look is like a proud man telling others how powerful he is. I don't understand what you are saying. What specific abilities can be improved? Long Haoyu was a little disappointed that the little white beast was still unable to speak, and continued to ask. The little white beast was immediately discouraged. The meaning it wanted to express could not be understood by Long Haoyu. It felt that the air it had just shown was boring. He tilted his head and walked around the bed twice, and his pink eyes suddenly lit up. He stood in the middle of the bed, with a gleaming light emerging from his body. Long Haoyu whispered, and the light emanating from the little white beast slowly came into contact with him. At the moment of contact, he felt as if all the cells in his body came alive, just like the recovery brought about by the little white beast lying on his head during the assessment. Not only that, in these shining lights, he even felt that his spiritual power had increased greatly, but it was not as huge as Wu Feng. Is it healing and improving abilities? Long Haoyu thought thoughtfully. The little white beast shook his head wildly, pointed at himself, then at Long Haoyu, and then pointed at a circle of light around Long Haoyu. Can group treatment be used? Long Haoyu guessed. Including the increase in spiritual power, can everyone within these light ranges enjoy it? The little white beast nodded quickly, then sat on the bed, showing a very clear silly smile, as if he was happy that Long Haoyu had guessed what he wanted to express. Long Haoyu was a little surprised. The white beast's answer surprised him. He really didn't expect that the white beast's current ability could actually perform group healing and increase group spiritual power. Such an improvement effect is definitely a powerful improvement on the battlefield, which can bring the combat effectiveness of the entire demon hunting group to a higher level. However, he did not intend to let the little white beast go just like that. He continued to stare at the little white beast and pretended to be dissatisfied. What about the attack power? The little white beast suddenly became stunned, showing that he was weak, shaking his head crazily, and then jumped off the bed and jumped to the edge of the table, holding the legs of the table with his small paws. He bared his teeth and looked like he wanted to pick up the table but couldn't. Long Haoyu saw the little white beast pretending to be weak, and suddenly wanted to hit the little guy with the big dick that the white little beast had greeted the starry sky beast. In the world of the undead, it can restrain the knights of the undead judgment, and can also compete head-on with the charged blow of the undead judgment knight. It is definitely unrealistic to say that it has no attack power. But the appearance of the little white beast right now. Long Haoyu was a little speechless. This little guy made it clear that he didn't want to reveal too much and wanted to continue his previous fishing state. Knowing the little guy's urinary properties very well, Long Haoyu simply did not continue to ask further on this issue. In terms of attack power, if the little guy doesn't talk about it now, there will be plenty of opportunities for the little guy to take the initiative to expose it. On the demon battlefield, when he led the demon hunting group to start a real fight, he couldn't allow the little guy to continue fishing. Putting these thoughts away, Long Haoyu took a deep breath, and his eyes on the little white beast suddenly became more serious. Seeing Long Haoyu's sudden seriousness, the little white beast's pink eyes suddenly showed a lot of doubts. "Little guy, do you know about the gods of our world?" Long Haoyu asked. He was curious about the creation of hundreds of gods and what he had just seen during his evolution. "The heaviest." The little white beast shook his head blankly, showing a very innocent look, as if he didn't know anything. "You don't know anything, keep thinking about this matter," Long Haoyu said unwillingly. The little white beast showed a very embarrassed expression. His little paws suddenly covered his chest, his little body staggered a few steps on the ground, and then fell directly in front of Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu thought the little guy had an accident, and was about to see if the little guy had any sequelae of evolution, when he suddenly saw the little guy lying on the ground with his pink eyes narrowed. This little guy, Long Haoyu was speechless about the little guy's performance at this time. He believed that the little guy probably didn't know, but there should be relevant information deep in his memory, but it would probably be very troublesome to think about it. The little guy was very straightforward and made it clear that he didn't intend to waste his brain on this kind of thing, adhering to the principle of fishing first. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to continue asking you." This time's group healing and group spiritual power increase are also very good abilities. Long Haoyu let the little guy go, grabbed the little guy on the bed again, and ended his questioning on these issues. The current evolutionary ability can be considered a relatively good harvest, which just makes up for his current shortcomings. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and Long Haochen's voice came from outside the door. "Brother, are you back?" "You're back, just come in," Long Haoyu replied. "New." After Long Haochen finished answering, he opened the door and walked into the room. As soon as Long Haochen walked in from the corridor, a black shadow rushed into the room from his feet, so fast that it was almost difficult to catch it with the naked eye. "Haochen, what do you want from me?" Long Haoyu asked. Long Haochen pointed at Haoyu. "It's Haoyu. Haoyu said she wants to come to you." Long Haoyu saw Haoyu, who already had 3 heads, follow him into the house. Thinking that Haoyu, who had no time to hide from the little beast before, actually came to the door, he suddenly became a little interested. Long Haochen didn't understand why Haoyu wanted to come to the door. After bringing Haoyu here, he and Long Haoyu looked at Haoyu. Haoyu seems to be a little abnormal after evolving. Chapter 171 Opportunity knocks on your doorstep, Blue Rain Hibiscus of Light. The little white beast jumped up from the bed. Seeing Haoyu coming, it didn't care about pretending to be dead and ran towards Haoyu happily. Eating, sleeping, and bullying Haoyu are the things this little guy likes to do most. In the past, Haoyu always liked to run, but he didn't want to stray too far from Long Haoyu, so he failed to bully him many times. Now Haoyu has taken the initiative to send it to the door, which is exactly what it wants. When Haoyu saw the little white beast running towards her, all 3 heads showed a look of fear, and she instinctively wanted to retreat back. But after hesitating for a moment, he still stabilized his body and allowed the little white beast to run towards him, and even crawled even lower. The little white beast climbed onto Haoyu's head very smoothly and sat between the 2 heads. It looked at the position between the 2nd and 3rd heads, its little eyes rolling. "Haoyu evolves, is there no problem?" Long Haoyu was a little surprised and said, "After the crisis was resolved, nothing else happened after I left." Long Haochen shook his head blankly. "Nothing seems to have happened. After Haoyu successfully evolved, he took me out of the cave. When he saw that my brother and you were all gone, he teleported me back." "That's weird." Long Haoyu looked at the little white beast and Haoyu with great interest. Haoyu is not afraid of the little guy today. I even said that there was a flaw in the evolution process. Long Haochen reacted. "Brother, this is the problem you are talking about. It may be because of the words I said to it after Haoyu and I came back." "What are you talking about?" Long Haoyu asked. Long Haochen repeated what he had said to Haoyu in the corridor. After hearing what his little brother said, Long Haoyu came to his senses when he saw that Haoyu was really scared of the little white beast, but still allowed the little white beast to bully it. It means that things feel very strange nowadays, and the reason for feelings lies in this place. That's interesting. The little guy and I risked our lives to ensure that it evolves successfully. Even without a blood contract, we also let Haoyu remember the good things between me and the little guy. Long Haoyu commented in surprise. After all, does it mean that I have created some unexpected things on my hands? What unexpected thing happened? Long Haochen asked. Long Haoyu came back to his senses, suppressed these thoughts in his heart, smiled slightly and said it was nothing. After roughly determining why Haoyu came to the door, he did not grab the little guy from Haoyu's neck. The current situation should be that Haoyu is showing his goodwill. Since Haoyu has this idea, he doesn't mind letting this kind of thing continue to develop. Although he also knows that the last god of Scourge hates creation, this does not prevent what is happening now from happening. If it can achieve some unexpected results, it will be good news for the future. Jumping away from this topic, Long Haoyu warned Long Haochen, by the way, Haochen, during the next finals, you will go and demonstrate your skills in the discipline night with Sister Exener, do you understand? I have seen all your performances before. I can see that you have put a lot of thought into the training of the disciplinary knights, but after all, it has only been a short time since you started, so you are not very proficient. Fighting proficiency can only be quickly improved through repeated battles, so don't let this matter go. When Long Haochen saw that his brother was talking about spiritual matters, he quickly nodded seriously and thought about all the things he had done in Haoyu's world. He hadn't had time to think about the previous battle, but now that he thought about it carefully, he still found that he had made many mistakes. Brother, I understand. I know I made a lot of mistakes at the time. Those mistakes didn't seem to have an impact on me at the time, but they might affect my future battles. I will work hard to improve this when I play against Sister Exener next. Long Haochen made a promise. His body is very straight, and his whole body is full of perseverance. Long Haoyu hummed. As long as you know this, I can only arrange this for you now. The finals will continue for a few days. After the finals are over, it will be the time when we form the demon hunting group, and we will actually go to the demon battlefield. I will teach you more combat skills in disciplinary knights through actual combat. The actual combat at that time will improve you more, but the premise is that you must make your memory as proficient as possible now. Demon battlefield. Long Haochen didn't answer immediately. He has been looking forward to setting foot on the demon battlefield for a long time. Hearing his brother say this, his eyes couldn't help but shine with exquisite light. The purpose of embarking on the road of knighthood is to go to the demon battlefield and contribute one's strength to the human alliance. Brother, should I take Haoyu back first? Long Haochen came to his senses. I'm going to see Sister Exener now to learn about the skills of disciplinary knights, and strive to improve more before going to the demon battlefield. Long Haoyu understood that Long Haochen brought Haoyu here just to express Haoyu's thoughts, and did not stop what Long Haochen was going to do next. Watching Long Haochen open the door and leave, when he was about to enter the shadow space to practice, Long Haochen suddenly stood at the door and there was no more movement. Soon, Long Haochen's voice sounded, Master, why are you here? Han Qian was standing outside Long Haoyu's room, looking at Long Haochen in surprise. Long Haoyu put down the idea of cultivation and followed him to the door. They had just said goodbye in Keeling Valley, and he really didn't understand why Han Qian was following him now. Master, do you have something to say? Long Haoyu asked after saluting. Han Qian nodded and said, Mr. Yang asked me to come here to tell you something. According to the rules of the Demon Hunting Group selection competition, you won the first place in the preliminary competition of our Night Temple, so I want to reward you with something, equipment. Originally, we were going to reward you together after the finals were completed, but Mr. Yang said that you have been to Keeling Valley many times, so I plan to give it to you in advance. Tomorrow morning, Mr. Yang will be waiting for you in Keeling Valley. Long Haoyu suddenly realized that he remembered such a thing. No wonder Han Qian came to visit her again not long after they parted ways. Relationships come by chance. However, he was a little embarrassed by the opportunity that came to him. He remembered that it was from this kind of reward that his little brother got a weapon that would last his whole life, and he got the lightsaber named Blue Rain Hibiscus of Light. They are also bloodline equipment with growth potential. Now that he has Wufeng, the status of the lightsaber, blue rain and light hibiscus, seems a little awkward. But soon, he made a decision in his mind. Chapter 172. The next day, the clouds are beginning to lift. The sun was just peeking out from the east. The soft sunlight falls on the earth, announcing the arrival of a new day. Long Haoyu got up early and led Long Haochen towards the temple treasure pavilion. Since there was no one to take him today, he and Long Haochen needed to enter the Keeling Valley in a fixed way. Following Long Haoyu, Long Haochen frowned. Brother, Master yesterday told you to come here to choose equipment. Why did you bring me with you? You are usually very smart, but why can't you react when things have something to do with me? Long Haoyu looked at Long Haochen with a smile. Don't ask in a hurry now, you will know when we get there. While talking, Long Haoyu and Long Haochen had arrived at the temple treasure pavilion. In front of a hexagonal building that was only a few hundred square meters at best and no more than a luxury residence, Xianxia was chatting with the fat 9th level knight that Long Haoyu had seen before. Two seniors and junior Long Haoyu, on the orders of Holy Knight Captain Han Qian, came here to receive the preliminary competition rewards. Long Haoyu and Long Haochen saluted the two of them. Public is public, private is private, and all procedures are still followed in place. Seeing Long Haoyu's current appearance, Xianxia raised her eyebrows slightly. Well, token. Long Haoyu took out the token given by Han Qian yesterday. Xianxia glanced at it and then said to the fat knight, "You guys from the Knight's Temple, go ahead and mess with me, old man, I'm too lazy to do anything." The fat knight smiled, gestured to Long Haoyu and Long Haochen, and led the two brothers into the temple treasure pavilion. Long Haoyu somewhat understood why Han Qian didn't take him directly to Keeling Valley today, but let him enter in this formal way. If nothing else, the arrangement arranged by Han Qian and Mr. Yang should allow him to know more about these things and avoid not knowing the procedures when he wants to go to important places in the future. After the fat knight brought the two brothers into the room, he waved his hand and took out a token and operated it on the wall, and then asked the two brothers to walk towards the wall. After entering the treasure pavilion of the temple through the wall, Long Haoyu relied on his previous experience and led Long Haochen straight to the Keeling Valley. In Keeling Valley, Long Haoyu, Long Haochen, and Han Qian are waiting here. When the three of them saw Long Haoyu bringing Long Haochen here, they were a little surprised but not that surprised. After saluting the three of them, Long Haoyu and Long Haochen stood quietly in front of them. Long Haoyu glanced at Long Haoyu, and then fell on Long Haochen. Is this another son of light in our knight's temple? The two descendants of that young boy Xingyu are both so outstanding. Very good. Long Haochen said, Haoyu, since you and Haochen are here, you should go and collect your rewards for this preliminary competition first. As for Haochen, let him stay here for now. We also have something to talk to him about. Explain. The rewards this time are extraordinary. You must put more thought into the process of trying. If you can get the recognition of that piece of equipment, it will also be of great help to improve your strength. Long Haoyu shook his head. Grandpa Yang, I don't want to receive the reward for the preliminary round. I want to give this reward to Haochen. Grandpa Yang, you know that if Haochen becomes my knight, he will lose the qualification to participate in the demon hunting group selection competition. With his ability, he can also get into the top 10 in the preliminary round, and I already have a weapon at my disposal, so I want to make some compensation for him. Long Haochen came to his senses. Only then did he realize why Long Haoyu asked him to come here with him early this morning. Everything about love is waiting here. Long Haochen took a deep breath. Brother, you deserve the reward. I chose to be your knight, brother, and I don't need any compensation. Silly boy, making amends is just a literal meaning. We two brothers don't need to say this at all. Long Haoyu smiled and said, didn't my brother just say that I already have Wufeng and don't need other weapons for the time being? But you are different. If you don't have good weapons and equipment, it will have a great impact on your future path. And didn't you also say that you would help me as much as possible? How can you show your full ability without suitable weapons? Quote. As he spoke, Long Haoyu pushed Long Haochen towards Long Haoyu and the others. Long Haoyu and the other three did not speak. According to the rules, if Long Haoyu does not want to receive the reward, it will be regarded as an automatic waiver. There is no transfer or non-transfer. But the fact that Long Haochen was also the son of light made them selectively turn a blind eye to this matter. Moreover, what Long Haoyu said was right. Long Haochen lost a lot of resources that he should have enjoyed by becoming a retinue knight. If they couldn't even take care of the children of light, they would really be ashamed of being the top brass of the Knights Temple. Haoyu, have you really decided to do this? Do you want to give up the reward? Long Haochen asked. Long Haoyu hummed. Grandpa Yang, please give this opportunity to Haochen. I also want to see how much Haochen can improve after putting on new equipment this time. Before Long Haochen could speak, Long Haoyu said, Haochen, let Haoyu do this. Haochen's equipment is indeed a bit poor. We can't let the equipment of the children of light in our night temple remain so shabby. Long Haochen nodded in agreement, and Long Haochen, under Long Haoyu's words, finally agreed and accepted the preliminary competition reward in his brother's place. After several people confirmed the matter, Long Haochen took charge of sending Long Haochen towards the location of Blue Rain and Light Lotus. After sending Long Haochen away, Long Haoyu's eyes changed color when he looked at Long Haoyu, and Long Haoyu sensed it immediately. Son, how about a fight with me? Long Haoyu said. Yesterday you assisted your Warcraft partner in evolving, but I didn't mention it. After a day of rest, you should have recovered a lot. I am very interested in your strength. I want to know your specific strength. Are you interested in fighting with me? Long Haoyu reacted and immediately nodded in agreement. I thought today was just about the preliminary round rewards, but I didn't expect what happened now. Long Haoyu's identity is the Holy Knight of the Starry Sky, the #1 disciplinary knight in the Alliance. Although he is far behind Long Haoyu now, Long Haoyu will definitely suppress his own strength and will not be the real power of the Holy Knight of the Starry Sky. But no matter what, being able to fight Long Haoyu at the same level once can still be said to be the dream of every disciplinary knight in the Knights Temple. And he is also one of the disciplinary knights of the Knights Temple. Chapter 173. Wu Feng kept arguing in Long Haoyu's hands. Feeling the fighting spirit coming from Long Haoyu, Wu Feng also aroused full fighting spirit. Without Long Haoyu's deliberate request, the 30% increase has completed all the armaments, raising Long Haoyu's strength to close to the 6th level. The very obvious increase in spiritual power naturally could not be hidden from the eyes of old knights like Long Haoyu, and many clues could be seen at a glance. No wonder Haoyu is willing to give up the reward for this preliminary round. This heavy sword in your hand should be a bloodline growth equipment, right? Long Haoyu chuckled and looked at Long Haochen and Han Qian with vigorous and powerful eyes. Long Haochen and Han Qian immediately understood what Long Haoyu meant, and they made enough space to leave the battlefield to Long Haoyu and Han Qian. Long Haochen didn't even know that his brother would actually propose the idea of fighting Long Haoyu at this time. But after thinking about it for a moment, he accepted it. Yesterday Long Haoyu mentioned that giant trees cannot grow in greenhouses. The current behavior is obviously that his brother wants to see how far Long Haoyu, a towering tree, has grown. The venue was vacated, and Long Haoyu looked at Long Haoyu again. Haoyu, you saw my Warcraft yesterday. My Warcraft can provide me with weapons and equipment, so no matter how I suppress my own strength, it is still bullying you. So in the next battle, you can use all your methods. You can treat me as the demon you want to kill. Do you understand? Long Haoyu took a deep breath, saluted Long Haoyu and said, Grandpa Yang, I understand, and I will use all my means. Long Haoyu nodded slightly. Golden spiritual power began to surge through his body, and a set of armor attached to his body. Then, Long Haoyu pulled the spiritual power spreading from the armor in front of him towards both sides. Chang! The sound of the heavy sword buzzing sounded. 2 golden epées appeared in Long Haoyu's hands. As soon as it appeared, the golden luster dyed Long Haoyu's cheeks golden. It was transformed from the Starry Sky Warcraft. It was an absolute artifact in terms of quality, surpassing Long Haoyu's current Wu Feng by many. Haoyu, feel free to take action. I will use my spiritual power to a level no higher than the 6th level. Long Haoyu continued to give instructions, and after completing the salute between the knights duel with Long Haoyu. Suddenly, the vitality in his eyes appeared again. Crosscut. Without waiting for Long Haoyu to make any move, Long Haoyu suddenly launched an attack, slashing out his heavy swords horizontally and vertically in front of him. The cross-shaped light quickly attacked Long Haoyu. It was not that Long Haoyu didn't react, but he didn't expect Long Haoyu to take action so quickly. But at the moment when he took action quickly, the fighting spirit rolling in his body was completely sublimated. He squatted slightly, and the liquid spiritual power adhered to his body. As Wu Feng increased his own spiritual power, the spiritual power of a 6th-level knight burst out in him in an instant. Roar! The golden dragon-shaped sword energy immediately attacked Long Haoyu's cross-slash. The dragon strike, the strongest skill of the 5th-level disciplinary knight, became his starting move at this moment. The reaction is really fast enough, without using low-level knight skills. It seems that you have seen through that even if I use low-level knight skills, the real power that I can exert is comparable to the 5th-level knight skills. Not bad, very quick response. Long Haoyu was naturally very relaxed. Seeing Long Haoyu's reaction at this time, he couldn't help but comment appreciatively. He was very satisfied with Long Haoyu's attack. However, reviews are reviews, Long Haoyu did not pause the movements of his hands. After the cross-slash was executed, the 2 heavy swords in his hands were immediately filled with a layer of light. Facing Long Haoyu, who broke through him and flew towards the sky with a cross-slash, he slashed out 2 light blades, which were the light swords in the 3rd-level disciplinary knight skill. Clang! Long Haoyu's body stagnated in midair for a moment. Wu Feng stood in front of him to block the 2 light blades that were coming towards him, and immediately pressed down towards his waist. Seeing Long Haoyu in such a state, Long Haoyu couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Do you want to complete the momentum accumulation in midair? Haoyu, you have made a big mistake. The key to accumulating momentum is to strike later. If you try to accumulate momentum in midair, you will undoubtedly expose your own vulnerabilities to the enemy. Long Haoyu continued to point out Long Haoyu's various moves at this time, but the next second a ball of light like a solar panel lit up in front of him, a rich golden red light, with the power of light and flames rising from the bottom up. Take Long Haoyu and kill him. Long Haoyu understood the real intention of Long Haoyu's sudden proposal to fight. He said he wanted to see how good he was. In fact, he was treating this competition as a coaching round and wanted to help him in this way. Pick out the flaws in you. Looking at the Yaori Zan that was pointing at Long Haoyu while slashing at him, a smile appeared on his face. Mr. Yang, I understand that you always want to give me instructions through this competition, so you always think that this aerial momentum is the drawback. But I never intended to complete the charge in the air, so you may be disappointed this time. Long Haoyu answered loudly, and Wu Feng, who was pressed against his waist for a moment, suddenly pulled out from his waist, and the golden light instantly enveloped Wu Feng's dark sword body. The next second, rich holy light burst out from Wu Feng. Long Haoyu's body fell rapidly into the midair with the help of Shenglong, and the sharp pressure in his hand was mixed with the holy light. Long Haoyu was very surprised by Long Haoyu's answer. When he saw Long Haoyu's Wufeng approaching his Yaori slash with rich holy light in his hand, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. What a change of tactics! You were charging up in the air, but you didn't intend to complete the charge from the beginning. The charge you made was just a cover-up for the enemy. But Haoyu, even if you have the idea of confusing me, if you want to use the holy sword without any savings, such a holy sword will not exert much power. It is certainly advisable to change your moves, but when you change your moves, you also need to consider the connection and power of these changes. Long Haoyu continued to comment, and was about to use the next knight skill after the Yaori slash to break the holy sword that Long Haoyu used before completing the momentum. But the next moment, he saw Long Haoyu's plummeting body and Wu Feng's very strange position, and the eyes in his pupils suddenly shrank. No, Haoyu is not using a holy sword. I have never seen this skill before. Chapter 174. 47.3%. Long Haoyu's eyes were so vicious. In a flash of surprise, he immediately judged the weirdness in Long Haoyu's moves. The moment Long Haoyu fell sharply, he responded with a strong voice, Grandpa Yang, this is a knight skill derived from my cooperation with the dragon strike. The rising dragon attack will lift his figure into the sky, and if there is no better attack method during the fall, this will cause me to enter a short hollow period. So this move of silver light falling blade, please give it a try by Grandpa Yang. After receiving Long Haoyu's affirmative answer, the surprise in Long Haoyu's eyes became even worse, and he said that Long Haoyu would forcefully use the holy sword while half-charged. I never expected that after being a disciplinary knight for so many years, I would be blinded at this moment, and I would really be fooled by Long Haoyu's blindness. He did not continue to use the next attack skill to force a breakthrough with Long Haoyu's holy sword. As if by instinct, he raised the sword in his right hand and stood there like a sculpture, instantly using the 6th level defensive knight skill of Divine Guard block. Long Haoyu's falling speed did not change, and all the dialogues were completed in an instant. The moment the dialogues fell, Wufeng in his hand surpassed his falling body, and the spiritual power in his body converged towards Wufeng's sword tip, passed, and brought with it a burst of bright white light. Surrounding the bright white light, there was even more fierce sword energy raging. Boom! The falling silver blade landed head-on on Long Haoyu's right-hand sword. The huge impact did not cause any change in Long Haoyu's figure, and he stood as steady as a mountain. The silver light couldn't bear it anymore, and the exquisite light in Long Haoyu's eyes fleetingly disappeared, and he immediately galloped towards Long Haoyu's side, his body almost touching the surface. The 5th level knight's assault skill, which should have been used as a sudden attack, at this moment became a temporary move for him to distance himself from Long Haoyu. You little guy reacts really quickly. The assault skill is used to create distance, which is the best way at the moment. But Haoyu, simply keeping distance is not the most appropriate approach in the current battle situation. You can see that I want to give you guidance through this battle, but you have forgotten what I just said to you, and directly regard me as the enemy you will fight on the demon battlefield in the future. Go deal with it. Roar. Golden spiritual power suddenly spurted out. Long Haoyu's voice came out in the golden spiritual power, and the Shenglong strike that had been used in Long Haoyu's hand came out in his hand. Different from the Rising Dragon strike used by Long Haoyu, the Rising Dragon strike used by Long Haoyu at this time did not rise into the sky, but swept straight towards the direction where Long Haoyu charged out, as if it had eyes. Long Haoyu held his breath and looked at the golden dragon-shaped sword energy that was speeding towards him. He did not respond to Long Haoyu's move from the front. He imitated Long Haoyu's way of blocking with divine control just now, and Wu Feng blocked him. His body was protected behind him. After the crisp shouting, he retreated a lot. He could not remain as motionless as Long Haoyu just now, but he still blocked the impact of the Shenglong strike and watched the sword energy of the Shenglong strike move towards him. Rush out in the direction you want to go. When he used the Rising Dragon attack to rush into the sky, Long Haoyu wanted to use the dazzling sun slash to break through the half-charged sword and the holy sword in his blinding method. Long Haoyu can do this because he has reached the pinnacle of control over his own spiritual power. However, there is a significant gap between the peak of the 5th level and the peak of the 9th level. After analyzing these in his mind, Long Haoyu immediately pressed his palm on the edgeless sword blade. A trace of blood seeped out from Wu Feng, and a long bloody dragon that was different from the Shenglong strike appeared between the edges of his sword. Breaking waves. Long Haoyu shouted softly. The long bloody dragon chased towards the place where the golden dragon energy would finally stop. That position was the empty space behind Long Haoyu's Rising Dragon attack. The wave-breaking move was also a very lethal move he had used when facing the Wolf Demon clan in Odin Town. Long Haoyu never thought about the threat this move would pose to Long Haoyu. After using this move, he began to think about his next move. However, before he could react to his next move, he saw the position behind him from the corner of his eye. After performing the Rising Dragon strike, Long Haoyu, who should have charged and transformed with the golden dragon-shaped sword energy, stood still as steady as a rock. The moment he realized that Long Haoyu's Rising Dragon strike was different from the Rising Dragon strike they used, Wu Feng immediately moved towards the top of his head and neck. Bang dang! Long Haoyu stepped forward. The sword in his left hand and the sword in his right hand were thrust into his edgeless sword blade. You have pretty good reflexes, but your actual combat ability is still a bit lacking. You can perform familiar changes to many knight skills, but you ignore that the person who uses this move will bring different changes to the same move. Those who are not proficient in the Shenglong strike will have their bodies move with the Shenglong strike, but those who are proficient enough will not be subject to such restrictions. This is a demonstration of spiritual power control. Fortunately, you reacted at the last moment. Otherwise, you would have died in my hands in the same level battle on the battlefield. Long Haoyu slashed several swords in succession, forcing Long Haoyu to retreat far away, and then continued to give instructions on the current moves. Long Haoyu listened to Long Haoyu's instructions very carefully. He was not really arrogant. He knew very well how much guidance from a disciplinary knight of Long Haoyu's level could bring him improvement. Silently writing down Long Haoyu's comments, an idea suddenly flashed in the depths of my mind. After this idea came about, it got out of hand. Grandpa Yang, Since you have always said that you want me to treat you as an enemy on the demon battlefield, you want to use this method to let me give you guidance in extreme situations. Then I have another move here that will hit the bottom of the box. Next, I will ask Grandpa Yang to continue teaching me. Long Haoyu gave a low shout and put the thoughts in his mind into practice. Soon, various scenes of studying with Xiao Huo in the sealed cave emerged in his mind. At that time, Xiao Huo wanted to teach him the 3 Brahma styles as soon as possible, so he did not play a coaching game with him. But now Long Haoyu's coaching game is a very suitable scene for him to actually fight the 3 Brahma styles. When Long Haoyu heard what Long Haoyu said, he was ready to fight. Seeing Long Haoyu's sudden rise in the moment of passing beauty, his expression became solemn. Chapter 175. 47.6%. This move seems very unusual. Long Haoyu whispered in his heart, not forgetting that he was fighting against Long Haoyu at this time. After a moment of confusion, the heavy sword in his hand was crossed in front of him, already planning to parry Long Haoyu's move. But when he crossed the heavy swords, the rich holy light densely covered with the heavy swords felt slightly stagnant and stiff. What happened? Why does this kid Haoyu feel like this with this move? Long Haoyu realized that his hands were moving slowly, and his pupils couldn't help but widen a lot, and he looked at Long Haoyu who was attacking him in disbelief. His face, which had never changed color before, was really shocked at this moment. Mr. Yang, Haoyu's move seems to have a very mysterious power in it. Not far away, Han Qian was watching the whole battle. The various tricks between Long Haoyu and Yang Haoyu dazzled him for a while. I thought that the battle between the two would continue like this. After all, Yang Haoyu was truly the number 1 in the alliance. Even if he suppressed his own spiritual power, he was still enough to deal with Long Haoyu's instant burst that could instantly kill people of the same level. But he didn't expect that during this brief period of distraction, Long Haoyu would use a move like this, which made him feel that it was very unusual even as he watched the battle. Long Haochen took a deep breath and said, "This move is indeed not easy. This kid Haoyu gave us another surprise. Even I can't see through the mystery of Haoyu's move at a glance. I'm afraid my brother didn't see the clue at this time either." As he said this, Long Haochen looked at Long Haoyu with 2 heavy swords crossed in front of him. He witnessed the shock on his brother's face. He knew very well that since he completely lost the qualification to become a divine seal knight decades ago, his brother went into seclusion with the strength of the 9th level and 4th level. Over the past few decades, he has successfully broken through to the 9th level and the 5th level. The total spiritual power is as high as 560,000. Even his brother is like this, so there is no need for him to say more. Han Qian understood the true meaning of Long Haochen's words, took a deep breath, and continued to look at the 2 parties fighting intently. Long Haoyu's sword edge was closer. The rich holy light covering Wu Feng all dissipated. The dark sword body was exposed to the air again, allowing people to see the gaps in the edgeless sword at a glance. But it is such an ordinary heavy sword, but now it makes people feel amazing, as if it is the most beautiful thing in the world. Chang, Long Haoyu reacted. The 2 heavy swords crossed in front of him suddenly burst out with a burst of hot breath. Just like the Yaori slash, which has rich holy light and scorching air currents, pure air waves exploded on Long Haoyu. Wu Feng hit the intersection of the 2 heavy swords. With the powerful burst of spiritual power and the strength of the collision, Long Haoyu moved behind Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu didn't stop. After a brief confrontation with Long Haoyu, his body's forceful charge went some distance before he stopped. Realizing that his move did not have the desired effect, Long Haoyu took a deep breath and immediately started planning the next move. In the haze, a giant eye seemed to be appearing behind his figure, and his figure seemed to disappear between heaven and earth. The first of the 3 Brahma postures is the Eye of Brahma. Haoyu, you can stop. Just as Long Haoyu was planning this move, Long Haoyu closed the 2 heavy swords in his hands in front of him. After the golden light flashed, the heavy sword in his hand disappeared. The old voice echoed here, and he put his hands behind his back again, standing there without any thought of continuing to fight Long Haoyu. I lost this battle. Long Haoyu was very emotional and very satisfied with this short and exciting battle with Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu stopped using Eye of Brahma, forcibly dispersed the move, and looked at Long Haoyu sternly. Grandpa Yang, you did not lose, the real loser is me. I won't hold anything back against you, Grandpa Yang, but even so, I can't defeat you, Grandpa Yang. You are invincible and there is no possibility of losing. Carrying Wu Feng behind his back again, Long Haoyu gave Yang Haoyu a standard knightly salute. Being conceited does not mean being arrogant. The discussion that should have been conducted was turned into a guidance round, and Yang Haoyu had let it go. Otherwise, with Yang Haoyu's skills, it would be enough to kill him instantly even if his strength is suppressed. The understanding of the use of spiritual power between the two is not at the same level at all. Yang Haoyu chuckled. So what if I am invincible? This is just me taking advantage of my age. After all, I am a real 9th level knight, and the weapons I use are also artifacts transformed by the star beasts. Even if you suppress your spiritual power, you still have the experience of a 9th level knight. The so-called invincibility is just based on these foundations. If I were really at the same level as you, or a 6th level knight, I would have died on the spot with your sword. Under the same circumstances, no one can defeat you with your sword. Long Haoyu understood what Yang Haoyu meant and bowed to Yang Haoyu again. He also understood how broad-minded Yang Haoyu, the Taishan Beidou in the human alliance, was. He only cares about the rise and fall of humanity in his heart. He can fight to the death against demons, but when fighting against humans and descendants like him, he doesn't take winning or losing as important. Haochen said that you are walking your own path as a disciplinary knight. Today, I have a completely new understanding of your achievements on the disciplinary knight's path. You have indeed explored the path of disciplinary knights very well, but Haochen also said that you have not followed the path of that boy Xingyu. You have been exploring alone. I'm very curious, without clear exploration, how did you find the path you are on now? Yang Haoyu looked at Long Haoyu with great satisfaction, as if an elder had given birth to a younger generation after seeing him. I won't be surprised if you find such a path decades later. After all, it was only after I became a 9th level knight that I embarked on my own path, and you are now only at the 5th level, which arouses a lot of curiosity in me. Can you tell me specifically about this path of disciplinary knighthood that you have explored? When Yang Haochen and Han Xian saw Yang Haoyu asking this question, they both looked at Long Haoyu. Not only Yang Haoyu was very curious about this question, but they were also curious about it. Externally, they claimed that Long Haoyu was 24 years old, but they knew very well that Long Haoyu was only 14 years old now, and he was still a few months away from reaching 15 years old. Forging his own path at such a young age is unheard of in the 6,000 years of history of the human alliance. Long Haoyu took a deep breath and understood that Yang Haoyu had no intention of prying into his secrets, but only had a deep love for talents. After sorting out the thoughts in his mind, his expression became extremely serious. Grandpa Yang, actually I don't know how to become the most powerful disciplinary knight, nor do I know what path a true disciplinary knight should take. So in these years of practice, I have always regarded myself as the mountain and the sky as the peak. I think that as long as I can continue to surpass myself, then I can stand on the true top of the sky. These are the paths of disciplinary knights that I have explored. Chapter 176. Use yourself as a mountain and the sky as a peak. By constantly surpassing yourself, you can stand on the true top of the sky. Could such a realization be realized by a child like Long Haoyu? This place suddenly became extremely quiet. Yang Haochen and Han Qian were both silent here, shocked by Long Haoyu's answer. Including Yang Haoyu, the expression on his face began to change color at this time. After a moment of silence, a superb light suddenly burst out in his eyes. The surrounding space changed color at this moment. A large area of space turned into a starry sky, as if the starry sky was suddenly transported here by him. Countless golden light spots are densely scattered in this starry sky, carrying very strange spiritual power fluctuations. Okay, what a person who goes beyond himself. I didn't expect that I would be able to comprehend something when I reach this level. It seems that my next breakthrough will not be far away. Yang Haoyu's excited voice sounded in the starry sky. Benefiting from Long Haoyu's words, he couldn't help but show off his starry sky realm. It was completely out of my heart that I took such a step spontaneously. When Yang Haochen and Han Qian heard Yang Haoyu's answer, their pupils felt earthquakes again. They couldn't react at the first moment, but when they faced Yang Haoyu's star-like eyes, a huge thunder sounded in their minds. In an instant, they suddenly understood where Yang Haoyu's sudden realization came from. Aim to surpass yourself. In this way, as long as you set yourself as a goal, no matter how much you can ultimately improve, you will always be improving. The road to strength has never been so far. As long as you can continue to improve, you will definitely be able to reach the true peak. Yang Haoyu's sudden enlightenment was obviously due to a change in his state of mind. Many of the top leaders of their human alliance have always remembered that the demon god emperor is the peak that their human alliance must climb. Only by defeating the demon god emperor can the human world usher in a true dawn. Therefore, on the path of cultivation, especially those who have reached their level, they have always regarded the demon god emperor as the object to be surpassed. But Long Haoyu's path to punish the knights was completely different from the path they took. Beyond myself, I am invincible. On such a path, no opponent is regarded as an object to be surpassed. The only one who really needs to transcend is himself. With this kind of mentality, you will never encounter inner demons on the path of spiritual practice. In the same way, understanding too much about the power of the demon god emperor will not lead to mental collapse and ultimately the inability to improve. So that's it, Haoyu's boy's path no longer belongs to the path of a disciplinary knight. This concept is applicable to any path of practice. Long Haochen suppressed the shock in his heart and sighed in shock. There is not much difference from Long Haoyu's performance. He even feels as if he can take another step now. Ever since he took over as the leader of the human alliance, his cultivation has been stuck at level 9 and level 2. At the 9th level, which requires 100,000 points of spiritual power as an upgrade, it is very difficult for him to increase 100 points of spiritual power every time. It feels like a chasm. You can imagine how difficult it is. And now, the depression in his heart suddenly became clear. Including Han Qian, everyone even felt the possibility of promotion at this time. As the leader of the Alliance Paladin, he has been stuck at the peak of the 8th level for a long time. Now he feels like he can try to continue to improve. In this lifetime, reaching the 9th level will no longer be a dream. The three of them had an epiphany one after another, all thanks to Long Haoyu's path of punishing knights. Long Haoyu controlled his emotions, collected the starry sky realm that he couldn't help but expand, and restored the Keeling Valley to its original appearance. Haoyu, you were right not to follow Xingyu's path. You are on the right path. I really want to see your final achievements now. I am waiting to see you reach the true top of the sky. Don't let me down. Long Haoyu patted Long Haoyu's shoulder heavily, and was highly convinced of the path Long Haoyu was going to take. Long Haoyu nodded seriously. Thank you, Grandpa Yang, for the compliment. I will definitely continue on this path. I think as long as I continue on this path, that day won't be too long. Long Haoyu hummed, feeling the tenacity and belief in Long Haoyu, as if he could already foresee a corner of the future. After pondering for a moment, the ring on his finger suddenly lit up. Haoyu, because of your concept of this path, I will definitely be able to make another breakthrough. This time, I owe it to you. In that case, I will give you a set of equipment. Long Haoyu said in a deep voice. The halo of the ring on his finger fell, and a set of very simple armor appeared on his hand. Different from some of the standard equipment of the Knight's Temple, the simple armor seems to have a very heavy sense of age. Long Haoyu felt the confusion in Long Haoyu's eyes and continued to explain. This set of equipment is left over from the glorious years, so it has a strong sense of time. In terms of grade, this set of equipment is considered to be at the brilliant level. It just matches your current 5th level strength. Because it is from the glory years, it is enough for you to use until the mithril base armor test. Long Haoyu was surprised by Long Haoyu's generosity, but he remembered that even if he joined the demon hunting group, it would take a lot of merit points to exchange for a brilliant level equipment. And now, because of his recognition of his ideas, Long Haoyu directly donated such a set of equipment, which is not a small gesture. By the way, because after all, this set of equipment is from the glory days, and there must be many craftsmanship on it that does not belong to our era. If you are interested, you can learn more about this set of equipment, and it may give you more insights. That may improve your path even more. Long Haoyu understood the meaning of Long Haoyu's words. 6,000 years ago, 72 demon pillars descended on the holy demon continent. Since then, 6,000 years of darkness have begun, and the reason why mankind has been in such difficulty is because the glorious age has come to an end much earlier. To be honest, the era of mankind in the glorious age is the real peak years, and the overall strength of mankind at that time was truly powerful. The battle armor left over from the glory days, even if it was just a dead object, if one could figure out the craftsmanship or some of the inscriptions carved on the battle armor. For him, the improvement will definitely be very significant, which is equivalent to being able to indirectly contact the products of the peak years and peak times of mankind in the Holy Demon Continent. Thinking about such things, Long Haoyu's eyes couldn't help but shine with a superb light. Chapter 177. Long Haoyu did not hide the burning meaning in his eyes. As Long Haoyu said, both the mithril base armor and the fine gold base armor in the Knight's Temple need to reach the corresponding strength before they can be assessed and obtained. The current set of armor from the glorious years was naturally the most suitable for him to use before that. After the finals, he would need to go to the exorcism pass to truly fight against the demons. Even if he trusts his ability very much, he will inevitably get injured in the fight with the demons. The real battlefield is different from the battlefield in the shadow space. In the shadow space, he can complete the resurrection with full health by opening and closing his eyes. However, if he is seriously injured on the real battlefield, it will greatly affect the subsequent actions. Having such a set of armor is even more powerful for him. Haoyu, accept this set of battle armor. You are very interested in this set of armor from the glorious years, let's see if you can gain anything from it. Long Haoyu urged softly. Long Haoyu came back to his senses and saluted Long Haoyu again. Thank you, Grandpa Yang, for the gift of this armor. Haoyu will definitely remember it in his heart. Taking the battle armor from Long Haoyu put it into the forget-me-not ring in an instant and stood up straight again. At this time, Long Haochen took 2 steps forward. Long Haochen said softly, Haoyu, the reward I want to give you this time is also something from the glorious years. It is a miraculous sword. And if you want to get this miraculous sword, you still need to go through some tests. Only after passing the test can you really get this sword. We don't know the specific time. It just depends on how long it will take for Haochen to be recognized by this miraculous sword. You can go back first. Long Haoyu understood the special nature of the miracle sword, Blue Rain Light Hibiscus. It was the same bloodline growth equipment as his Wufang, and it also had a psychic storm seal placed by the ancient elf throne. He vaguely remembered that it would take several days for his little brother to get the recognition and integration of this sword. After hearing what Long Haochen said, he bowed and said, I understand, then I will take my leave first. Go ahead, after Haochen comes out, I will ask him to go straight back to find you. Long Haochen nodded in agreement, and the soft spiritual power slowly enveloped Long Haoyu, sending Long Haoyu away from this place in a special way. This was not the first time that Long Haochen sent him away from the Keeling Valley. Long Haoyu did not show any abnormality and in an instant he came to the room where he was when he entered the Keeling Valley. Why did you come out so fast? Xianxia suddenly flashed in front of Long Haoyu. When she saw Long Haoyu came out alone, and it didn't take much time, she couldn't help but mutter. Seeing this, Long Haoyu explained, Master of the Holy Moon Palace, the matter of coming to the treasure pavilion of the temple has been settled, so I came out. Where is your brother? Xianxia asked. Long Haoyu said, while still in the Keeling Valley, I gave up the qualifications for the rewards that I can receive this time to my brother. Xianxia, you little guy is quite generous, just give up the rewards. Okay, if you don't have anything else to do, just leave. Xianxia urged, having already resigned himself to the fact that the Saint of Samsara in his assassin temple was going to be abducted, he still couldn't really calm down yet. Whenever he saw Long Haoyu, he couldn't help but think of the scene where he almost had sex with Long Haochen a few days ago. It seemed that he could see Long Haochen saying to him in a very shameless way, look, this is our night temple. The Son of Light, your Saint of Reincarnation will also belong to our Knight's Temple from now on. After watching Long Haoyu leave from here, Xianxia relaxed her mood and returned to sit outside the treasure pavilion. The Fat Knight rolled his eyes. Why, you are still depressed about what happened before. How can you still be so obsessed with it at such a young age? Xianxia glared at the Fat Knight bitterly. Do you think this kind of thing is so easy to think about? If you have the ability, go tell your temple master and let this little guy Long Haoyu marry into our assassin temple. If you want to tell me, the person who was kidnapped is not from our knight's temple, so what does it have to do with me? The Fat Knight was unforgiving and refused to take advantage of Xianxia at all. Xianxia was so depressed that she snorted angrily, I really want to give you a hard slap from behind. You should also learn all those bad habits of old man Yang. The Fat Knight chuckled. As long as you don't conduct a sneak attack, if we fight head-on, I don't mind having a fight with you. Neither of them doted on the other. They didn't have the strong demeanor that a 9th-level strong person should have. They were more like two old urchins arguing on the street. After Long Haoyu left the temple treasure pavilion, he went straight back to the hotel. As soon as he closed the door, he took out the brilliant armor given by Long Haoyu with a burst of blue light. Feeling the ancient flavor of the glorious battle armor, spiritual energy was poured into it, and the inscriptions on the battle armor began to erupt with a strange power. It was obviously called a battle armor, but under the injection of his spiritual power, it turned into an armor similar to soft armor and attached to him. A moment later, gray and simple battle armor covered his body. The inscriptions on it always justified the preciousness of this set of battle armor. Long Haoyu was not surprised at all that this set of battle armor performed like this. Both the mithril base battle armor and the adamantine base battle armor had such effects. The many ancestors of the Night Temple who developed these two sets of armor 6,000 years ago also developed them because of their insights from things in the glorious years. Am I getting rich overnight? The glorious battle armor that requires a lot of merit points to be redeemed is now worn on me. The weapon that has been with me for the longest time has not yet met the conditions for the next evolution. On the contrary, the armor has become my best equipment today. Long Haoyu laughed dumbly, looked at Wu Feng, and joked to himself. A small black briquette emerged from it, drooping his little head and muttering, "Master, I don't have enough kills, otherwise I will definitely be able to upgrade. I will definitely be much better than this thing. Master, you don't have the right mentality. You can't forget your old love when you have a new love. I am the one who has been with you the longest, Master." When the little white beast saw the little briquettes coming out of Wu Feng and saying such words, he put his two little paws on his hips and laughed. The little coal ball was not used to the little white beast. He had no fear of the starry sky beast when it saw the little white beast. He rushed towards the little white beast angrily. The two little guys who didn't get along immediately started fighting in front of Long Haoyu, neither of them giving way to the other. Long Haoyu was not surprised and allowed the two little guys to fight like this, focusing on this set of brilliant armor. After feeling it for a while, a slight smile suddenly appeared on his face. This armor is really surprising, and the accompanying skills are also quite interesting. Can it be considered an unexpected gain for me? Chapter 178, 48.4%. The armor was very soft. When he was wearing it, he could not feel the hardness of the armor at all. It fit his body like a soft armor. There is no need to be hindered during the battle because of the armor, and you can enjoy the battle to your heart's content. However, such changes did not affect the skills engraved on the inscriptions on this set of armor. At this time, Long Haoyu was a little surprised by the skills attached to this set of brilliant level armor. Solid as a rock, judging from the name, it is a skill mainly focused on defense. However, this skill is not a physical defense in the literal sense. The main defensive characteristics are all focused on the mental level. To a certain extent, it can arm his mental power to a great extent. To what extent it can defend against mental shock, Long Haoyu is temporarily unable to determine. But the product of the glorious era has already added a layer of guarantee to this ability. Using this ability at critical moments will definitely save him a lot of trouble. There are 72 demon gods, and each demon god has different specialization abilities. Long Haoyu doesn't think he can benefit from every demon god. Even if he practices in the shadow space every day, his skills in mental will have been greatly improved. He is much stronger than people of the same level, but as long as he does not touch the upper limit, he can continue to improve. It is indeed an unexpected gain, and if nothing else happens, after entering the demon battlefield, that place should be very suitable for arming me with such abilities. Long Haoyu turned his mind away from the glorious battle armor and couldn't help but comment on this skill. Even if I encounter a mentally strong opponent, this ability can also allow me to achieve unexpected effects. Bang, bang, bang. The little coal ball and the little white beast continued to fight. The two little guys seemed to be getting angry, and the bedding on the bed was messy. The initial battlefield was also moved from the bed to the table, and many things on the table fell to the ground due to the fight between the two little guys. The harsh sound instantly awakened Long Haoyu's consciousness. "You two little guys, you're not done yet, are you?" Long Haoyu used one hand, a small coal ball in his left hand, and a small white beast in his right hand, to forcefully separate the two guys who didn't have the same horoscope. Even if they were separated, the movements of the little coal ball and the little white beast were very exaggerated, and they wanted to continue fighting for 300 rounds. Enough. You two little guys will stop here today. You are all full of energy now. If you can't show this energy on the demon battlefield, I will slowly settle the score with you. Long Haoyu grabbed the small briquettes with one hand and pushed them back towards Wu Feng, and grabbed the little white beast from the table to the bed with one hand and suppressed it with one hand. Two little guys, one is competing with the other without worry. The little white beast calmed down this time and did not continue to struggle, nor did he continue to want to fight with the little coal ball. Long Haoyu's words frightened it so much that it immediately pretended to be dead again. His pink little eyes were still narrowed to a slit, giving the impression that he was very weak and would definitely be a drag on the demon battlefield. The little coal ball did not have the fishing attributes of the white little beast. Seeing the white little beast like this, he plausibly promised, "Master, don't worry, I will definitely perform much better than this white waste on the demon battlefield. It only knows how to eat, sleep and eat, so it will definitely be of no use to me." The little white beast didn't refute, and was very quiet for the first time. He just looked at the little coal ball with squinted eyes. "I'm busy pretending to be dead, and I don't have time to mess with you for now. I'll continue to fight you for 300 rounds when I get the chance next time." Long Haoyu forcibly suppressed the two little guys and made sure that they would not continue to fight. He simply packed away the messy bedding and rearranged the things on the table neatly before walking out of the house. "Haoyu, why are you here? Did something happen?" In Yi Hua's room, Yi Hua was very surprised that Long Haoyu suddenly came to the door. In his impression, Long Haoyu was a cultivator who spent his free time meditating. It was rare for him to come to his door. Especially after he had just experienced Long Haochen being reverse teleported, he felt a little uneasy when he asked such a question, fearing that Long Haoyu would also encounter trouble beyond his control. Seeing that the tea on Yi Hua's table had gone cold, Long Haoyu stepped forward and poured a new cup of hot tea for Yi Hua and said, "Teacher, nothing happened. I just came to tell you that Haochen won't be back for the next few days. The master and the alliance leader want to reward me with the prize for the preliminary round. I gave up the qualification to receive the prize to Haochen. Haochen is now trying to get the miracle sword of the glorious years for recognition, so I don't want you, teacher, to worry about it later." Haochen's matter. Yi Hua was stunned for a moment, and then came to his senses after a moment. "You said Haochen is trying to get recognition from a miraculous sword from the glorious years?" "Yes, I have Wu Feng, and Haochen doesn't have a weapon yet, so I think it is most appropriate to give up this qualification to Haochen. After all, this time Haochen lost the opportunity to become my knight. He should have been qualified to receive rewards in the demon hunting group selection competition." Yi Hua pondered for a moment. "Haoyu, I'm very happy that you have this intention. The teacher will not ask any more questions about this matter. I know that you must have your own considerations. Thank you for your understanding, teacher." Long Haoyu replied. Yi Hua nodded. "By the way, the finals will start in 2 days. The teacher knows that the finals won't be a big problem for you, so he won't ask any more questions in this regard. But after the finals, are you ready to go to the demon battlefield? That place is where you will really have a head-on confrontation with the demons." Long Haoyu pondered for a moment. "Teacher, I know you are worried about the dangers Haochen and I will encounter after we actually go to the battlefield, but we will all pay attention to these. As for preparations for going to the demon battlefield, I have been waiting for this day for a long time and I have already prepared for it." As he answered these questions sonorously and forcefully, Long Haoyu showed a determined look in his eyes, showing no signs of being timid on the battlefield of the demon race. During the assessment, because of the demonic confusion at that time, 3 demon gods came to the scene. At that time, the powerful strength of the demon gods was already seen. With such an experience, he now wants to go to the demon battlefield. On the one hand, he can not only kill demons heartily to improve his strength. On the other hand, he was also waiting for this opportunity to go up to the Exorcist Gate and see his grandfather in person. He knew that his grandfather was a hero, and he also knew how terrifying his strength was. But what you understand and what you really see will have different feelings. He wanted to see how powerful his grandfather, the real number 1 person in the Holy Demon Continent, was. Chapter 179. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. The preliminary matches of the 6 major temples have ended, and the final group matches will also be held as scheduled after these 2 days of rest. In the meeting hall of the Holy Alliance Grand Trial Ground, Long Haoyu arrived here early and sat in the rest area calmly, watching the many contestants and their teachers who were pouring into the place. Kair sat on the left side of Long Haoyu, with her jade hand in Long Haoyu's palm, while Li Xin sat on the right side of him, all looking towards the central arena of the Grand Trial venue. Everyone hasn't arrived yet, and the draw for the group stage will take a while to be held. There is no way to rush here, so we can only wait patiently. Because it was already the final stage, there was no need to go to their respective temples to compete. Here, Long Haoyu saw many figures that he had never seen before, but he knew they were familiar with just one glance. There are priests with shiny bald heads, female warriors with a heroic aura, and summoners with pink hair. Boss, at this time, just as Long Haoyu was looking at the very familiar figures, Lin Xin, who had long dark green hair and looked very coquettish at first glance, squeezed towards here with a smile on his face. He came here as he came, and when he got close to Long Haoyu, he seemed to have not noticed Kair, and reflexively wanted to squeeze in between Long Haoyu and Kair. Cold murderous intent broke out instantly. Kair tilted her head and looked at Lin Xin. At some point, her jade hand was pulled out of Long Haoyu's palm. Where Lin Xin wanted to sit down, a dagger was pointed straight towards the test. Pointing at the ceiling of the training ground. Lin Xin trembled all over, and woke up from the surprise of seeing Long Haoyu. He also noticed the dagger standing on the spot where he was about to squeeze down, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. Sister, you are here too. Look at my eyes, I really should donate them. Sister, please don't take these things to heart. I didn't do this on purpose. Lin Xin quickly put on a smile and sat down further away. Kair glanced at Lin Xin indifferently, put away the dagger, and put her jade hand into Long Haoyu's palm again. Long Haoyu smiled slightly and said, "What are you doing here? Aren't all the people in your magic temple sitting in another area?" Boss, what are you talking about? Lin Xin argued. It's the finals, I can definitely choose where I want to go. Speaking in a serious manner, Lin Xin's serious look on his face did not last long, and he immediately laughed. Boss, look at me and say that I can enter the finals. I have successfully entered the finals now. Long Haoyu hummed. It's good to enter the finals. Then we just need to wait for the finals to end. I will not forget what I promised you. Boss, I have been waiting for this day for too long. Lin Xin said happily. Originally, I just thought that I would be defeated after the finals and wait for the finals to end with peace of mind, but after you helped me a few days ago, boss, I have now learned some attack magic. In this final, I will definitely not fail. I will definitely get a good ranking. Maybe I can also win the first place in the group. I will never embarrass you, boss. As he said this, Lin Xin was very motivated. Without overcoming the psychological barrier, he just thought that he could wait until the finals to join the demon hunting group. Now that the psychological barrier has transcended the past, as well as the previous experience of the Sea of Blood in Hell, he is very dissatisfied with his current strength. In addition to studying the elixir, he also set a small goal for himself in this final. It's okay if you don't learn attack magic. Now that we have embarked on this road, we must take a broad road on this road. Things in the Sea of Blood in Hell can only happen in illusions, and are absolutely not allowed to happen in real life. Just as Lin Xin was patting his chest and ensuring that he would be a blockbuster in the finals, an old man wearing a light golden suit walked onto the central platform of the conference hall. The old man was very burly, even stronger than the bald priest Long Haoyu had just seen. A punch could definitely make the opponent transcend on the spot. His short gray hair stood as firm as steel needles, and his attire was embroidered with 8 silver dragons, all adding to his majestic aura. The old man took the stage, and his aura of calmness and dignity immediately silenced the entire large trial ground, and pairs of eyes focused on the old man. Everyone has arrived, the grouping ceremony begins now. All contestants will keep their numbers from the preliminary rounds. The drawing of lots will begin now. 10 people will form a group, and each group will compete in the first round. While the old man was speaking, a crystal ball with a diameter of 1 meter slowly rose from under the platform. 60 orange balls were placed in it, corresponding to the numbers of those who passed the preliminary round. The old man didn't move too much, and the orange balls in the crystal ball started to beat one after another, and rushed towards the 6 hollow crystal pillars around the crystal ball. I am the deputy master of the warrior temple, and I am the director of the Quangzan Hall. This draw will be supervised by the deputy masters of the major temples on the 2nd floor. If there are no problems, I will start to announce the results of the draw. The old man said calmly and looked towards the deputy temple masters of the major temples on the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, the weak and soft voice of the priest's temple sounded, "Everything is normal, please read it, Master Ren." Ren Wokuong nodded to the people on the 2nd floor with a smile, and the many small balls of the crystal pillar were suspended in a row in front of him. The first group of the finals, the competition location is the Knight's Trial Ground of the Holy Alliance. The list of the first group is as follows: Knight Temple No. 5, Warrior Temple No. 2, Warrior Temple No. 67, Magic Saint the Palace. The second group of the finals, the competition location. Quote. Soon, Renwokuong announced the results of all the draws. After the lottery results were read out, Lin Shin's expression stiffened and the corners of his mouth twitched hard. "Boss, I must have heard you correctly, right?" Lin Shin asked in disbelief. "Am I so unlucky? I just said that I would strive to be first in a group, and I am actually assigned to the same group as you. If I meet you, the boss, in this first game, let alone the first place in the group, the smoke from my ancestral grave will be the reason why I am not at the bottom. It's cracked, I'm really cracked." As Lin Shin spoke, he covered his left chest with his hand, looking like he was about to be out of breath. Long Haoyu turned his back on Lin Shin. Seeing Lin Shin's arrogant look, he smiled and shook his head. He thought that Lin Shin had changed and that his personality would change somewhat after he started learning attack magic, but now he knew that he was very wrong. Some people simply have a coquettishness in their bones. Lin Shin is such a person, he is arrogant from beginning to end, and he is not someone who can change easily. "Let's go, we've been assigned to a group, let's go to the Knight's training ground together. Although we are all in the same group, you may not meet me in the first game. Even if you meet me, I can save you some face and won't kill you instantly." Long Haoyu said, and after parting ways with Kair, he headed straight towards the Knight training ground. Lin Shin looked at Long Haoyu's leaving figure. For a long time, I couldn't say a word. "Boss, you are not a human being." Chapter 180. Destiny is a very strange thing. Some people can become the chosen one without doing anything, and finally achieve great success in life. And some people sincerely hope that some bad things will not happen, but they can never escape the fate. In the Knight's training ground, the group stage draw came to an end, and Lin Shin was completely torn apart in the Knight's training ground. There was no other reason. The last thing he wanted was to face Long Haoyu in the first game, but he was chosen to play against Long Haoyu in the first game. Standing in the Knight training ground, Lin Xinsheng looked at Long Haoyu helplessly. Seeing Long Haoyu on stage, he couldn't help but flicked his long dark green hair. "Boss, do you think I have a crow's mouth? I didn't say that I was facing you in the first game, but I was so unlucky to fight you." Hit. "Perhaps you have been talking about this matter all the time. God will follow your wish." Long Haoyu responded, appeared on the trial field, and looked at Lin Shin without any pressure. "Lin Shin, it's okay not to have this wish. Boss, let's talk for a while, but let's talk about something first. Although you are more handsome than me, you think I'm not bad at all, right? Don't slap me in the face when you do it later. I only rely on my face to make a living. If this face is damaged, my future life will be very bumpy. And boss, you said you won't kill me instantly, so you can't break your promise." Long Haoyu smiled slightly and said, "I keep my word. If I say I won't kill you instantly, I won't kill you instantly." After receiving Long Haoyu's definite answer, Lin Shin couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The space ring flashed with light, and a staff made entirely of fire cloud crystals was taken out. The strong fire element exudes from the staff. In addition to the strong power of these elements, it is also filled with the smell of the Krypton gold god of war. Long Haoyu looked at Lin Shin's staff, felt the smell of money on it, and silently complained about the big dog in his heart. Then, he stood in front of Lin Shin with his hands behind his back, as if he was ready for the game. Game start. The referee's voice fell. In the huge training ground, Lin Shin quickly distanced himself from Long Haoyu. The fire cloud crystal staff is very cool, and it is also very fast and convenient to condense the fire element. After Lin Xin distanced himself from Long Haoyu, he immediately started to condense the power of the element. At the same time, he started chanting in pieces, and a string of jerky magic spells took shape. The attack magic that had never been shown in Lin Xin's hands before the experience of the Sea of Blood in Hell was directed towards Long Haoyu attacks. While launching these magic attacks, Lin Xin couldn't help shouting while he was chanting spells, "Boss, remember our agreement, you must not kill me instantly. I'm not greedy, I don't ask for 10 minutes. You can kill me instantly at 9 minutes. That way I won't be able to claim to be the fastest man to end the game." Long Haoyu laughed dumbly and did not take off Wufeng. He walked leisurely on the ring, listening to Lin Xin's yelling and dodging many attacking magics. Although it has only been a few days, Lin Xin's talent is indeed very good, and the attack magic he masters has a certain degree of lethality. The ensuing magic rained down on Long Haoyu's side for free, which was very suitable for clearing out the minions on the battlefield. On the referee's bench, Lin Chen specially came from the training ground of the Magic Temple to the training ground of the Knight's Temple to watch Lin Xin's game. He knew that his grandson had started practicing offensive magic, and he wanted to see how his grandson would perform in the finals. But now I look at it. Lin Chen blew his beard and stared, almost staggering on the referee's bench, and then was directly carried away. "What did you hear? I came to watch the game with high expectations, but it turned out that Lin Xin, the evildoer, was talking to Long Haoyu like this. You, Lin Xin, are a shameless little brat, but I still have more shame." Lin Chen's mentality exploded. He felt the teasing looks of several deputy temple masters from the surrounding Night Temple looking towards him, and his old face trembled fiercely. This grandson really wants to strangle him to death. Regardless of what his old man thought, Lin Xin knew that it was difficult for him to pose a threat to Long Haoyu, but he still showed an attitude towards the game. The frequency of magic was very fast, and the combination of high-level and low-level magic suddenly slowed down Long Haoyu's progress on the trial field. Long Haoyu's pace was very slow, but still very relaxed. However, the relaxation he felt at this time was not really about passing the time in the trial field. If he said he wouldn't kill Lin Xin instantly from the beginning, he would definitely not kill Lin Xin instantly, and now he has done it. Taking advantage of this time, feeling the magic around him hindering his actions, his whole mind became more active. The many magics made him feel some strange feelings at this time, and there were also some strange touches deep in his heart. Things that happened several years ago were slowly recalled in his mind. It was in the valley outside Odin town, when he encountered hundreds of wolf demons. Long Xingyu directly opened the memory of the Divine Seal Throne's ultimate move to clear the soldiers. Recalling what happened back then, Long Haoyu couldn't help but whisper softly as he compared Lin Xin's magic attacks one after another. At first, he directly opened the Divine Seal Throne to clear out the minions. Although it felt very exaggerated, it was indeed the best way to clear out the minions in a group battle. Otherwise, even if he could instantly kill those wolf demons, killing them one by one would definitely not be as fast as his direct trial. It would save a lot of trouble. Although Lin Xin's current magic is not as good as the 9th level magic god who directly uses forbidden spells to sweep across the map, the frequency and range of such magic can indeed play a role in clearing out the soldiers. It seems that from this feeling, I can develop a move of my own to clear out small soldiers, which will save me a lot of time in large-scale melees in the future. If not, if something like this happens, I will miss a lot of opportunities by cutting them one by one, and I will also be very tired. Thinking about these things in his mind, Long Haoyu gradually implemented this idea, and it was very important to develop an exclusive move for his own Qing Xiaobing. But now, with Lin Xin's overwhelming low-level magic attacks, exclusive moves have begun to take shape in his mind. After continuing to dodge Lin Xin's magic attack for a while, Long Haoyu completely implemented the idea that was beginning to take shape in his mind, and grabbed the edgeless sword hilt behind his back with his right hand. The moment he touched the hilt of the sword, the spiritual power in his body began to surge, and golden liquid spiritual power slowly seeped out of his body. All the bandages wrapped around Wu Feng were spread out. Long Haoyu held Wu Feng in his hand and tilted it to his side. His eyes slowly closed, and all his thoughts were slowly aligned with the thoughts in his mind. The force also poured towards Wu Feng. Lin Xin was chanting a magic spell when he suddenly saw Long Haoyu closing his eyes. His eyelids couldn't help but his heart skipped a beat, and the spell he was chanting suddenly got stuck. Holy shit, What is the boss going to do? How do you feel, boss? He is going to play a big trick. Chapter 181. Lin Xin was a little panicked. The intermittent spell failed to complete successfully. The soles of his feet were cold as he looked at Long Haochen, and the more he looked at him, the weirder he felt. Everyone in the rest area also looked at Long Haochen at this time. I had never seen a situation like Long Haochen closing his eyes in the finals of the Demon Hunting Group selection competition. Because it was already the finals, many people from other temples came to the night training ground. At this time, they all looked at Long Haoyu's performance in surprise. Some people who had watched Long Haochen compete in the preliminary round, like Lin Xin, had a slight twitch in the corner of their eyes. Is this kid creating his own skills again? On the referee's bench, Han Qian looked at Long Haochen with a solemn expression, and could vaguely guess what Long Haochen was doing. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. When these words fell on Lin Chen's ears, they seemed particularly harsh. Lin Chen's eyes twitched and he looked at Han Qian without any concealment. Han Qian, do you think this contestant named Long Haochen created his own soul skills during the competition? It's not certain, but it's very possible. Han Qian muttered. Haochen, this kid, has many self-created skills. He is walking his own path as a disciplinary knight. Lin Chen took a breath, and after making sure that he heard correctly, his eyes when he looked at Long Haochen were even more shocked. Walking his own path as a disciplinary knight, and having many self-created skills, is this definitely what a person who participates in the Demon Hunting Group selection competition should have? The self-created skills of knights are just like their magicians studying their own forbidden spells. Before their strength reaches the corresponding level, it is impossible to have so much practical experience and insights. However, Long Haochen, as a contestant in the Demon Hunting Group selection competition, started to create his own skills in the arena at this time, and was he not the first skill to be created by himself? Evildoer, absolute monster. Lin Chen felt a little restless. He seemed to understand why he could succeed with Long Haochen when he failed to change Lin Xin's things in the past. It is truly extraordinary to be able to teach your grandson to attack magic even though he has a mental disorder. Suddenly, an old voice sounded. Long Haochen also came here this time. Although he knew that the Demon Hunting Group selection competition was not difficult for Long Haochen, he also wanted to see how Long Haochen performed in the competition. Long Haoyu's performance now satisfies him. As the #1 disciplinary knight today, Long Haochen could see through the movement of spiritual power around Long Haochen at a glance. Haochen is indeed creating his own skills. The spiritual power all over his body is operating in a very strange way, which is similar to the magic that Lin Xin, the contestant, just performed. Perhaps it was because of Lin Xin's magic that he gained some insights and started creating his own skills. Long Haoyu's voice was sonorous and powerful, and his words were equivalent to authority, truly confirming things that Han Qian was uncertain about. Without deliberately lowering his voice, Long Haoyu's words were heard by everyone in the rest area, and Lin Xin who was on the trial ground also heard them. He understood that Long Haochen was creating his own skills at this moment, and that he was now going to be the guinea pig for Long Haoyu's own skills. His face turned green, rivaling his hair. Boss, you are really cruel. You promised not to kill me instantly. Feelings, you really didn't intend to kill me instantly, but you did want to make me a guinea pig. Self-created skills. Is your self-created skill powerful this time? Is it possible for me to withstand it? Lin Xin yelled, trying to continue to activate magic, but his own spiritual power could not keep up. Without any hesitation, crystal bottles flew out from his ring. He picked a few bottles and drank the elixirs inside without hesitation. After taking the elixir, his spiritual power began to recover crazily. Lin Xin felt the changes in himself and breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have the medicine, otherwise the magic power will be exhausted, and I might not be able to withstand it now. I'm feeling much better now. After I recover, I feel like I should still be able to give it a try. Come on, boss, let the storm come harder. Lin Xin opened his hands, like a slut facing the sea, trying to embrace the world with his hands. It's funny, Lin Xin didn't stop the movements of his hands, and after finishing the last sentence, he started mumbling again. Taking advantage of Long Haoyu's realization at this time, he targeted this moment as the best opportunity to attack Long Haochen, and maybe he could really defeat Long Haochen. Boom! At this time, the spiritual power all over Long Haochen exploded. The golden liquid spiritual power began to divide in his body. It was like a path, corresponding to the movement of the spiritual power inside his body at this time. Long Haoyu opened his eyes suddenly, like a wild tiger. The exquisite light in his eyes was filled with a suffocating flavor. Chang, there is constant contention without front. Long Haoyu held his hands on the hilt of the edgeless sword. He did not take the initiative to attack Lin Xin, but grabbed Wu Feng and plunged him fiercely into the ring. The ground of the trial ground was very hard, but the sharp blade was stabbed open like tofu, and half of the sword did not enter the trial ground. There are many cracks on the cracked ground, spreading like spider webs. Boss, what are you doing? Is this your self-created skill? Lin Xin finished chanting the magic spell and controlled a huge fireball to attack Long Haoyu. Looking at Long Haoyu's movements at this time, he couldn't help but become curious. Long Haoyu did not answer Lin Xin directly. At this time, his state of mind was still immersed in the mystery of his own skills. The feeling of Lin Xin's magical attack made him in a very strange state at this time. Although he did not get a verbal answer from Long Haoyu, Lin Xin saw great changes in the arena of the trial. The crack should not have been very wide, but at this time, it directly opened the crack in most of the trial arena. After careful sensing, you can even detect the spiritual power flowing in these cracks, as if Long Haoyu is using his own spiritual power to feed the ground back. Lin Xin suddenly woke up when he discovered such a strange thing. Just when he was about to say something, Long Haoyu's next move unfolded under his gaze. Wu Feng pulled out a lot of the sword from the ground, and about a third of the sword was still submerged under the ground. But as Wu Feng was pulled out a little, the spiritual power surging under the ring began to show signs of exploding. At the same time, Long Haoyu's cold voice sounded, "Sword, rise." Chapter 182. Kukaka. On the arena, sword energy suddenly surged out from the cracked cracks. Each sword energy carries a very sharp aura, which can be equivalent to a full blow from a top 4th level knight. If it were just one or two moves, such a move would look very clownish, but at this time, the sword energy emitted from the arena was dozens or hundreds. The sword energy net covered 2/3 of the arena. Damn, it's so dangerous. Lin Xin twisted his body very energetically, twisting his butt left and right, narrowly avoiding Long Haoyu's self-created skill. Just now, a sword energy flew out from behind his butt. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been defeated instantly. The sour feeling must have left a psychological shadow even after being rescued. Boss, do you want this move to be so fierce? With so much sword energy, I don't even have time to chant magic spells. Tell me what evil I have done. Fortunately, my waist strength is very good. Otherwise, I would really want you to make your anus explode all over the mountain this time. Then I would really have to be expelled, and I would be so embarrassed that I would have to go to my grandma's house. Lin Xin kept his body twisting. Hundreds of surges of sword energy shot out from under him with great accuracy every time, almost frightening him to death every time. On the referee's bench, Lin Chen's face turned black. He was not surprised that his grandson was no match for Long Haoyu's self-created skill. As a magician, he knew very well that Long Haoyu's move was a fatal threat to magicians. He was already weak, so in terms of close combat, he only delivered food, and relied on long-range attacks. The distance between Lin Xin and Long Haoyu was indeed far enough, and they met the standards of long-range attacks. However, as the sword energy sprang up, it seemed that the long-range attack was changed into a close combat. However, he was surprised that his grandson was yelling in the ring at this time. Disgraced and thrown into grandma's house. Isn't this nonsense now a disgrace to grandma's house? The face of my old Lin family is really going to be completely disgraced by you, the turtle grandson. Lin Chen was holding back a mouthful of old blood. He really had the urge to pass out from anger. It was such a shameful thing. This was the selection competition for the demon hunting group. How could he be conspicuous in this trial field? Long Haoyu woke up from his mysterious consciousness. He listened to Lin Xin yelling loudly and watched Lin Xin dodge the sword energy very flexibly. There was no look of disappointment on his face, as if he had already been prepared for all this. Anticipate. Boss, your self-created skill is not very good. If you encounter someone with a flexible waist like me in the future, the power may be very limited. Lin Xin continued to dodge, but he did not forget to continue shouting at this time. He was ready to be a guinea pig. He was now working hard to help Long Haoyu find out the shortcomings of this move. Long Haoyu smiled slightly and said, Lin Xin, you have to be careful next time. My self-created skill is not as simple as you think. My move is a compound skill. Composite skills, what is this noun? Lin Xin was a little surprised and couldn't realize what Long Haoyu meant. It seemed that he had never heard of any compound or non-compound skills before. Long Haoyu didn't give Lin Xin a chance to react anymore, and 1/3 of Wufeng that was still on the ground was completely pulled out. Holding Wufeng in one hand, Long Haoyu used Wufeng to sweep out a sword beam, and then used Wufeng as a support point to slash Wufeng down to the ground. Sword, fall, clang, clang, clang. The sword energy that flew out from the ground before has not completely dissipated. Lin Xin only focused on dodging the sword energy that flew up from the ground, and had no intention of paying attention to the last movements of these sword energy. Suddenly hearing Long Haoyu say this, he seemed to suddenly react. His pupils suddenly opened many times, and he looked up at the top of his head in disbelief. The sword energy was all hanging in the air above his head, staring at him eagerly. Following Long Haoyu's soft drink, these suspended sword energies fell one after another. Rumble, the arena was swept across by sword energy. There were already many cracks in the ring, and a burst of smoke and dust flew up at this time. Lin Xin's wailing sounded from the smoke, I won't fight. I really won't fight this time. Boss, you are really too cruel. Referee, I give up, I give up. As the referee, Han Qian turned into a golden light and fell on the trial field when he heard Lin Xin admitting defeat. The powerful spiritual power began to drive, and the radiant body was used instantly, and all the smoke and dust were quickly dispersed under his aura. Soon, the smoke and dust dispersed from the ring, and everyone in the rest area saw what was on the ring. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, if they hadn't witnessed the whole process, they really wouldn't believe what they saw with their own eyes. The hard training ground arena was now riddled with holes, and holes appeared on the stage one after another, allowing them to fully comprehend the power brought about by the falling sword energy just now, and even more to imagine the power of the falling sword energy. How lethal would the Dao sword energy be if it landed on one's body? Han Qian was standing not far from Long Haoyu, and Lin Xin was being held by his side with one hand. The magician's robe on his body was much torn in just a moment, and the very white skin inside could be seen. The dirty look on his face tells everyone all the time. He, Lin Xin, is really miserable now. Han Qian couldn't help but feel ashamed when he looked at the situation in the arena in front of him. He could fully imagine how terrifyingly lethal this move was. The sword energy rising into the sky can already give many unexpected attack effects. After the attack, the sword energy condenses in the air without scattering, and can continue to fall for secondary kills, which adds stability to the surprise. Even he hadn't noticed the sword energy that hadn't dissipated just now. In the first match of the first group, Night Temple number 5 contestant wins. Han Qian made the decision and announced the end of the match. No one who came here from any temple had any objections to this match. There was no doubt about Long Haoyu's power. This skill that was temporarily created on the stage is actually so powerful. One can imagine how far those skills that are thoroughly familiar can reach. It's no wonder that in the previous news, the number 5 player of the Knight's Temple used only one move to kill the number 1 player of the Knight's Temple, who was also a 5th level knight. Knight Temple number 5 player is so terrifying. After the results of the competition were announced, Han Qian did not get off the ring immediately. After all, Long Haoyu created his own skills during the competition. He asked in a deep voice, Haoyu, why are you thinking of creating your own skills at this time? In such a competition, including in future demon battlefields, your actions are very dangerous. Could it be that you were affected by the magic that Lin Xin just cast? Asked about what Long Haoyu had guessed before, Han Qian focused on Long Haoyu and attached great importance to this matter. Everyone in the night training ground also focused on Long Haoyu at this moment. As Long Haoyu's answer came out, Han Qian almost choked himself to death, and Lin Xin also rolled his eyes wildly on the spot. The look he looked at Long Haoyu was as weird as it could be. Chapter 183. Come back to the Holy Knight Commander, I have indeed realized something. Each demon hunting group is composed of 6 temple elites, and the role of magicians in the demon hunting group is to conduct exploration on the one hand, and to launch large-scale group attacks during group battles on the other. Quote, But the 6 members of the demon hunting group will all be independent individuals. I think that if a battle occurs, although the teammates around them will do everything possible to help their teammates, they may not necessarily be able to cover everything. So I think that although I am a disciplinary knight, I can also study this aspect of skills when I have enough energy. This move just now is based on Lin Shin's magic attack, a self-created move specifically targeting demons. The moves of the minion. If we encounter a similar situation on the battlefield, it will not only reduce the pressure on the magicians in the team, but it will also play an unexpected role in reducing the pressure on the entire team. Long Haoyu answered plausibly. I came up with this self-created skill based on a sudden idea, and explained it in detail. The original intention of developing such skills is exactly as he said, it exists to clear out the little soldiers. Otherwise, with his strength that can approach a 6th level knight when he explodes with all his strength, there is no need to use such a move to disperse his spiritual power, and the strongest attack is no more than a top-level 4th level attack. The battlefield is all about racing against time. When fighting against opponents of the same level, if you miss the opportunity because of such moves, the consequences will be fatal. After Han Qian was speechless for a while, his eyebrows gradually furrowed. Long Haoyu's words convinced him to a certain extent that such a move could indeed have an unexpected effect on the demon battlefield. When no one in the demon clan thought that Long Haoyu, a disciplinary knight, had such an attack method, if Long Haoyu suddenly came like this, the demon clan would definitely suffer heavy losses. I understand, you and Lin Xin go down first. Next, the second game will be held. Han Qian released Lin Xin from his hands and signaled that they could leave. Long Haoyu didn't talk nonsense, and after looking at each other with Lin Xin, he walked straight to the bottom of the training ground. Lin Xin's expression was still very strange, and he felt a little unnatural following Long Haoyu. Boss, you are really unkind. You are still using me as a guinea pig. This move of yours really hurt my soul. I feel like my mental trauma will never be repaired. It is very vivid that Lin Xin has such a character. Long Haoyu smiled slightly, and after a few words of teasing with Lin Xin, he went straight back to the rest area and sat next to Kair. Kair, have the results of your group's lottery come out? Long Haoyu asked. Kair sat quietly next to Long Haoyu and replied in a low voice, it's already out. It's the last game for me in the group, but the time of each game is different, so it's almost time for me to pass. I'll take you there. Long Haoyu held Kair's hand and walked towards the outside of the Knight's Temple. Kair let Long Haoyu hold her hand, and her eyesight recovered a lot. She looked at Long Haoyu beside her, with a slight smile on her lips. The lonely soul seems to have received a lot of comfort during this period of time, as if it has found the meaning of life again. Involuntarily, he squeezed Long Haoyu's hand tightly. Long Haoyu felt Kair's strangeness and could feel Kair's emotional changes, and felt something strange in his heart. Without saying anything, he quietly led Kair toward the magic temple trial site of her group. The more he understood what Kair had experienced in his childhood, the more Long Haoyu understood the reasons for Kair's current changes. But without actually setting foot on the demon battlefield, without actually encountering that crucial thing, it would definitely be unrealistic to heal the trauma in Kair's heart. Kair, you go to the game, I'll wait for you outside. Long Haoyu gently rubbed Kairyu's hand, and his voice was as gentle as possible. Don't think too much about some things, I will always be by your side. Kair was slightly startled, understanding that Long Haoyu had sensed the change in her mood just now. After humming softly, he took out the green bamboo staff from the space ring and entered the magic temple trial ground. Watching Kair enter the magic temple trial ground, Long Haoyu sighed faintly, that day won't be too far away. Child, are you thinking about what happened to that girl? At this time, an old voice sounded in Long Haoyu's ears. Looking along the sound, Long Haoyu recognized the owner of the sound. The grandfather of future teammate Lin Xin, one of the deputy masters of the magic temple, and 8th level holy magister Lin Chen. It turns out to be Grandpa Lin. Do you have anything to do with me? Long Haoyu saluted Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, Son, I came to you today because of my worthless grandson. I know about the bet between you and my grandson. I'm here to express my special thanks to you. Long Haoyu was slightly surprised. He did not expect that Lin Xin would tell Lin Chen about the bet, and that Lin Chen would come to him because of this matter. Lin Xin talked to me 2 days ago. He said that with your help, he solved the knot in his heart. I know that he has solved the knot in his heart, and the feeling in his heart is actually very complicated. Lin Chen sighed, but I am still very happy to see that child come out of what happened back then, and you are the key person to help him come out of the knot in his heart, so our Lin family accepts your favor. Quote. Long Haoyu said, Grandpa Lin, you're welcome. You always know the bet between me and Lin Xin. You always know that Lin Xin will definitely be a teammate of the demon hunting team I want to form in the future. The members of the demon hunting group should be as close as brothers. It is appropriate to do things for your brothers and help your brothers. Lin Chen was not surprised by Long Haoyu's answer. He had chatted with Han Qian privately for a while watching the game and got to know Long Haoyu better. Seeing Long Haoyu like this, the smile on his face was more like looking at his grandson, but this smile did not last long. Long Haoyu saw the smile on Lin Chen's face begin to fade, and immediately realized that Lin Chen's visit this time was not just for gratitude. Grandpa Lin, if you always have something you want me to do, please just ask. Long Haoyu asked in a deep voice. Lin Chen nodded and said, Actually, I have a request for you. With your help, my grandson can get out of his heart. I think you should be able to give my grandson more help in this matter. So I want to ask you to help me train my grandson, and train him hard. I don't want people with white hair to send people with black hair. Chapter 184. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chen's energy dropped a lot. The strong man's posture has faded away a lot, and what remains is just like an old man in his twilight years. Long Haoyu could feel Lin Chen's emotions at this time. Lin Xin's parents died in the laboratory because of research. Lin Chen, an old man who has done a lot for the human race, has already experienced a white-haired person giving a black-haired person. Although in today's era, such things are not rare. Knowing that it is easy for white-haired people to send black-haired people, there are still many pioneers who send their descendants into the battlefield. Just like after learning that Lin Xin was going to join the demon hunting group, Lin Chen was indeed very depressed about Lin Xin's decision, but he did not stop him, even after he knew that Lin Xin might not come back after going to the battlefield. The request at this time is just a small help that he, as a grandfather, wants to do for his grandson. Grandpa Lin, I understand what you mean. If conditions permit, I will complete this commission from you, Grandpa Lin. And when the demon hunting group is actually established, no matter how many teammates I have brought to the demon battlefield, I will definitely try my best to bring everyone back from the battlefield. Grandpa Lin, you don't want the white-haired man to send the black-haired man away, and I don't want to see the brothers in my team die before me. Long Haoyu answered sonorously and forcefully. A firm belief lingered in him. Lin Chen looked at Long Haoyu seriously at this time, did not continue to talk about Lin Xin's matter, and patted Long Haoyu's shoulder heavily. Good boy, then Grandpa, I will go in and host the game first. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he seemed to feel a lot more relaxed and walked toward the magic temple. Not long after Lin Chen left, Lin Xin immediately rushed over from a distance. He saw Lin Chen and Long Haoyu talking. Even from a distance, he could feel that something was wrong with his grandfather's aura, so he decided not to follow him just now. Boss, did my grandfather talk to you about something? Lin Xin asked eagerly. Long Haoyu looked at Lin Xin's reaction at this time and pondered for a moment. Grandpa Lin just asked me for something. He said he didn't want a white-haired person to give away a black-haired person. Lin Xin was silent for a moment, as if he was immersed in the state Lin Chen was immersed in at that time, and an unspeakable feeling surged in his heart. His fists tightened involuntarily and he waved heavily to his side. Boss, what is my grandfather asking you for? Lin Xin asked in a deep voice. Long Haoyu said, Grandpa Lin said that you still have a lot of room for improvement in magic, but what you have now is far from enough, so you want me to continue training you. You told me about helping you get out of your knot. Grandpa Lin thinks this method is very useful to you, and he probably wants me to continue to help you in this way. Question mark question mark question mark. Hell's Sea of Blood. Lin Xin trembled suddenly. Although it is very difficult to express Lin Chen's entrustment to Long Haoyu. But when he heard that Long Haoyu was talking about continuing to help him in the way of Hell and Sea of Blood, his expression couldn't help but tremble. Boss, I think, let's forget about the bloody Sea of Hell. I've already experienced that feeling once, and I don't want to experience it a second time. I have always thought that my ability to accept is very strong, but after experiencing the blood sea of hell, I feel that I can't handle it. If this happens a few more times, I'm afraid I haven't even entered the demon battlefield. All my people are going to die immediately. Long Haoyu just said that, and did not really use the hell blood sea to continue to help Lin Xin feel the desperate thoughts. There are many ways to train, and hell sea of blood is the next best choice. After all, there are great differences between people. He can be desperate and determined again and again in the shadow space. But not everyone can guarantee that he will not have a nervous breakdown in his position. Especially people like Lin Xin who have experienced despair and have seen their parents die tragically in front of them. Too much stimulation, combined with the real thing, will eventually cause irreparable damage. We'll talk about the special training later. Anyway, I promised your grandpa that I will bring back as many people as I take to the demon battlefield. And if you can change your previous concepts and you are willing to learn attack magic, it is already the greatest progress. Long Haoyu patted Lin Xin's back gently. Such an answer made Lin Xin relax a lot. Relaxed, Lin Xin let out a heavy breath. I thought you would really do that, boss, but now it seems I was overthinking it. No, I have to go to the Holy City auction tonight to make a good purchase, otherwise my depressed mood will not be released. Lin Xin regained his living treasure appearance and muttered to himself. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stared at Long Haoyu again. Boss, there is an auction tonight at the Holy City auction house. Boss, do you want to go and have a look too? When Lin Xin said this, he quickly looked around, fearing that Kair would be watching him coldly at this moment. After confirming that everything was correct, he lowered his voice and continued, I forgot to tell the boss that the auctions at the Holy City auction house are different from those in Emi City. The auctioneer who is presiding over the auction is one of the most beautiful women in this Holy City's auction house. Don't get me wrong, boss. That's not what I want to express. The grandfather of this beautiful auctioneer was the master of the warrior temple of our 6 major temples 200 years ago. He is the granddaughter of the sword god of light, Yi Wushang. Senior Yi Wushang was the master of our 6 major temples at the time. The most powerful one. I see that the skill you created just now, boss, is not the performance of a regular disciplinary knight skill. It is more like simply using a sword. I think you may gain something from it after you go there. Long Haoyu naturally understood who the auctioneer Lin Xin was talking about. Yi Weiyang can indeed be said to be one of the stunning beauties of the Holy City auction house, alongside Feng Ling the contemporary heir to the Holy City auction house. Similarly, Yi Weiyang's grandfather, Yi Wushang, also knew very well about him. He was the strongest man 200 years ago and was a top-notch swordsman. According to what Lin Xin wanted to express, he could try to obtain some treasures left by the sword god of light from Yi Weiyang. Although he will not really follow the path that Yi Wushang took, if he can learn from Yi Wushang's skills in using swords, it will indeed be of great help to his growth, at least in terms of sword use. In terms of using Wufeng, he will gain more experience. Such a proposal is really exciting. Chapter 185. Boss, are you going? Lin Xin urged. Long Haoyu came back to his senses and nodded seriously in response to Lin Xin's suggestion. We can go and have a look together, but we have to wait until Kair finishes the game first. Lin Xin's expression was slightly stiff. Thinking that Kair might also follow him to the Holy City auction house, all the passion he had just extinguished at this moment. Boss, although we people are not afraid of distorted shadows. But, we are going to talk to Sister Weiyang about the sword god of light. Isn't it inappropriate for Sister Kair to follow us? Lin Xin is now particularly afraid of Kair. He still can't forget the sense of crisis when he was almost killed before. I originally had high expectations for going to the Holy City auction house, but now I suddenly feel extremely calm. Long Haoyu smiled slightly. Are you worried that seeing Yi Weiyang after Kair goes there may cause some unnecessary misunderstandings? Lin Xin quickly shook his head. Although he was shaking his head to deny the matter, the look in his eyes was like this. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Long Haoyu comforted him and continued to wait patiently outside the magic temple. After a while, the sound of a green bamboo stick hitting the ground was heard, and Kair, dressed in purple, walked out of the magic temple. The green bamboo stick made a sound of tuck, 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 on the ground. Long Haoyu hurriedly went up to hold Kair's hand. Kair felt the familiar aura and took advantage of the situation to retract the green bamboo stick into the space ring. What's wrong with you? Kair felt that Lin Xin was here and could see it vaguely. She even felt that Lin Xin was very uncomfortable at this time and asked softly. Long Haoyu smiled slightly and explained, Lin Xin and I are talking about going to the Holy City auction house tonight, and going to contact the auctioneer there to see if we can get some information about the bright man from back then. The deeds of the sword god. Kair frowned lightly, and after a moment's thought, she understood the meaning of Long Haoyu's words. Do you want to try and see if you can get some sword-wielding skills from the bright sword god back then? Did Lin Xin make this suggestion? When Lin Xin saw Kair mentioning him, his body shivered for no reason. He knew that Kair was invisible now, but he didn't dare to look at Kair. Sister, this matter is helpful to the boss. I have no other intentions. Please don't misunderstand me. Lin Xin hurriedly explained. Kair's kind smile from the beginning lingered in his mind, for fear that Kair would misunderstand something again. Long Haoyu watched Lin Xin's reaction speechlessly and changed the topic. Kair, isn't your last game? Why did you come out so soon? My opponent is from the Assassin's Temple, and he immediately admitted defeat. Kair replied. I see, you people from the Assassin Temple really don't dare to fight you. Long Haoyu suddenly realized. Let's go to the Holy City auction house together in the evening, just to see if there is anything we can buy. We've known each other for so many years, and I haven't given you a decent gift yet. Let me make up for it this time. Saying this softly, Long Haoyu touched the iron ring still on Kair's hand, which he had taken off from Wufeng. Kair originally gave him a forget-me-not ring, which was a treasure with space for storage, but he just took off an iron ring from Wufeng. This gap is too eye-catching. I won't go. You have something to do today, and it's not appropriate for me to follow you. And I'm a little tired today, so I want to go back and rest first. Kair thought for a moment and declined Long Haoyu's invitation. Her other hand covered the back of Long Haoyu's hand and touched the edgeless iron ring between her fingers. Fool, this iron ring is the most precious gift you gave me. It is the belief I have persisted in all these years. It is enough. Saying this quietly in her heart, Kair showed a look of nostalgia on her face. Long Haoyu understood what Kair meant and followed Kair's thoughts and said, then I'll take you back first. If you're tired, go back and have a good rest. Kair hummed softly and moved closer to Long Haoyu. After sending Kair back to the hotel and watching Kair return to the room, Long Haoyu stood in the corridor without speaking for a long time. Boss, I'm sorry, I just acted too unnaturally. Is this a misunderstanding, Sister Kair? Lin Xin apologized. Long Haoyu patted Lin Xin on the shoulder. Don't worry, Kair is not as narrow-minded as you think, so don't take this matter to your heart. In the evening, just come to me and let's go to the Holy City auction house together. Lin Xin nodded awkwardly, agreed to Long Haoyu's words, and after taking a few steps, he looked back at Kair's room. Seeing this, Long Haoyu waved his hand towards Lin Xin. It was not until Lin Xin left that Long Haoyu returned to the room and waited until nightfall before heading towards the Holy City auction house. Under the night, the lights of the Holy City auction house were very bright. Lin Xin was already waiting here. When he saw Long Haoyu coming, he immediately greeted him. Boss, tonight's auction is about to start. Let's go in. Long Haoyu nodded and followed Lin Xin towards the auction house. As the two of them walked toward the auction house, many people were pouring into it. The noisy sounds echoed all around, highlighting the excitement of the Holy City's auction house. As a legendary big dog owner, Lin Xin also got a box at the Holy City auction house. Long Haoyu followed him to the box and sat there, looking at the auction table on the first floor and the people around the auction table. People who are about to buy something at the auction still say in their hearts that it is good to have money. If it weren't for Lin Xin, a big dog, he would be just one of the many people below, and he wouldn't have such a comfortable box environment now. There were more and more people, and many empty seats on the first floor were taken, and eventually it became overcrowded. As the popularity reached its peak this time, the sound of a hammer echoed throughout the auction house. On the auction stage, a beautiful figure no longer knows when she will take the stage. The red dress on her body shows off her curvy figure to the fullest. People all around looked at this beautiful figure one after another, and they all remained silent. Long Haoyu followed the sound of the hammer and looked at Yi Weiyong, who was standing on the stage. Even though there was a long distance, he could still feel the mature and charming temperament from Yi Weiyong. Her charming appearance overwhelmed the whole audience. Chapter 186. Boss, are you watching? This is the beautiful auctioneer I told you, the granddaughter of the sword god of light, Yi Weiyang. Boss, let me tell you, this is my goddess. Lin Xin saw Yi Weiyang on stage and saw Yi Weiyang's mature and charming temperament, and immediately started chattering non-stop. He looked like this and kept talking eloquently. He was trying his best to introduce things about Yi Weiyang to Long Haochen. Long Haochen was slightly speechless. He vaguely remembered that Lin Xin also said the same thing about the beautiful auctioneer named Xianxia when he was in Amy City. If I remember correctly, Lin Xin said at that time that if it weren't for his age, he would have pursued the auctioneer named Xianxia. Now, when it arrived at the Holy City auction house, it immediately became the current rhetoric again. But he was not surprised by this. Although Lin Xin was a real boy, he was very coquettish. Silently listening to Lin Xin's introduction to Yi Weiyang, Long Haochen turned his attention to Yi Weiyang on the auction stage. In fact, he didn't need Lin Xin's introduction. He also knew many things about Yi Weiyang, but there was one thing he didn't understand now. In his memory, Yi Weiyang should be the auctioneer in charge of the VIP auction held once a month at the Holy City auction house. Today's situation, with the huge crowd of people sitting below, it looked like it was not a VIP auction house. Yi Weiyang would be on stage at this time, which was very inconsistent with what he knew. Hello, distinguished guests, welcome to our Holy City auction house. Because there are special circumstances happening today, I will be hosting this auction today. Today, we have also prepared many rare and good things for all the guests. I hope everyone can gain something from this shooting session. At this time, Yi Weiyang spoke on the stage. The voices in Dongding were full of gentleness. Just listening to these voices made many people sitting below breathe heavily. It was just one or two, so it was not very obvious, but at this time Long Haochen could clearly hear breathing sounds like landslides and tsunamis. Yi Weiyang's lethality was a huge impact on these guests. Boss, this is the charm of Sister Weiyang. I made an appointment with Sister Weiyang today, so Sister Weiyang will come to host this auction. Sister Weiyang will come up after the auction ends later. I hope you and Sister Weiyang can have a pleasant chat. Lin Xin whispered in Long Haochu's ear. The behavior of the guests below made him feel very comfortable at this time. Yi Weiyang's charm is absolutely unstoppable. Just when he thought so, he saw Long Haochu still sitting unmoved by the side, and a look of confusion immediately appeared on his face. Boss, why didn't you speak? Don't you think so? When Long Haochu came back to his senses, he naturally knew that Yi Weiyang was very charming, but not to the point where he would fall in love with Yi Weiyang just because she was very charming. He was slightly absent-minded just because of Lin Xin's introduction at this moment. No wonder he appeared on the auction stage even though he knew that Yi Weiyang would not host an ordinary auction. The relationship was all because of Lin Xin's advance appointment. It's nothing, I was just thinking about how to visit Yi Weiyang after the auction. I didn't expect that you had already arranged it in advance. Long Haochu explained. Lin Xin smiled. So boss, you are thinking about these things. I must make arrangements for this kind of thing in advance. While Lin Xin was talking to Long Haochu, Yi Weiyang on the stage spoke again. Anyone who has attended our VIP auction must know me. But after all, something unexpected happened today, so I still want to introduce myself so that more new friends can get to know me. My name is Yi Weiyang, and I am the chief auctioneer of the Holy Alliance auction house. If you have anything to auction in the future, you can send it to our Holy Alliance auction house. Our auction house will definitely not disappoint you. In order not to keep all guests waiting, we will invite you to the first lot. Yi Weiyang acted resolutely, and as he spoke, he had already retreated to one side of the auction table, and the staff responsible for pushing the auction items onto the auction table were delivering the items to the stage. Soon, the first lot was auctioned under the auspices of Yi Weiyang. Many people were fascinated by Yi Weiyang and started bidding desperately. The atmosphere in the entire auction room gradually reached its peak. Lin Xin was not very interested in the things on the auction stage, but Long Haochu took a fancy to one thing and took a photo of it. The rest of the things were not that interesting, and he did not bid again until the end of the auction. The Shengmeng auction house was very efficient and quickly delivered a hosta. It was exactly what Long Haochu had taken, and it was the gift he planned to give to Kair. Although he could understand Kair's thoughts and knew that the edgeless iron ring meant the most to Kair, it still didn't stop him from giving Kair another gift. Just like what happened today, Kair had the intention to follow, but he made such a choice, so he couldn't let Kair feel cold here. Lin Xin understood Long Haoyu's thoughts and did not speak when Long Haoyu put the hosta into the ring. He just looked forward to the unclosed box door in anticipation. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Not long after, Yi Weiyang, who had been on the auction stage before, appeared at the door of the box. She did not come in directly, but just stood in front of the door. Looking at Long Haoyu and Lin Xin in the box, with a slight smile on his face, "Brother Lin Xin, can I come in?" Seeing this, Lin Xin quickly stood up and went to the door to greet her. "Sister Weiyang, what you said is really embarrassing me, please come in quickly." While speaking enthusiastically, he led Yi Weiyang into the box. "Boss, this is Sister Weiyang. I have informed Sister Weiyang in advance that you want to visit, boss." Seeing that Lin Xin had arranged things to this point, Long Haoyu stood up and walked towards Yi Weiyang. "Hello, my name is Long Haoyu." Yi Weiyang smiled, stretched out her jade hand towards Long Haoyu, and held it firmly with Long Haoyu. "Hello, my name is Yi Weiyang." With a smile on her lips, Yi Weiyang said this, and then looked at Long Haoyu again. Especially when she saw Wu Feng, who was still carrying Long Haoyu behind him, her smile became even more charming. Long Haoyu was slightly surprised, facing Yi Weiyang's smiling face at this time, comparing it with what he knew about Yi Weiyang's character. Suddenly, I was still a little unsure. Chapter 187. Sister Weiyang, what are you looking at? Long Haoyu noticed something was wrong with Yi Weiyang's gaze at this time. Lin Xin, who was next to Yi Weiyang, also noticed something was wrong. Looking at Yi Weiyang's performance at this time with great suspicion, he couldn't help but ask. Yi Weiyang smiled, returned her gaze to Long Haoyu, and said with a smile, "Lin Xin, didn't you say that Brother Haoyu is one of the few people in the world who is more handsome than you? You know, your sister and I are still single. When I see a more handsome person, it doesn't seem to be a problem to take a second look, right?" A very seductive voice echoed in the box. Yi Weiyang said this, the expression on her face changed slightly, it really looked like that. Lin Xin's expression stiffened, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Sister Weiyang, it's meaningless for you to say this. The boss is indeed more handsome than me, but I'm not bad either. In the world, there is only the boss, well, there is also the boss's twin brother who is more handsome than me. I'll beat the others 10 to 10. Lin Xin responded unconvincingly, but the more he spoke, the more confident his face became. He even started not believing it. Yi Weiyang chuckled and looked at Long Haoyu again. "Brother Haoyu, do you think what my sister said is right?" The unparalleled eyes were staring straight at Long Haoyu. The ripples in his eyes were so obvious that just by looking at him, there was something strange about him that would draw away the soul of a person. Long Haoyu quietly looked at Yi Weiyang's appearance at this time, pretending to be puzzled and replied, "Sister Weiyang, you are right, there is only strength in my world, and strength is the foundation of everything. As for appearance, I rarely care about this aspect. If Lin Xin wants to be first, it doesn't matter if I give the first place to him. Question mark question mark question mark. Is it okay to leave it to me? Boss, are you still speaking in human language?" Lin Xin was even more hurt. Yi Weiyang deliberately teased her, and now she was hurt like this by Long Haoyu. Lin Xinsheng stood helplessly in the box, suddenly feeling that he was very redundant. Today was really not a good day. Really, Brother Haoyu, are you so considerate? Sister, I am right if you say you are right. Sister, I am very moved by you doing this. Yi Weiyang continued to tease. It was still such a charming voice, and such a voice was tingling Long Haoyu's nerves all the time. However, in the face of Yi Weiyang not changing her original appearance, Long Haoyu gave the latest answer. Sister Weiyang, now that the auction is over, I think there is no need for you, Sister Weiyang, to use your extremely exaggerated spirit. It's so contagious. I have trained my willpower. In this aspect, I am still very confident about myself. I will not easily shake my belief, nor will I easily indulge in things other than improving my strength. Long Haoyu knew that Yi Weiyang was a person who could have close friendships, but at this time, Yi Weiyang did behave differently from the Yi Weiyang he knew. Out of caution, he is now very stable. After all, Yi Weiyang now gives him a completely different feeling from Li Xin back then. If Yi Weiyang was similar to Li Xin, he could put down all caution at this time and have a real good conversation. Yi Weiyang smiled lightly and didn't care at all about Long Haoyu's confusing words at this time. It seems that brother Haoyu is indeed as rumored. It's better to meet him than to be famous. It really surprises me. Saying this softly, Yi Weiyang sat down in the box, and then looked at Long Haoyu and Lin Xin, who were sitting opposite Yi Weiyang. Yi Weiyang's gorgeous red dress highlights Yi Weiyang's curvy figure. Just sitting like this, she has a mature and charming temperament, and it is easy to fall into it if you are not careful. Yi Weiyang did not continue to mobilize her spiritual power, and her tone became a little more normal. Brother Haoyu, I heard Lin Xin say that you came to visit me because of some things about my grandfather Yi Wusheng. Yes, Senior Sword God of Light was the strongest among the human race 200 years ago. In terms of sword-wielding skills, he should be at the pinnacle of the current human race. Long Haoyu responded in a deep voice, although I am a disciplinary knight of the Knight's Temple, the heavy sword used by our disciplinary knights is also one of the countless sword weapons, so I want to try to learn some of the skills of the predecessors of the bright sword god. Skill with the sword. Yi Weiyang listened to Long Haoyu's words with a smile on her face. When Long Haoyu finished speaking, she did not express her position immediately. The whole box suddenly became very quiet, so quiet that you could already hear the sound of the staff cleaning in the auction house below. Brother Haoyu, my grandfather was the master of the warrior temple back then. Although he died on the demon battlefield, he did leave behind some legacy of sword use. Although our 6 temples are originally one body, little brother Haoyu, you are from the Night Temple after all. If I directly pass on the inheritance left by my grandfather to you, I am afraid that the senior leaders of our warrior temple will not agree. I don't know, little brother Haoyu, what conditions are you going to use in exchange for these inheritances? After a long time, Yi Weiyang spoke seriously. Long Haoyu and Lin Xin fell silent for a moment, understanding the meaning of Yi Weiyang's words. Long Haoyu had a deep understanding of such things. For example, Kair's great-grandfather had always talked about letting him join the Assassin's Temple. The 6 major temples are originally one body, but they also have their own interests. It is definitely not possible to give away the interests easily. Sister Weiyang, I wonder what you want me to give in exchange. Long Haoyu kicked the ball to Yi Weiyang again. He didn't want to fall into the trap easily and let Yi Weiyang take the initiative in this matter. Yi Weiyang pondered for a moment and said, how about, little brother Haoyu, you pledge yourself to your sister. Then you will be my grandpa's grandson-in-law, and it will be a matter of course for you to take over the inheritance left by my grandpa. Long Haoyu shook his head. Sister Weiyang, if this is the condition, I will not be able to obey. Moreover, Sister Weiyang, you can't help but use your spiritual power now. This is not the behavior we should have when talking about things. Yi Weiyang saw that her little trick was seen through. She covered her mouth and smiled slightly. Brother Haoyu is indeed so sensitive. Then sister, I will be more serious. If you want the inheritance left by my grandfather, I can give it to you directly. I can have it delivered to your mansion tomorrow, little brother Haoyu. It doesn't require any payment from you, and it doesn't require you to do anything now. It's just that under this situation, I don't know if you, little brother Haoyu, are willing to accept the goodwill I have shown. Yi Weiyang said this softly, and after finishing speaking, she stared at Long Haoyu with her beautiful eyes. A slight smile always hung on his face. Chapter 188. The box became silent again. Yi Weiyang's slow breathing sounded very smooth. Even though it was so smooth, it still suppressed the breathing sounds of Long Haoyu and Lin Xin at this time. Long Haoyu and Lin Xin, as if they had lost their breath, quietly thought about these words that Yi Weiyang suddenly said. Long Haoyu was surprised by Yi Weiyang's sudden statement. The sudden kindness did not make him let down all his guard. Sister Weiyang, what you just said is that you don't need me to do anything now. Do you mean that I need to do something in the future? Long Haoyu grasped the key point in Yi Weiyang's words and asked, is it equivalent to the fact that in the eyes of the current Sister Weiyang, I still have no way to pay for the equivalent exchange, and I need the future me to complete it? Yi Weiyang nodded slightly, not surprised at all that Long Haoyu found these key points in her words. If Long Haoyu couldn't find these key points, it would really disappoint her. You can say that, after all, sister, I am now a VIP auctioneer at the Holy Alliance auction house, and my life is considered worry-free. I don't have what I need for the time being. Brother Haoyu, I want you to directly pledge yourself to me. If you, Brother Haoyu, don't agree, then I can only change the way. When in the future, Brother Haoyu, you are capable enough, I will ask for my grandfather's gift again. The rewards of these inheritances. I think, Brother Haoyu, you will definitely understand this. The principle of equal exchange is what an auctioneer like me values the most. It is definitely not possible to give it away directly. Even if I agree, the top brass of our warrior temple will not agree. Long Haoyu nodded. Yi Weiyang's words were indeed correct. The direct beneficiary of the things left by the bright sword god Yi Wusheng would definitely be the warrior temple. Just like Kair's sword of samsara and spiritual furnace of samsara, even if the condition that they can only be used by assassins is eliminated, the assassin temple will not necessarily give up the sword of samsara and spiritual furnace of samsara. At least, it shouldn't be until the moment of human life and death, and when the moment of life and death is at stake, it will definitely be taken out. No matter what he has now, if he wants to give up some of his things, the higher-ups of their night temple will definitely not be willing to do so. Sister Weiyang's lack of conditions is harder to deal with than having conditions. No one can predict what will happen in the future. If Sister Weiyang, you put forward conditions that will make me very embarrassed in the future, are conditions that violate my principles. When the time comes, Sister Weiyang, do you think I should fulfill my promise, or should I directly violate it? Long Haoyu answered calmly, and at the same time he tightened his tight clothes, revealing the symbol of the Knight's Temple. As a member of the Knight's Temple, it is definitely not okay to break the promise. This is not in line with the purpose of being a qualified knight. But he didn't want to see those things he didn't agree to that might violate his principles. Yi Weiyang smiled and said, Brother Haoyu is really cautious, and my sister's idea is also very simple. I just want you to take more care of me when the time comes. As for the future conditions I mentioned, although I haven't thought about it yet, they will definitely not violate your principles in the future and will not make it difficult for you. If it makes it difficult for you and violates your principles, then this deal will not be valid. In the end, it will be regarded as a unilateral breach of contract on my side, and it has nothing to do with you, Brother Haoyu. Lin Xin couldn't understand. He didn't expect things to develop like this. But the current development trajectory makes him really hard to understand. Somehow, he always felt as if Yi Weiyang was playing a game of chess, and it was a very big game. In this game of chess, Yi Weiyang risked his own life, and also invited Long Haoyu to join the game. Can. Long Haoyu replied, Sister Weiyang said it for this reason. I can also understand that Sister Weiyang, you want to bet on the future. In this case, I can agree to your condition, Sister Weiyang. Yi Weiyang let out a deep breath, and a smile began to bloom on her face. Then Brother Haoyu, can we cooperate happily? Happy to work with. Long Haoyu shook hands with Yi Weiyang again. After realizing that Yi Weiyang was making a huge gamble, he didn't mind getting into Yi Weiyang's chess game. He is confident that he knows who Yi Weiyang is. Although there are some differences at the moment, there will definitely not be much deviation in the end. With such a guarantee, he already had many advantages. Brother Haoyu, my sister will arrange for someone to deliver the inheritance ring my grandfather left to your residence tomorrow. I hope that the day in the future, Brother Haoyu, when you can fulfill my sister's conditions, will come soon. I believe that Brother Haoyu will not let me down. Yi Weiyang's infectious voice appeared again. The matter has been discussed and settled, and using this ability again now adds a strange charm to the box. Long Haoyu remained unmoved and saluted Yi Weiyang. Brother, thank you sister for your promise this time. The auction is over, so Lin Xin and I will leave first. Just like what you said, sister, I also hope that day will come soon. Long Haoyu and Lin Xin left. No longer in the box with Yi Weiyang. It has to be said that Yi Weiyang, who has the ability to control minds, is still very scary to a certain extent. Yi Weiyang watched Long Haoyu and Lin Xin leave, with the smile still on her face and just playing with her jade fingers quietly. A moment later, a beautiful figure in a white dress walked into the box. The woman had the same stunning face as Yi Weiyang. Although she is really inferior to Yi Weiyang by comparison, her temperament and charm make up for many shortcomings, and she is as charming as Yi Weiyang. The woman had long black hair, and a faint smile on her pretty face like an elf, as pure as if she had never been contaminated by the smell of fireworks. If you remove the charming temperament from her body, it can really be described as a small white flower, so pure that people cannot bear to blaspheme. You seem to be making a big gamble this time. Feng Ling'er looked sideways and said softly. Yi Weiyang smiled and said, in life, you are gambling everywhere, but if little brother Hao Yu can kill Yang Wenjiao instantly with one move, his future achievements will definitely be limitless. Now, I'm just investing in advance, you understand. Feng Ling'er was slightly startled, and after pondering for a moment, she said, is it really worth doing this? Whether it's worth it or not, the future will tell. Yi Weiyang said, we can just wait for that moment to arrive. Chapter 189. Outside the Holy Alliance auction house. The two figures gradually walked away. After walking far enough away, Lin Xin suddenly stopped. He hesitated many times and finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Looking at Long Haoyu's indifference at this time with a stern look on his face, he recalled what had just happened in the box, and still couldn't figure it out. Boss, you seem to be working too hard this time. Sister Weiyang said that the reward will be in the future. You don't even know Sister Weiyang's true purpose, so you just agreed. Lin Xin was extremely puzzled and started asking about the box. If he didn't clarify this matter, he felt that he might not be able to sleep at night. Long Haoyu had long noticed that Lin Xin was hesitant to speak, but he didn't expect Lin Xin to be able to hold it in for such a long time. He replied calmly, there is nothing I can't agree to. She also said that the final conditions will not violate me, the rules. Once you violate my principles, I can take the ring of inheritance for nothing, and it will not even violate the 10 principles of our knights. Lin Xin, is this something that violates the top 10 principles or not? Although violating the 10 principles is crucial to the knight, what is more important should be the inner demons of the future. After experiencing the tragic death of his parents in front of his eyes, and experiencing these years of wasted time, Lin Xin knew all too well what it felt like to have inner demons within him, like an invisible hand blocking his path forward. If it weren't for the help of Long Haoyu's Hell and Blood Sea, he would never have gotten rid of his inner demons and would not have been able to face everything that happened back then. Long Haoyu can help him, but if Long Haoyu falls into the land of inner demons in the future, who can help Long Haoyu? Long Haoyu saw Lin Xin's worry and continued, I understand what you are worried about now. I only want to ask you one question. Boss, you asked, Yi Weiyang, are you a part of our human alliance? Definitely is. That's right, everyone is doing their best for humanity. As long as we can confirm this, it's enough. Long Haoyu went back to the hotel, while Lin Xin continued to stand where he was. It wasn't until Long Haoyu walked far away that he reacted belatedly and looked at Long Haoyu's leaving back, then he realized the meaning of Long Haoyu's words. In the hotel, Long Haoyu just came back and saw Li Xin waiting at his door. Li Xin strode forward, gave Long Haoyu a warm hug, and complained with a face full of complaints, Brother Haoyu, you are so unkind. You didn't even call me sister when you went to the Shengmeng auction house. It's so heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking. If Kair hadn't told my sister, she wouldn't have known that you went out alone to be cool. You know that my sister has wanted to go out for a long time these days. Smelling the fragrance of Li Xin's body, Long Haoyu smiled slightly and said, Sister Exener, something unexpected happened today. After the demon hunting group selection competition is over, Sister Exener and I will definitely take a good tour of the holy city. Quote. Li Xin's eyes lit up. Then it's settled. Long Haoyu said, well, it's settled. By the way, Sister Exener, you are waiting for me outside my room so late. Do you have anything else to do? Li Xin dragged Long Haoyu and walked towards Yi Hua's room. The door of Yi Hua's room was wide open. Long Haochen, who was supposed to be in Keeling Valley, had returned after a few days. Brother Haochen is back. He said that he was recognized by the miracle sword there. So I have been waiting for you to come back so that I can tell you as soon as possible. Li Xin explained. Long Haoyu looked into the room. Long Haochen also felt that someone was coming. He turned around and looked at Long Haoyu. When he saw that Long Haoyu was back, his face immediately showed a happy look. Brother, I succeeded. Master and the others said what I got was a piece of bloodline equipment. I got the approval of this bloodline equipment and passed the assessment of this miracle sword. Long Haochen said excitedly, taking out the blue rain light hibiscus from the space ring as he spoke. In the blink of an eye, a blue rain hibiscus of light that was slightly smaller than the traditional knight's épée was taken out. The blade was 3 feet and 6 inches long, and the entire blade showed a very restrained golden appearance. There are many fine inscriptions on the spine of the sword, and all the inscriptions combined together are like strange hibiscus flowers, finally gathering at the sword's hilt. The sword is very broad and thick, carved into the shape of a dragon's head, making the blade look like it is spitting out from the dragon's mouth. The dark blue hilt is inlaid with an oval golden gem and 2 aqua gems, adding a lot of dazzling colors to this knight's épée. Long Haoyu saw that the lotus of blue rain light looked exactly the same as in his memory, and he felt from the bottom of his heart how luxurious this sword was. It was worthy of being made by the ancient elven royal family. Because it was a bloodline equipment, he could tell just by looking at it that the blue rain light hibiscus had reached the level where it could be used with Long Haochen's 5th level strength. There was a strong sense of closeness between them. This is something that even his Wu Feng cannot achieve. Yes, it's a good weapon. You just need such an épée. Long Haoyu was generous with his words of praise and patted Long Haochen's shoulder. While praising the lotus of blue rain light, Long Haoyu also took the time to compare the lotus of blue rain light with his own Wu Feng. Speaking of the role of the épée, he was certain that Wu Feng was more powerful than the blue rain light hibiscus. Although it did not have the same skills as the blue rain light hibiscus, the increase in spiritual power had reached the level of an artifact. Even though the current target is only the 3rd level, such an improvement is definitely greater for him than the improvement of blue rain light hibiscus. But it was the 3rd level target that made him really unbearable to look at it. His strength had been breaking through the 5th level for a long time, and he could even reach the 6th level threshold with full power. Wu Feng's growth rate is what it is, and there is no sign of evolving to the next stage. Gulu. Suddenly, there was a sound of swallowing saliva in the void. Wu Feng's voice rang in Long Haoyu's heart. Master, it's not good for you to be like this. I just didn't get enough feedback on my killing instinct. Otherwise, I would definitely be stronger than this gorgeous bitch. And it's not that I can only compete with level 3 strength, it's just that I have no way to evolve for the time being. If you really need it, Master, I can actually tell you another way for me to grow. When Long Haoyu heard what Wu Feng said, he suddenly became interested. Besides the feedback from the killing instinct, are there other ways for you to evolve? Why didn't you tell me before? Well, if I tell the master, there's nothing you can do, and you won't even agree. Wu Feng muttered softly. Long Haoyu frowned. What can I do? It means that I can assimilate other equipment. For example, the master's brother's sword has a sword spirit in it. I just need to assimilate him and make him a part of me. In this way, I can also improve. Wu Feng explained like this, as if he was looking at the lotus of blue rain light from the void, and the sound of swallowing saliva was more like a sudden greed, and he was ready to eat the lotus of blue rain light and wipe it clean. Look like. The blue rain light hibiscus suddenly trembled and made a buzzing sound in Long Haochen's hand, as if it was responding to something. Chapter 190. Clang, clang, clang. The tremors of the blue rain light hibiscus became more and more intense. Long Haochen looked at the magic weapon he had just obtained in great surprise. Long Haoyu came back to his senses and continued to ask in his heart, you actually still have such ability? Yes, it has always been there. It's just that Master, you couldn't meet the conditions before. Now that you have met the conditions, Master, you will definitely not agree. Wu Feng replied, but if Master doesn't agree, I will definitely not secretly give it to that person. If the sword spirit eats it, I will wait for you, Master, to go to the demon battlefield with peace of mind, and then we will kill each other. The corner of Long Haoyu's mouth twitched slightly. Wu Feng said that he would not secretly eat the sword spirit of blue rain light lotus. These words made him sound so weird. He asked Wu Feng to calm down, and then he calmed down again. His eyes fell on the lotus of blue rain light. Wu Feng stopped, and the blue rain light lotus also stopped, and the trembling sword calmed down, as if nothing had happened. Seeing that his weapon had become quiet, Long Haochen threw away his doubts and continued to return to the state of sharing joy with Long Haoyu. Brother, blue rain light lotus is also an épée. If you hadn't given it to me at that time, you would have definitely been recognized by blue rain light lotus with your ability. After this, brother, you should have 2 heavy swords, and you can display the abilities of a true disciplinary knight. Long Haochen said softly, suddenly feeling very uncomfortable now. His brother was a disciplinary knight and only had an épée. Now he has also mastered the discipline knight, and he also wields a heavy sword. It seems very incongruous for the 2 brothers to have a single sword posture. Long Haoyu smiled slightly and said, why are you thinking so much? I'm used to using Wufang. Even if you give me a second AP, I won't use it. Besides, don't you all know the path I have traveled over the years? All my moves and skills are developed for a single sword. Having an extra sword will make me uncoordinated, which will ultimately affect my performance on the battlefield. Performance. You can just use this sword. After you become a disciplinary knight, you won't be able to do it without a handy weapon. Long Haoyu comforted Long Haochen's unnatural mentality, and finally pressed his hand on Long Haochen's shoulder and leaned into Long Haochen's ear. Brother knows what the reward is this time, so he specifically chose to let for you. Don't live up to my brother's hard work. You need this weapon more than me. Just remember this and give full play to the power of this weapon. This is the reward you give to me. Do you understand? After saying these words, Long Haoyu finished whispering to Long Haochen, and his voice became normal. Haochen, with such a weapon, your sparring with Sister Exener should be able to improve faster. Quote, it's not long before the demon hunting group selection competition ends, which means there isn't much time until we go to the demon battlefield. Let's improve our strength. I bought a gift for Kair at the auction. I'm going to find Kair now, so I'll leave first. Long Haoyu specially revealed some things to Long Haochen, but he didn't stay here anymore. After bowing to Yi Hua, he walked away very gracefully. Watching Long Haoyu leave, Long Haochen stood there in shock, unable to believe what he just heard. Brother Haochen, what did Brother Haoyu just say to you? Li Xin was worried about Bagua and asked repeatedly, you two brothers are still secretly whispering. Yi Hua also looked at Long Haochen with great interest. Haochen, Haoyu should have told you something very important just now, right? Since it is something very important, you must remember what Haoyu said firmly. Keep those in mind, understand? Long Haochen remained silent, faced with Li Xin's gossip and Yi Hua's advice. At this time, he was stunned on the spot, and he had not yet woken up from the brief shock. Brother said that he already knew about the reward this time. When I went to the temple treasure pavilion with my brother before, no one told him alone. When the master came before, he didn't say what kind of reward he would give. There should be no reason for my brother to know from the master. But my brother obviously knew what he meant now, so he specially brought me with him at that time in order to give me the qualification to receive the reward. This. Long Haochen kept thinking about this matter in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he found that he couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, some scenes that Long Haoyu had shown in front of him in the past emerged in his mind. Continuously analyzing the current things and the past things, Long Haochen's eyes slowly revealed a brilliant light. Still looking at the direction Long Haoyu left, the look in his eyes gradually became firmer. Dong. Long Haoyu and his party lived on the same floor as Kair. After leaving Yi Hua's room, Long Haoyu went straight to the door of Kair's room. After knocking on Kair's door, Long Haoyu called softly from outside the door, Kair, it's me, Long Haoyu. Crunch. After a few breaths, Kair opened the door, vaguely looked at Long Haoyu's figure, and sniffed the familiar smell in the air. Is the auction over? Kair asked. Long Haoyu smiled and said, it's over. I came here to see you. Kair's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment when she heard that Long Haoyu came to see her at such a late hour. Long Haoyu gently grabbed Kair's hand and said in a much gentler voice, would you like to go out for a walk together now? Kair took her hand out of Long Haoyu's hand as if she was electrocuted. She was a little surprised at what she heard. Her head, which had been lowered just now, suddenly rose again. Kong Kong looked straight at Long Haoyu with blurred pupils, and a blush began to appear on his face quickly. Even though she was covered by a black veil, it was still clearly visible that her ears were now red. Is he going on a date with me? Should I agree? Kair was so confused that she couldn't help but think about this issue. Recalling the previous interactions between the two, everything was done without her being able to see it. With Long Haoyu's reason for sending her back, it didn't seem so embarrassing. It was late at night, and Long Haoyu suddenly said this, and she instinctively thought about this. When I thought that Long Haoyu was officially inviting me on a date for the first time, I suddenly became very embarrassed. He twisted his head in front of Long Haoyu, lowered his head again, intertwined his hands in front of him, and said in a voice like a mosquito, it's so late, no, isn't it? Chapter 191. This late, not good. Long Haoyu was slightly surprised. Seeing Kai's shy face and her ears turning red, he immediately reacted. Realizing this, Long Haoyu couldn't help but shook his head and teased softly, "Kai, are you unwilling to go out with me? Or are you just shy?" Kai lowered her head and played with her fingers, looking at Long Haoyu's toes. She couldn't say a word. She didn't look like the cool and unparalleled assassin queen on the competition stage. Long Haoyu stopped and did not continue to put more pressure on Kai on this issue. He smiled slightly and said, "Let's go, I have a gift for you. It just so happens that we haven't gone out at night yet, let's go for a walk together." Speaking softly, Long Haoyu grabbed Kai's wrist and led Kai towards the outside of the hotel. Kai kept her shy look, but when Long Haoyu said this, her body seemed to lose control, and she could only let Long Haoyu lead her towards the outside. Her mind was in a mess. The holy city is the core area of human territory. It is also a place that has not been invaded by war. The people living here are not as cautious as the residents of Odin Town. The neon lights at night render the entire holy city very beautiful, as if telling everyone who comes here that this is the paradise of mankind. There is an endless stream of people on the street enjoying their own nightlife, the shouts of vendors, friends bragging and spanking, and couples embracing each other passionately on the street. Everything makes people want to completely relax here. Long Haoyu was not disturbed by these disturbances and took Kai to a small park not far from the hotel. The park is very quiet and there are not as many people here as there are on the streets, making it a great place for a date. Beside the fountain, Long Haoyu was sitting there, and Kai was sitting next to him. The two of them looked at the streets of the holy city illuminated by neon lights in the distance in silence. The night view of the holy city is still very good. Neon lights are everywhere, but we are about to go to the demon battlefield. I am afraid that such comfortable days will not last too long. Long Haoyu sighed softly. The demon battlefield is not as comfortable as the human territory. It is absolutely impossible to live like this now. You can still go out for a walk at night when you have nothing to do. As long as you are in the territory of the demons, even if there is nothing to do for the time being, you cannot relax your vigilance. You may fall into the demons' encirclement at any time and end up in a bloody battlefield. The forget-me-not ring lit up with a burst of blue light, and Kai looked sideways at the ring she had given to Long Haoyu. The jade hairpin taken from the auction was taken out by Long Haoyu. The green hairpin had a burst of green light in the night, and there were inscriptions imprinted on it, which was essentially different from ordinary hairpins. In times of crisis, this hairpin can temporarily provide a layer of defense for Kai. Although it may not necessarily play a truly huge role on the battlefield, it can provide a layer of buffer for Kai. After all, Kai is a team assassin. What an assassin does is to find the most suitable opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Either the enemy will be fatal or you will die. This is the fate of the assassin. I know what you are thinking, but I have never given you a decent gift before. This hosta can provide you with a layer of protection in times of crisis. Long Haoyu guided Kai's hand to touch the hosta. The coldness of the hosta calmed down Kai's shyness a lot. Kai gently rubbed her jade hands on the hosta. Kai was silent for a long time and hummed softly. Long Haoyu took the hosta away from Kai's hand, suddenly stood up and walked away from the fountain for some distance. Kai looked at Long Haoyu suspiciously, without asking, just watching quietly. Long Haoyu took Wu Feng off his back, and all the bandages on Wu Feng popped off. The cold light from the dark sword edge gave people an inexplicable chill in the night sky. Master, isn't it? It's not what I imagined, right? Master, you can't do this to me. I want to kill the demons. It's really not good for you to do this. The little coal ball got out of Wu Feng. Feeling Long Haoyu's thoughts at this time, he couldn't help but complain. Long Haoyu threw the hosta into the air, then grabbed the head of the small coal ball with one hand and pressed it back towards Wu Feng. Calm down. There will be many demons to kill you in the future. Now, let me get down to business first. Long Haoyu spotted the hosta that was thrown away, and Wu Feng shot at the hosta and made a series of sword marks. Clang, clang, clang. Each time Wu Feng gently drew a mark on the hosta, and each time the hosta was bounced away again. Debris fell from the hosta, and Long Haoyu carved 2 words on it with Wu Feng's seal. The hosta fell into Long Haoyu's hands again, and Wu Feng was again wrapped in bandages and carried on his back. Long Haoyu sat back down next to Kai, looked at the word, Yukai, he had carved on the hosta, and put the hosta in Kai's hand again. Kair gently rubbed the 2 words on the hosta, feeling the feeling of the 2 words on her palm, and her blurry eyes almost saw what these 2 words meant. 2 simple words, but with the potential of dragon and phoenix competing. Although they are fighting, they still have the intention of never leaving. Put it on for me. Kair whispered softly and gently pressed the hosta into Long Haoyu's palm. Long Haoyu hummed, and carefully inserted the hosta into Kair's hair using the residual light of the neon light projected from a distance. The bright green light flickers uncertainly. Long Haoyu looked at Kair, who was wearing the hosta, with a slight smile on his lips. Kair felt the hosta in her hair, moved closer to Long Haoyu, and gently rested her head on Long Haoyu's shoulder. You said that we are about to go to the demon battlefield, and we will no longer have the comfortable life we have now, but I don't care if we can have the comfortable life we have now. After the demon hunting group selection competition is over, I will follow you. As long as I am by your side, I will be satisfied. What happened a few years ago, I don't want to meet again. Kair spoke softly, her lips under the black veil trembling slightly, as if recalling her experiences in the past years. The appearance of Long Haoyu was the fire that ignited her continued care for the world and was the last soft spot in her heart. In order to protect the fire of care in her heart, she would do anything, even sacrifice her life. Long Haoyu listened to Kair's whispers and gently held Kair's catkins. The competition will be over soon. When the time comes, let's go to the battlefield together. Chapter 192. Time is ruthless and passes by in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, the selection competition for the demon hunting group also came to an end, and the finals also sounded the clarion call for battle. In the great trial ground of the Holy Alliance, on the stage of the finals of the demon hunting group selection competition, Yang Wenjiao stood stubbornly on the competition stage, his body shaking from time to time, but he did not let himself fall. 2 heavy swords fell not far away, one of them was firmly inserted in the ring, while the other fell flat on the edge. Looking at Long Haoyu standing not far away, and seeing how relaxed Long Haoyu was at this moment, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Brother Haoyu, you surprised me again. I thought that with all my hard work these days, I would be able to hold on to one more move in your hands in the finals, but I didn't expect that I would still lose in one move. It seems that the gap between me and you is still quite big. If I want to be able to truly compete with you, I really need to go a long way. Yang Wenjiao accepted the truth that he had lost again calmly and felt sincerely. Long Haoyu smiled slightly. Brother Yang, you have improved a lot during this period. I think our real battle will not be too long. Haha, Brother Haoyu, there is no need to comfort me on this matter. I, Yang Wenjiao, am not the kind of person who will fall into despair after being hit. Yang Wenjiao said cheerfully, but what I never expected is that during this period of time, I have been practicing crazily to improve my strength, and Brother Haoyu has not been idle either. The way you drew your sword just now, you seem to have improved a lot in your skills with the sword. Long Haoyu said, I have received some inheritance recently, which has greatly helped me improve my sword skills. I can also be considered a trick. In the finals against Yang Wenjiao just now, he did not continue to use the Sword of Annihilation before, but simply used his spiritual power and sword skills to win with one move. The day after the auction, Yi Weiyang had someone send over the inheritance ring of the light sword god Yi Wuxiang. As the strongest man in the human alliance 200 years ago, he fought endless bloody battles in the southeastern fortress at that time, and was able to kill 7 demon gods in a row, which moved the demon god emperor and gave him 3 days to recuperate. Yi Wuxiang has already reached the pinnacle of sword-wielding skills, and Long Haoyu can feel it from the ring of inheritance. Yi Wuxiang was 47 years old when he died. If he had not died, he would have had the chance to have a real battle with the demon god emperor when he was 200 or 300 years old. After all, he had already caused some trauma to the demon god emperor in that battle. With the help of such a legendary strong man's understanding of the use of swords, Long Haoyu naturally knew how quickly he improved. Yang Wenjiao listened dumbly to Long Haoyu's words, and shook his head helplessly. Ring of Inheritance, Brother Haoyu, you really have a great opportunity. As the competition between the two came to an end, the senior officials of the 6 major temples walked into the trial field one after another and came to the 2 men. At the same time, Han Qian, who was in charge of the referee of the finals, also informed the audience in a rich voice. The individual selections for this year's demon hunting group selection are over. the champion Long Haoyu, the runner-up Yang Wenjiao, and the third runner-up Mu Ning. The roulette group formation ceremony will be held below, and all the top 60 contestants of this competition will enter. The demon hunting group selection competition, which lasted for nearly a month, officially ended with the sound of Han Qian's rich voice. Long Haoyu stood on the trial field and looked at Kair, who was walking towards the trial from the audience. He couldn't help but think of the scene when Kair decisively gave in and ended the game when the two of them were fighting. Soon, under the guidance of the staff, all the contestants entered the venue slowly and stood in 2 rows. The first 16 are in the first row, and the rest are in the second row. Han Qian's voice sounded. Long Haoyu, Yang Wenjiao, Mu Ning, come on stage. As Han Qian spoke, the soft light shield slowly covered the round platform where he was at this time, even covering the 3 people of Long Haoyu who walked onto the round platform one after another. As the top 3 in this competition, you will have priority in forming your own demon hunting group, and you will each have an opportunity to directly choose a future partner in the demon hunting group. As long as the other party agrees, they can directly become a member of your demon hunting group without going through the roulette wheel to randomly form a group. Long Haoyu, you are number 1, the choice starts with you. The light shield on the round platform blocks the sound from outside, but does not prevent the sound from inside from being transmitted. Long Haoyu took a deep breath, and when everyone was watching him, he said in a deep voice, Master Paladin, I choose Xianxia from the Assassin Temple. Han Qian and the senior officials of the 6 temples were not surprised that Long Haoyu would make such a choice. He had seen all of Kair's decisive competition for Long Haoyu, including Sheng Yu, who couldn't help but hum softly at this time, thinking that you, the little guy, are somewhat humane. If my granddaughter hadn't been chosen, I would have put eye drops on your night temple in the dark. Han Qian asked Kair what he meant, and after getting Kair's agreement, he began to look at Yang Wenjiao, and was about to ask Yang Wenjiao who he wanted to choose as a teammate. However, before he could ask Yang Wenjiao, Long Haoyu saluted Han Qian and many senior officials of the 6 major temples. Master Paladin, senior deputy masters of the major temples, I would like to apply to give up all the rewards for this final. Please agree with the Lord Paladin and all the seniors. Han Qian's movements were slightly stagnant. The senior officials of the 6 major temples looked at Long Haoyu in surprise, not understanding what Long Haoyu was doing. Even the people in the audience and the other contestants all looked at Long Haoyu in surprise at this time. They all knew what kind of reward Long Haoyu would get as the first place in the competition this time. The spiritual furnace is an absolute treasure for anyone. Long Haoyu, tell me the reason. Han Qian asked in a deep voice. Long Haoyu took a deep breath and said, Master Paladin, because I promised a friend that I would definitely choose him to join my demon hunting group. But Kair gave up many games for me, and you all, Lord Paladins, have seen it all. I can't give up on either side. So, I want to apply to give up all the rewards from this finals, hoping that the alliance can give me one more chance to choose. Han Qian was stunned, all the senior officials of the 6 major temples were stunned, and everyone in the entire trial ground fell silent. Pairs of disbelieving eyes locked on Long Haoyu, shocked by Long Haoyu's decision. If you can't give up the important people, then you would rather give up your rewards to fulfill your agreement. This courage. Lin Xin, who was standing in the second row, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard what Long Haoyu said. He was not surprised that Long Haoyu would choose Kair first, because everyone had talked about this matter openly before, and he could understand it. But at this moment, Long Haoyu really chose to give up all the rewards and choose him. He was still very shocked and couldn't help but become nervous. He glanced nervously at Han Qian and the senior officials of the 6 major temples, and couldn't help clenching his hands into fists. Senior executives, will you agree? Chapter 193. Long Haoyu, the rule is that you can only choose one person. The Sanshui Spirit Emperor of the Soul Temple suddenly shouted softly. In the individual competition of the Demon Hunting Group Selection Competition, the top 3 can only choose one fixed teammate. This is the rule of the Holy Alliance. How can it be changed just because of you? Long Haoyu was neither humble nor arrogant. Back to Vice Hall Master Sanshui, I know that the Holy League has such a rule, so I hope to apply to give up all my rewards for this finals in exchange for this qualification. The venue was completely silent. Once again, everyone felt very complicated when they heard that Long Haoyu was willing to give up all the rewards of the finals and persisted despite the scolding of Emperor Sanshui. Many contestants standing in the second row also looked at Lin Xin with envy at this time, that he could let Long Haoyu do this for him. Lin Xin felt the strange looks from the people around him, and still remained nervous. His breathing became very slow, for fear of hearing the news of being firmly rejected in the next second. Long Haoyu, are you sure you want to do this? Holy Alliance, there has never been a precedent for an individual to violate the rules. Suddenly, an old figure appeared beside Han Qian and others, and the heavy aura on his body suppressed everyone's momentum. Meet the leader, meet the leader. Han Qian and others saluted Long Haochen. Unexpectedly, the matter of forming a group would actually expose Long Haochen, the leader of the Human Alliance. Long Haoyu, I have met the Alliance leader. Boy, I am sure to do this, because this is the agreement between Lin Xin and I. And the boy did this with genuine consideration for the team. Lin Xin didn't know any attack magic in the past. Because of my guidance, I started to practice attack magic, but all the palace masters must have seen Lin Xin's game process. Lin Xin's attack magic is not stable. He needs to be in a team with a high fault tolerance rate to be guaranteed. If Lin Xin happens to be randomly assigned to other teams, once we encounter the unstable situation I mentioned, Lin Xin will bring disaster to the entire team, and my team with Xianxia and I is enough to provide Lin Xin with unstable fault tolerance. Long Haoyu explained sternly, talking about the pros and cons of choosing Lin Xin, and then straightened up and stood again in front of Sanshui, Ying Sufeng and other deputy palace masters. Oh, Haoyu is right, my grandson. At this time, Yang Chen, the deputy master of the magic temple, sighed, although I don't want to agree with things that violate the rules, my grandson really needs to be in a team with a high error tolerance rate. According to what the boy Long Haoyu said, if the overall strength of the team is relatively weak, once a crisis occurs due to my grandson's unstable performance, the entire team will definitely be wiped out. Yang Chen's evidence provided more authenticity to Long Haoyu's words, and Sanshui and many other deputy palace masters all pondered. However, thinking about breaking the rules because of this, I am unwilling to encourage such a bad trend. As Long Haochen said just now, the rules of the Holy Alliance have never been changed because of individuals. Now that Long Haoyu can do this, what should we do if others do the same in the future? Long Haoyu, as the leader of the Alliance, I grant your request this time, but after all, the rules of the Holy Alliance have been broken because of you. My leader, I hope you can lead your demon hunting group to show me better results, so that I can see that this time the rules are worth breaking because of you. The leader of this alliance announces that Long Haoyu's request to give up all rewards in exchange for one more chance to choose has been approved. Long Haochen pondered for a moment and made a deep decision on this matter. Many people in the rest area, as well as many contestants waiting to be randomly formed into groups, all looked at Long Haochen in astonishment. Were the rules of the Holy Alliance really changed because of Long Haoyu's request? Leader, this is inappropriate. Several deputy palace masters spoke one after another. Changing the rules in this way cannot set such a precedent. Long Haochen responded in a deep voice, this alliance knows what you mean, and this alliance has not deliberately favored Long Haoyu because he was born in our knight's temple. Every decision made by this alliance is based on the interests of our humanity as a whole. As Long Haochen answered, he controlled his spiritual power to transmit some of Long Haoyu's identity to the ears of Sanshui and other deputy palace masters. The expressions of Sanshui and others changed, and they watched in disbelief as Long Haochen listened to their voice transmission. Leader, is everything you told true? A deputy palace leader asked. Long Haochen nodded seriously. I, the leader of this alliance, swear in the name of the Divine Seal Knight of Defense and Coordination, that what I tell you is absolutely true. Agree to change the rules. Seconded. Several deputy palace masters changed their stories one after another. After learning many things about Long Haoyu from Long Haochen, the attitudes of several people changed drastically. Yang Chen walked to Long Haoyu. He had never expected that Long Haoyu's true talent was so terrifying before, and he patted Long Haoyu's shoulder heavily. Long Haoyu, the alliance leader just said that I hope your demon hunting group can show us better results. Don't let down the leader's hard work. Long Haoyu nodded firmly and saluted Long Haochen and others again. Long Haoyu, thank you to the alliance leader, thank you to the paladin captain, and thank you to all the deputy palace masters. Long Haochen waved his hand slightly, indicating that the group formation of the demon hunting group should continue. After Long Haoyu, it was Yang Wenjiao's turn. Yang Wenjiao chose Chen Yinger, but still failed to get Chen Yinger's consent. After Yang Wenjiao came Mu Ning. After Mu Ning selected a fixed number of people, the real random group formation began. Many contestants are waiting for their random group assignments. Pairs of eyes focused on the random roulette wheel in front of many deputy hall masters. Under the guidance of the staff, Long Haoyu walked to the roulette wheel and slowly released the crimson beads in his hands. The clear sound resounded in the roulette wheel, and the intensive collision touched the hearts of everyone present. Soon, the extraction results appeared one by one. No. 1 Demon Hunting Group, Warrior Wang Yuan, come out. Demon Hunting Group No. 1, Summoner Chen Yinger, come out. No. 1 Demon Hunting Group, Pastor Sima Xian, come out. Han Qian announced Long Haoyu's extraction results again and again, looking at the names that were extracted one by one. Unable to help himself, he remembered what Long Haoyu said just now to allow Lin Xin to have greater fault tolerance in his team. Now take a look. This fault tolerance rate seems to be really not that high. Long Haoyu was not surprised by the extraction results. He could even be said to be very satisfied when he saw familiar people being called out by Han Qian. A small smile appeared on his face. His demon hunting group has been officially formed since then. It's finally time to go to the demon battlefield. Chapter 194. The process of forming a group is very fast. This is not the first time that Han Qian and other high-level leaders of the alliance have done this. Under the joint operation of Han Qian and many deputy palace masters, 1 demon hunting group was formed one after another. Seeing the new batch of demon hunting groups being formed, everyone in Han Qian had solemn expressions on their faces. They know the cruelty of the demon battlefield and the fate of the demon hunting group better than anyone else. They don't know how many of the 10 demon hunting groups standing on the stage can safely leave the demon battlefield, and they don't know how many of them can retreat to the second line like them. But there is no way, this is their current destiny as humans. They need the elites of the demon hunting group to complete countless dangerous tasks and open a way for them humans to survive. The demon hunting group roulette group is completed. Commanders of the demon hunting group, please lead your team members to familiarize themselves with each other so that you can be fully prepared for the demon battlefield. We hope that as many of you go to the demon battlefield, as many of you will come back, do you understand? Han Qian's voice was low and hoarse, and he warned Long Haoyu and many other demon hunting group leaders in a deep voice. Long Haoyu and others looked solemn, saluted Han Qian one after another, and replied in a low and powerful voice, understood. Due to Han Qian's arrangement, everyone stepped off the round platform one after another, and people from their respective demon hunting groups gathered together. Long Haoyu, Kair, Lin Xin, Chen Yinger, Wang Yuan, and Sima Xian gathered together. Captain, I didn't expect that we are a team. Sister Yuan and I have watched many of your matches. Captain, your performance in the ring is so handsome. Chen Yinger is very familiar with her. She just met Long Haoyu and others and immediately spoke enthusiastically. Wang Yuan stretched out his hand towards Long Haoyu. Captain, my name is Wang Yuan. Captain, my name is Sima Xian, but I don't have the ability of a priest. That, Captain, do you mind? Sima Xian scratched his bald head and said with a smile. Long Haoyu smiled slightly. I don't mind, it's fate that allows us to be in the same team. From now on, the purpose of our team is to never leave. As the Lord Paladin just said, let's all get familiar with each other first. Others will come later, and I will introduce myself along with my introduction. Long Haoyu arranged these things concisely, and Wang Yuan and Chen Yinger immediately moved towards Kair. Sima Xian, a bald man, immediately came to Lin Xin's side and put his arms around Lin Xin's shoulders. Lin Xin, what the leader said when he chose you just now is true. Are you really not good at attacking magic? Sima Xian asked curiously. It seems that the two of us are a perfect match. I am a priest without the ability of a priest, and you are a magician without the ability to attack magic. This is a perfect match. Lin Xin rolled his eyes wildly, almost blinding Sima Xian's bald head. Who is a perfect match for you? I didn't know how to attack magic before, but I can now. Besides, I have another level of identity as a potion master. I have medicine. Do you understand that I have medicine? Boom. Sima Xian slapped Lin Xin on the back. Originally a magician, Lin Xin almost had Sima Xian slap him into pieces. Come on, I didn't say I looked down on you, why are you so excited? Sima Xian muttered. Lin Xin was so angry that he took a look at Sima Xian's bald head and muscles. His mouth twitched and he said over and over again in Sima Xian's ear that I have medicine. Long Haoyu looked at Lin Xin who was choking with Sima Xian, thinking about these two living treasures, and shook his head with a smile. Not long after, Long Haochen and Li Xin also walked towards them. Long Haoyu saw the two approaching and stopped Lin Xin and Sima Xian's arrogant behavior. Okay, the rest of the team members are here, now let me introduce myself. My name is Long Haoyu. You all know my name. I will be your captain from now on. If nothing else, I will still be your captain for hundreds of years to come. Because of the special nature of our team, I will now introduce you to the other two people, and also appoint the deputy leader of our demon hunting group. Long Haoyu said in a deep voice, looking at Li Xin and Long Haochen who were already approaching. Everyone, these two are my knights. This is Long Haochen, my fellow brother and 5th level guardian knight. This is Li Xin, my god sister, a 4th level and 8th level disciplinary knight. And the candidate I want to appoint as the deputy leader is my brother Long Haochen. He will be the first commander of our demon hunting group besides me. Long Haoyu didn't speak very fast, but he was arranging such things in a deep voice. But, as he arranged these things, Chen Yinger and Wang Yuanyuan's eyes suddenly widened. They have already had some exchanges with Kair, and they all know how powerful Kair is. They just heard that Long Haoyu said that he would appoint a deputy leader, and they thought it must be Kair. But now when I heard Long Haoyu say this, I suddenly lost my ability and looked at Long Haoyu and then at Long Haochen. Including Long Haochen, everyone looked at Long Haoyu in surprise at this time. Brother, I am just your knight. I am not strictly a formal member of the demon hunting group. I am not qualified to be the deputy leader. Quote. Long Haoyu had long expected that Long Haoyu would answer like this. He smiled slightly and said, Haochen, I know what you are worried about. My brother appointed you as the deputy leader not because of the close relationship. Brother thinks you can be a good deputy leader, and you will definitely not let me down. Although you are just my knight, you will also be in our demon hunting group in the future, so don't say whether you are a formal member or not. After comforting Long Haochen, Long Haoyu looked at Chen Yinger and others again. Everyone, I know you are also wondering why I didn't choose Kair to be the deputy leader. I believe that in the future demon battlefield, my brother Long Haochen will prove to you that he will be a qualified deputy leader. Chen Yinger and others didn't say much. Seeing that Long Haoyu was speaking so seriously, they simply thought about it and agreed to the matter. As a 5th level guardian knight, Long Haochen is indeed quite suitable to be the deputy leader. Captain, we understand, everyone answered one after another, without too many complicated thoughts, and accepted Long Haoyu's arrangement for Long Haochen's identity as deputy leader. Long Haoyu looked at everyone's answers and patted Long Haochen's shoulder gently. Haochen, go get familiar with the team members. Long Haochen was a little confused, but he still stepped forward to communicate with Wang Yuanyuan and others. Long Haoyu watched this scene quietly, his expression slowly becoming deeper. Kair was not disappointed that she did not become the deputy leader. After listening to Long Haoyu's arrangements, she suddenly walked to Long Haoyu. Although her eyes could not completely see people at the moment, she was still keenly aware of something. Almost leaning against Long Haoyu, she gently held Long Haoyu's hand. You seem to be hiding something in your heart. Chapter 195. Long Haoyu didn't respond, standing here quietly, not wanting to mention the deepest things in my heart right now. At least, it's not that time yet. Kair saw that Long Haoyu had no idea to talk about what was on his mind, so he stood beside Long Haoyu silently and did not continue to ask about this matter. The two stood quietly, looking at the many future teammates who were communicating with Long Haochen and Li Xin. It is indeed a good thing to have such a team. It seems that my state of mind is still a little behind. As long as that day doesn't come, I can just do what I do now. Long Haoyu watched everyone chatting happily, with a faint smile on his face. While smiling, the light in his eyes slowly shrank, and his gaze was fixed on each teammate. This is indeed the case. Now that I am the leader of the demon hunting group, I need to be responsible for everyone in the team. It cannot be the same as during the assessment. Not only that, I also have to suppress my instincts so that all of them can leave the demon battlefield alive. Long Haoyu whispered in his heart, silently planning for himself what he should do next. He was not sure that he could be better than Long Haochen in commanding the team, but he did not want what happened to happen again. In the blink of an eye, 4 days passed. Outside the demon hunting mission tower on the side of the Holy Alliance Grand Trial Ground. Long Haoyu's entire team is here, and they have been completing the registration of the demon hunting group in the past few days. Only at this moment did they officially register the demon hunting group. Kair, Haochen and I will leave for a while and will be back soon. You and your teammates will wait for us here. According to the regulations of the Holy Alliance, they need to gather here after completing the registration, and then go to an unknown place to compete in the team competition of the newly promoted demon hunting group. However, the time was not up yet, and there was still plenty of time. Long Haoyu knew that he and Long Haochen had one more thing to do. Kair didn't ask too much. Feeling the very determined aura of the two brothers, she hummed softly. "Brother, let's go," Long Haochen said in a deep voice, looking towards the hotel where they had been staying since arriving in the holy city. Long Haoyu hummed, "Let's go, we are about to go to the demon battlefield. Let's go see the teacher." In the hotel, Yihua saw two brothers, Long Haoyu and Long Haochen, coming to the door. It always gave people a zombie-like appearance, and he couldn't help but twitch slightly. "Today you are going to have a team competition. Why are you taking the time to come to the teacher? Why don't you hurry up and prepare for the team competition?" Yihua urged while suppressing his emotions. Long Haoyu and Long Haochen looked at each other. The two brothers knelt down towards Yihua at the same time and kowtowed to Yihua 3 times. "Haoyu, Haochen, get up quickly." Seeing this, Yihua hurriedly helped the two brothers up. Long Haoyu and Long Haochen stood up again. The two brothers looked at Yihua with determined expressions and said in a low voice, "Teacher, we are about to leave. We have come here to say goodbye to you, teacher." Yihua looked at the two brothers with a complicated expression, especially because Long Haoyu's behavior just now made him feel hard to calm down. After getting along with him for several years, he knew very well what kind of character Long Haoyu was. Being able to act the same as Long Haochen was definitely a huge change. Long Haoyu understood the reason for Yihua's complicated expression at this time. He had never knelt down to anyone except his mother Bai Yu in the past. Yihua is the first person here besides Bai Yu. In his heart at this time, Yihua could bear such a salute more than Long Xingyu. He had seen everything Donghua did to him and Long Haochen, and he was not a cold-blooded creature without emotions. "Well, the young eagle will always spread its wings, your vast sky is on the demon battlefield. Teacher can't follow you to the demon battlefield, but at the last moment, teacher still has to warn you. No matter what happens, no matter what kind of opponent you encounter, the teacher only hopes that you two brothers can come back from the battlefield alive. Do you understand?" Yihua hugged Long Haoyu and Long Haochen to him at the same time, and gave instructions in a low and hoarse voice. "The battlefield is changing rapidly. No one can guarantee what will happen on the battlefield, and even he knows how useless his instructions are." But no matter how pale and powerless he was, he still had to say these words. Whether it was Long Haoyu or Long Haochen, they both had the status of disciple and son in his heart. Long Haoyu responded in a deep voice, "Teacher, I promise you will bring Haochen back from the battlefield. I can no longer accompany you, teacher, in the future, but we two brothers will definitely come back to see you often. We will definitely become your pride, teacher." Every word is sonorous. Long Haoyu made a very firm guarantee. He would remember Yihua's advice. Even without Yihua's advice, he would have returned from the battlefield with Long Haochen. This is not only a promise made by him as a disciple to the teacher Yihua. Likewise, this is what he promised his mother before. In the end, this is also the guarantee that he, as Long Haochen's elder brother, needs to give to his younger brother. "Haoyu, you and Haochen are already my pride." Yihua was moved and said, "Go with Haochen, don't delay the team competition." Long Haoyu and Long Haochen nodded sternly, saluted Yihua again, and then returned to the Holy Alliance Grand Trial Ground. The door of the room closed with a sound, and Yihua sat weakly on the bed. His arms trembled slightly, and after a long time a heavy sigh sounded in the room. Holy Alliance Grand Trial Ground, Night Trial Ground. The newly formed demon hunting groups have all assembled, and each demon hunting group is standing in its respective position as a team. Long Haoyu and Long Haochen returned to the team. They had just greeted everyone in the team when they saw Han Qian walking out with 10 big men in white costumes. Han Qian's majestic eyes glanced at the 10 new demon hunting groups, and he couldn't help but shout, "Quiet." Long Haoyu gently pressed his hand to signal Lin Xin and Sima Xian not to continue teasing him. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 10 big men behind Han Qian. Long Haoyu knew the next process very well, and his eyes wandered around among the 10 big men. Finally, he saw the big man in the first position to the left of Han Qian. Not surprisingly, this person was the 7th level mithril pedestal knight he knew, Gao Yingji. In the next team competition, the number 1 taxi level demon hunting group he leads will also have to have their first team competition run in with Gao Yingji, a 7th level mithril pedestal knight. Chapter 196. Everyone fell silent. Han Qian looked at everyone and took a deep breath. From today on, you have all become members of the sergeant level demon hunting group. I believe you have all seen what merit can bring you. The demon hunting group is known as the cradle of the strong. An excellent team can exert greater power on the battlefield than an individual. Later, you will leave the holy city and head to the border from here to spend 3 months of your military career. There you will face the ferocity of the demons, and it is also the best opportunity to gain merit points. After 3 months, the one with the highest merit points will be the first in the team competition. Standing behind me now are 10 guardian knights. They are all heroes with many years of experience in fighting against demons. They will become your team leaders next. Remember to learn from them on the battlefield. Team leaders returned to their positions and set off. Han Qian finished explaining everything that needed to be explained, and after a soft drink, the 10 big men standing behind him walked out one after another. As expected by Long Haoyu, Gao Yingji, the 7th level mithril pedestal knight standing first on Han Qian's left, would still be their leader. At this time, Gao Yingji stood in front of them, with a figure almost as strong as Sima Xian, showing off his strength and beauty. The only thing that was different from Sima Xian was that he had a serious look on his body. He also had a scar on both sides of his neck and a circular scar on the side of his head. These scars are his medals of merit from many years of fighting on the demon battlefield. Hello, my name is Gao Yingji. From now on, I will be the leader of your number 1 sergeant level demon hunting group. I will not be responsible for commanding you to fight, but I have the right to correct your decisions at any time. My mission is to ensure that you can leave the demon battlefield alive in 3 months. But before setting off, I need to know your overall strength. Gao Yingji's voice was dull. Coupled with his fierce face, it gives people a very creepy look. However, because Han Qian had spoken first, everyone in Long Haoyu also knew that Gao Yingji was a true human hero. Gao Yingji's fierce face didn't show anything strange. Chen Yinger asked like a curious child, "Team leader, how do you want to know our overall strength?" Gao Yingji replied calmly, "Fighting is always the best way to test your strength. Next, I will be your first challenge target to test your team's ability to cooperate in fighting together." When Wang Yuanyuan and Sima Xian heard Gao Yingji's words, the 2 militants' eyes couldn't help but shine with a brilliant light. They were already warlike, but now that Gao Yingji said this, they were already eager to give it a try. "Leader, what level are you at?" Wang Yuanyuan asked. Gao Yingji said, "7th level Templar Knight, in the competition with you, I will not use flying skills, nor will I need to summon a mount." "Then what's the benefit to you if you win?" Wang Yuanyuan asked again. "For example, it's worth some meritorious service. Our demon hunting group has just been formed and we are very poor." Long Haoyu watched Wang Yuanyuan's performance. The money-crazy nature of Wang Yuanyuan was vividly displayed in Wang Yuanyuan, and he had already started to keep an eye on Gao Yingji's meritorious service from the beginning. Next, team leader Gao Yingji should be trapped without any accident. Long Haoyu thought to himself. Just as he was thinking about this, Gao Yingji followed Wang Yuanyuan's words as he had guessed. "The merit points cannot be given directly, but if you agree, I can serve as your team's guardian knight for 3 months. All the merits within the month will be equally divided among each of you." "It's a deal." Wang Yuanyuan was excited. Although 3 months is not a long time for a 7th level Templar, he can definitely gain a lot of merit points from the demon battlefield. If everyone in the team divides it equally, she will have a lot of it, and she may be able to add some powerful equipment to herself. Not only that, with foreign aid like Gao Yingji, can the first place in the team competition slip away from them after 3 months? Seeing that Gao Yingji had taken the bait, Long Haoyu didn't say anything more about such a matter. It happened that he also wanted to see how far the team could go against Gao Yingji under his command. Or, with a variable like him, can it have unexpected effects? Gao Yingji walked to the center of the field. A shield and a sword appeared on his hands, but he was not wearing any armor. The shield and épée were just ordinary knight-style weapons, not even magic equipment. Long Haoyu understood what Gao Yingji meant. The starting spiritual power of the 7th level Templars was 10,000 points, and Gao Yingji was not yet a 1st level Templar. If they didn't add some water, their team's integration would not be as good as it should be. The point. Bring it on, let me see how your team works together. Gao Yingji shouted softly, making the necessary preparations. Long Haoyu is planning to make arrangements for the team. Suddenly, the fluctuations in Kai's aura suddenly woke him up. Following Kai's breath, I looked over and saw Kai's very serious look, which reminded me of another thing. Kai probably doesn't want to fail in her first battle with me. She should be fully prepared now to use the spiritual power of the reincarnation spirit furnace in the competition. With me here, how could I let you use the spiritual power of the reincarnation spiritual furnace, only to suffer more backlash in the end? Long Haoyu sighed softly in his heart, understanding Kai's thoughts and did not dissuade Kai on this matter. He still understands Kai's character, and is still very stubborn at times. For example, even if he tries to persuade her now, it may not work. Realizing this, Long Haoyu's idea of how to operate this competition that he had just planned in his mind began to change. His eyes fell on the little white beast that was sleeping soundly on his shoulder. The last time the white beast evolved, he remembered the abilities that the white beast finally revealed. The current team grinding can just use the ability of the white beast, and it can also test how much the white beast's evolved ability can increase the team. Pulling the little white beast off his shoulders, the little white beast rubbed its sleepy eyes and pouted its little mouth slightly, looking like it was not sleeping well. Suddenly Long Haoyu woke up like this and complained non-stop. Long Haoyu flicked the little white beast's forehead gently. Okay, while you are sleeping and fishing, stop fishing now, it's time to work. Team running competition, you little guy is also a part of our team. Chapter 197. The little white beast was in great pain. His small paws covered the place where his forehead was shot, and he was so aggrieved. The sadness of having to work was written all over his little face, and he looked like an actor. Long Haoyu woke up the little white beast, put the little guy on his shoulders again, and looked at Gao Yingji. The little guy is still very at ease here. He seems to be reluctant to work, but when he really needs to do something, this little guy is still very reliable. After being funny for a while, he immediately stood with 2 paws on Long Haoyu's shoulders, with his 2 little paws on his waist, and looked at Gao Yingji very proudly. Wow, what a cute little guy, come here and let me hold you. Chen Yinger suddenly squeezed to Long Haoyu's side. Seeing the little white beast's showman-like appearance after waking up, as well as its white and soft appearance, she immediately captured her heart. He made gestures with his hands to hug the little white beast. He really wanted to hold the little guy in his arms and give him a rough massage, just like Li Xin did before. The little white beast didn't want something like this to happen to him. When he saw Chen Yinger trying to stretch out his claws towards him, his pink eyes glared fiercely at Chen Yinger. His teeth were bared, and the hair on his body exploded. He resisted Chen Yinger's attempts to take her away. Chen Yinger was not intimidated by the little white beast's performance. Seeing the little white beast in such a situation, her girlish heart overflowed. The breasts are fierce and the breasts are fierce, it is really hard to put it down. Captain, please let this little guy come over and give me a hug. Such a small little guy is cuter than the little sheep I summoned. Chen Yinger was really attracted to the little white beast and quickly told Long Haoyu that she really wanted Long Haoyu to help with this matter. Long Haoyu looked at Chen Yinger speechlessly, seeing that Chen Yinger was simply bewildered by the cute appearance of the white beast, and had no idea how terrifying the white beast was when it was a troll. With Chen Yinger looking so girlish, he had no doubt that if the little white beast started spraying, even if Chen Yinger didn't understand a word, she would definitely be sprayed with tears. In this regard, Long Haoyu fully believed that the little white beast had this ability. What are you talking about? Chen Yinger, now is the official competition, how do you behave like this? If you encounter such a cute creature on the battlefield, will you forget what you should do? On the battlefield, there are dangers everywhere. It only takes a moment for a lot of things to happen. If you don't get rid of your problems, you will have no chance to come back after going to the battlefield this time. Gao Yingji shouted angrily. Seeing Chen Yinger captured the heart because of the cute little white beast, she couldn't help but preach. He is the leader of Long Haoyu's one soldier-level demon hunting group, and his mission is indeed to take Long Haoyu and others away from the battlefield alive in 3 months. But if someone deliberately seeks death, this is beyond his ability. Although he acknowledged Chen Yinger's talent, he did not deny at this time that Chen Yinger was very likely to make a big mistake on the battlefield. Chen Yinger woke up with a start and quickly apologized to Gao Yingji. Team leader, I know my problem and I will correct it immediately. After answering, Chen Yinger hurriedly returned to her serious appearance in the competition. Although she still felt indebted to the little white beast, Gao Yingji's words did speak to her heart. Now she can still be distracted by just competing, but if she doesn't restrain herself from such problems, the demons on the battlefield will not give her a chance to restrain herself like this. Gao Yingji saw that Long Haoyu and his party were well prepared, including the 2 retinue knights Long Haoyu, Long Haochen and Li Xin according to the information he had obtained, and he couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Especially when he saw that Long Haochen summoned Haoyu. Although he did not ride directly on Haoyu, the close relationship between Long Haochen and Haoyu allowed him to feel the cooperation between Long Haochen and Haoyu. Extraordinary. Yes, after you return to the serious business, you all have certain potential as good talents. At least the competition hasn't started yet, and you already know how to summon all your fellow monsters. Remember, you need to do the same on the battlefield. Those ferocious demons will not give you too many opportunities to test. If you can kill the opponent with your strongest strength, then use your strongest strength to kill them as soon as possible. Kill. Otherwise, when those demons take a breath and more demon reinforcements come to support you, you will be defeated and die. Next, let me see how well your team works together. Gao Yingji preached in a deep voice, touching the standard heavy sword with the shield in his hand, and made ready to welcome Long Haoyu and others at any time. Sima, go crazy. Yuan, Inlay, Haochen, you cooperate with Haoyu and Lin Xin to use magic to assist from behind, and use guardian skills to assist the team. Chen Yinger calls from behind. Sister Exener, you and I will attack together. Kyer, you adapt to the situation and find the most suitable time to attack. Long Haoyu quickly began to make arrangements. He now treated Gao Yingji as a demon he wanted to defeat, and treated this competition with the standards that he should have after actually entering the battlefield. After receiving Long Haoyu's arrangements, everyone began to cooperate. Everyone began to make their own preparations, and their fighting spirit began to pervade. Gao Yingji was very satisfied with everyone's performance, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth involuntarily. However, before his smile could bloom, his eyes were suddenly attracted by the small white beast on Long Haoyu's shoulder. It's a small group, but it doesn't look like a very powerful monster. For some reason, this time it gave him a very palpitating feeling. Just when he was doubting the depth of the white beast, milky white light began to emanate from the white beast. Soon, the milky white light emanating from the little white beast enveloped everyone including Long Haoyu. Invisibly, it seemed as if a huge magic circle was taking shape under their feet. Boss, what's going on? Why do I feel like my spiritual power has improved? I also feel that my spiritual power has improved. Boss, you, my fellow monster. Lin Xin was the first to react and couldn't help shouting. Sima Xian and Wang Yuan followed closely, feeling the changes in their spiritual power. The sudden increase in spiritual power made them feel as if they were in a dream. This feeling seems to be more intense than taking drugs. Long Haoyu took a deep breath. This is the ability of my Warcraft partner, remember my arrangement. Now, start the attack. Chapter 198. Spiritual Power, Group Growth. Gao Yingji's pupils shrank, and Long Haoyu's answers to Lin Xin and the others fell clearly into his ears. After receiving such an answer, he finally understood why he felt palpitations from the little white beast. Leader, you are distracted. Breaking waves changing. Long Haoyu suddenly launched an attack. Wu Feng brought up a black sword light and slashed at Gao Yingji from top to bottom. The black-red spiritual dragon roared and bit Gao Yingji fiercely from the air. The surging spiritual power threatened to swallow Gao Yingji inside. Gao Yingji suddenly woke up. He had been fighting on the battlefield for many years. He was so distracted that he suddenly woke up. He lightly tapped the heavy sword in his hand towards the ground. The shield was firmly protected in front of him. The skills of a guardian knight were instantly blessed on him. Boom! The long black and red dragon breaking the waves collided with Gao Yingji's shield, but it did not cause any injury to him. It just made him retreat a little involuntarily. Long Haoyu never thought that he could eat Gao Yingji with one move. The gap in spiritual power between them was huge, especially since this was a very formal competition. If he could eat Gao Yingji so easily, he would really it will be abnormal. Captain, get out of the way. Wang Yuanyuan's voice sounded beside Long Haoyu. The moment Long Haoyu heard the sound, he moved out of the way without any hesitation and turned sideways to avoid Wang Yuanyuan, who was attacking from behind. The huge shield smashed towards Gao Yingji with the power of breaking mountains, and hit Gao Yingji's shield heavily. The shields of the two people rubbed against each other, making a harsh sound. And Sima Xian roared. After becoming mad, his whole body was filled with a sense of violence. The staff in his hand was like a big stick, hitting Gao Yingji's head directly outside the shield. If Sima Xian were to hit him this time, the muscles on his body that had swollen due to his crazy transformation would definitely make Gao Yingji faint. Gao Yingji was not a vegetarian. He blocked the heavy sword in his right hand towards the top of his head, and a milky white light different from that of the white beast burst out from his body. With powerful spiritual power, he could steadily parry Sima Sha's big stick. Crosscut, Li Xin shouted softly, and she was already behind Gao Yingji. She drew out a brilliant light from her two swords and struck at Gao Yingji's back. Haoyu, use magic to assist. Long Haochen also yelled, quickly patted Haoyu's head, and began to chant the name of the Guardian Knight's skills. At the same time, he used the Guardian skills, and Kaji was attacking Gao Yingji, on several people. Don't forget me when it comes to magic. Leader, don't blame us for using more to defeat fewer. Lin Xin was still very coquettish, and he chanted a string of magic spells in his mouth, just like the previous battle with Long Haoyu, when the magic blasted towards Gao Yingji one by one. Coupled with the three types of magic cast by Haoyu's three heads, the gorgeous magic instantly overwhelmed Gao Yingji. The moment the magic submerged Gao Yingji, Wang Yuanyuan, Sima Xian and Li Xin all evacuated from Gao Yingji. Chen Yinger was not idle either. The crystal ball was floating in front of her, and the summoning spell was recited in her mouth like a song. Chang, Kair suddenly leaned to Gao Yingji's side, her body turned into an afterimage, and soon an identical figure formed on the other side. Assassin skill, Shadow Clone. The clone attacked Gao Yingji with the intention of dying. The other body stabbed Gao Yingji's waist from one side, and the dark golden dagger brought out afterimages that shone. Not bad, the cooperation is very good. But while you were cooperating, you ignored the news I just told you. My strength is that of a 7th level Templar. With your cooperation, I shouldn't have stopped attacking so quickly. My spiritual power is far greater than yours. The attacks just now are not enough to defeat me. Gao Yingji shouted softly and dodged Kair's sudden attack. While commenting on the cooperation of Long Haoyu and others, he began to focus on Long Haoyu. Next, I will teach you a lesson. On the battlefield, there is another way to end the battle as quickly as possible. To capture the thief, capture the king first. Now you see how I use this method. Gao Yingji glided towards Long Haoyu, the standard épée in his hand causing a series of sparks on the ground arena. Kair's attack failed and she immediately chased Gao Yingji from behind. The dark golden dagger in her hand brought a fierce aura to defeat Gao Yingji. Li Xin, Wang Yuanyuan and Sima Xian immediately wanted to help Long Haoyu when they saw Gao Yingji's actions. However, their spiritual power was too far behind Gao Yingji's, and their control of spiritual power was far inferior to Gao Yingji's. They could not catch up with Gao Yingji. Heroic speed. That's too late, Kair thought to herself, and a cold light flashed in her empty eyes. Gray-black air flowed out of her body, and a spiritual furnace emerged from her chest. As soon as the spiritual furnace appeared, Kair's aura suddenly increased many times. The terrifying aura gave Wang Yuanyuan and the others who were not far from her a creepy feeling. Naturally, Long Haoyu did not stop after the first attack. He had already begun to prepare. However, when he saw Kair releasing the reincarnation furnace, he still felt that his plan was disrupted. The gray spiritual furnace flew out from his chest and hit the reincarnation spiritual furnace with a dwang sound. Kair, don't use the power of the spiritual furnace. If you want to use the spiritual furnace, I should use it. Long Haoyu shouted softly, and used the 6 spiritual furnaces to temporarily restrain the reincarnation spiritual furnace's blessing on Kair. After controlling the 6-path spiritual furnace, he came back instantly, and the same gray-black airflow that appeared on Kair suddenly appeared on him. However, there was a hint of blood red in his gray-black airflow. In addition to blood red, dark yellow and dark green can also be seen vaguely. 3 colors complement each other. Long Haoyu's expression was solemn. He did not use the ability of the human world, the Shira world, or the Hell world. Gao Yingji's strength far surpassed theirs. Even if he had the increase of Wufeng and the increase of the White Beast, he could only reach the 6th level threshold. The huge gap in spiritual power makes it difficult to defeat Gao Yingji. Even if he uses the ability of a single one of the 6 spiritual furnaces, he may not be sure of victory. The human realm is already under control, the Asura realm is also under control, and the Hell realm is also half under control. The 6 realms do not exist alone. There is also a coexistence between Dao and Dao. So, faced with Gao Yingji's attack, he wanted to capture the thief first. What he chose was the most brutal method of using the 6-path spiritual furnace. The human realm, the Asura realm, and the Hell realm, all 3 in one. Chapter 199. Gao Yingji paid close attention to Long Haoyu's movements throughout the process. From the information he had, Long Haoyu was the strongest member of the No. 1 soldier-level demon hunting group. As a knight with rich combat experience, he naturally knew that Long Haoyu, as a disciplinary knight, could not stop acting after just one blow. The current situation made him react instantly. Long Haoyu seems to be carrying out a very dangerous attack. This ability seems to be guided from the spiritual furnace, but it seems that it does not belong to him yet. It seems that we can't continue to test like this. Let's see where the limits of these little guys are as soon as possible, and then terminate this competition. Gao Yingji thought to himself. His face suddenly became extremely solemn, and his body instantly lit up with a transparent golden color. The signature skill of the 7th level Templar, the Body of Glory. The moment he released his glorious body, the aura on Gao Yingji's body became much thicker. Long Haoyu felt these changes in Gao Yingji's body keenly. He could clearly feel that the surrounding light elements were rushing towards Gao Yingji like an ocean embracing all rivers. Vaguely, you can even see some faint golden light spots in the air. At the same time, transparent and even somewhat illusory golden flames rose from his body. It was not too hot, but it made Long Haoyu clearly feel a sense of blurred stagnation. One of the 7th level Templar skills, the Holy Fire of Light. The many light elements that gathered towards him because of the radiant body seemed to be ignited. The 2 skills began to merge together quickly, and the fusion of the 2 skills also meant that Gao Yingji had used the true strength that a Templar should have. Boss! Lin Xin saw Gao Yingji's lightning-quick response from behind. He shouted and immediately chanted a series of spells quickly, and a fireball flew towards Gao Yingji's back. However, this fireball, which was about the size of a fist, disappeared before it could land on Gao Yingji's vest. Elemental Annihilation Halo. Lin Xin's eyes widened a lot. Seeing his fireball being suddenly suppressed, his thoughts of releasing the next magic came to an abrupt end. Under the aura of Elemental Annihilation, it is impossible for a low-level magician like him to continue to maintain the power of his magic after it reaches Gao Yingji. Gao Yingji's mind was not on Lin Xin and others at this time. He implemented the concept of catching the thief first and the king at this time, and regarded Long Haoyu as the first target to be captured. Long Haoyu looked at Gao Yingji's serious attack. He raised the sword in his hand. It didn't look like a complicated skill, but just like an ordinary slash practiced by a knight. But it seems like such a simple gesture. The next second, when Gao Yingji stepped forward, Wufeng slashed down the shield raised by Gao Yingji. Dark yellow, dark green, and blood red light turned into air waves and flew out from both sides of his body towards the top of the ring. Like a surging wave, someone suddenly split the ocean from bottom to top. The rolling 3-color air waves released a terrifying atmosphere. Clang! The buzzing sound of the shield parrying without a sharp edge was transmitted among the 3-color air waves that broke through, and the terrifying aftermath enveloped both Long Haoyu and Gao Yingji. The bright holy fire that gathered on Gao Yingji's body was also enveloped in the 3-color air wave, completely isolating the 2 of them from the sight of others. Should I still attack now? Chen Yinger felt numb, looking at Long Haoyu and Gao Yingji, who were surrounded by the three-color air waves and the bright holy fire. To be precise, they couldn't see who was who, not even their shadows. After a while of preparation, the gate of creatures successfully appeared, and an 8th-level evil eye appeared from it in front of everyone. But she couldn't even find the target she needed to attack, and she didn't know whether to attack now. If you don't attack, it seems like you haven't played any role. If this was an attack, if Long Haoyu was accidentally involved, it would be a big joke. In the first battle of the group, they would hit the friendly forces hard. If this kind of thing is spread out, it will make people laugh for a lifetime. Asura in the world, sea of blood in hell. Suddenly, Long Haoyu's low roar sounded in the three-color air wave. Three-color light pillars rise from the air waves. The light pillars are densely covered with complicated runes. It seems like there are scrolls floating in it, and it seems like there are corpses floating in it. It is more like there is a great Shira demon in it. Break free. When it reached the highest point, the three-color light beam turned into a bloody sword and fell fiercely downwards. The energy locked Long Haoyu and Gao Yingji in it. The power of the bright holy fire weakened. Gao Yingji's figure appeared in front of everyone, and his face suddenly showed a solemn look. A silver-white beam of light suddenly burst out from his body, and a small, square box appeared behind him, sitting directly on top of the small box, with a set of bright silver armor on his body. Mithril Pedestal Knight's exclusive equipment, Mithril Pedestal Armor. After making these changes, Gao Yingji maintained a very misleading posture to protect himself. Shen Yu blocked and instantly protected his entire body. Kair had a cold look on her face and charged towards Gao Yingji again. Lin Xin and others also took action and started to attack Gao Yingji from all directions. In a team competition, regardless of whether the opponent is alone or not, knocking the opponent down is the only thing they need to abide by in this competition. On the battlefield, there is no saying that you can't fight if you bully the minority. People who think like this have no idea how high the grass is on their graves. At this time, Long Haoyu devoted himself wholeheartedly to this 3-in-1 move. The shields of Wu Feng and Gao Yingji were already separated by a certain distance, and everything in between was filled with Gao Yingji's abundant spiritual power. But even so, he still forcefully dropped Wu Feng towards Gao Yingji, and the 3 bloody giant swords in the air slowly fell down with the momentum of Wu Feng in his hand. He had to win this battle. If he couldn't win this battle, or if Gao Yingji couldn't be defeated with this move, Kair would definitely do something crazy. The backlash after madness is definitely not something he wants to see. Kair understood Long Haoyu's thoughts and had Long Haoyu's previous words in mind, but now she saw that Long Haoyu and Gao Yingji were in difficulty. The reincarnation spiritual furnace floated out again. Long Haoyu didn't want to lose this battle and wanted to defeat Gao Yingji with this move. She also fought together with Long Haoyu for the first time. She doesn't want to lose. Chapter 200, 54.3%. Kair, don't act nonsense. A soft drink sounded around Kair. Just as a burst of terrifying aura erupted from the reincarnation spiritual furnace, Sheng Yu's figure appeared in front of Kair. A hand gently pressed on Kair's shoulder, restraining the surge of spiritual energy in Kair, and then looked towards Gao Yingji. After the holy moon, Han Qian's figure also appeared, appearing in a shining body in the middle of the stalemate between Long Haoyu and Gao Yingji, and the gentle force separated the two. Kair looked at Sheng Yu stubbornly. I don't want to lose. Sheng Yu sighed. I know what you're thinking, but you can't be such a fool. This kid Long Haoyu has stopped you once just now, and now you have this idea again. Do you just want to use that trick? Once you use that move, you know better than me what kind of backlash you will have to endure, so why bother? Kair didn't answer and still insisted on her stubborn opinion. Han Qian separated Long Haoyu and Gao Yingji and said in a deep voice, this competition ends here. Haoyu, you were very successful in forcing Gao Yingji's mithril base armor out, but you dissuaded Kair from using my first move. Why did you come to your place and you directly integrated all the 3 powers of Dao? What should I do if something unexpected happens? Long Haoyu saluted Gao Yingji and then saluted Han Qian. Master, the 3 paths are integrated into one. I am sure there will be no problem. I can control it. Han Qian was speechless. You kid, please clean up. Long Haoyu put away Wu Feng and looked at Kair, who was beside Sheng Yu. Sheng Yu noticed Long Haoyu's gaze and said in a low voice, Long Haoyu, come with me. As he spoke, Shang Yu walked out towards the other end. Kair frowned slightly and stood directly in front of Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu gently grabbed Kair's palm and said, "Don't worry, the master of Shangyu Palace must have something important to tell me." Quote. The other end of the trial ground. Shang Yu looked at Long Haoyu, who was following him with a complicated expression. "You know that Kair's reincarnation spiritual furnace has great backlash. Is that why you stopped Kair just now?" "Yes, just like when I first met Kair. As long as I can still breathe, I won't let Kair face danger, even if it's just a backlash." Long Haoyu said in a deep voice, "I know what you want to say to me, Master of the Holy Moon Palace. I will definitely protect Kair on the demon battlefield. Please rest assured." Seeing that Long Haoyu explained many things, Shang Yu's expression gradually softened, and he no longer looked displeased with Long Haoyu as before. He patted Long Haoyu heavily on the shoulder. "You little guy, you are a bit frighteningly sensible. With you, I feel relieved, but please don't imitate old man Yang's bad temper. In the future, don't call me Lord of the Holy Moon Palace. Just call me great-grandfather like Kair." Long Haoyu realized that Shang Yu's attitude began to change, and he quickly saluted Shang Yu again. "Long Haoyu, I have met my great-grandfather. Good boy, remember what you just said. Kair has encountered too many ups and downs in her childhood. I don't want to see Kair continue to be hurt." Shang Yu's tone was a little hoarse. "Kair has grown up over the years and has sacrificed too much for our assassin temple and the human alliance. I just want to make it up to her." "Great-grandfather, I understand," Long Haoyu said in a deep voice. "I will abide by what I promised as long as I am still alive. Let's go back." Shang Yu let out a long sigh. "Gao Yingji will tell you a few words, and then you should set off." Long Haoyu responded to Shang Yu's instructions and turned around to return to the team. Just as Shang Yu said, as the leader of their number 1 sergeant-level demon hunting group, Gao Yingji also saw the coordination and some problems of their team through the competition just now. He pointed out all existing problems without reservation, and then began to arrange everyone's preparations. "Did great-grandfather tell you anything?" Kair asked softly beside Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu smiled slightly and said, "I didn't say anything. Great-grandfather is worried about you, so I must protect you." Kair's expression was slightly startled, and then she was covered with coldness. She wanted to answer something, but she didn't know where to start. Long Haoyu looked at Kair like this and knew very well that Kair still had many unsolved problems in her heart. He gently held Kair's hand and patted it gently. Kair allowed Long Haoyu to soothe her emotions, and could see her tiny eyes looking at Long Haoyu's side face, and then looking vaguely in the direction of Shang Yu. Soon, everyone was ready. Gao Yingji led everyone into the carriage and officially left the holy city. Sitting on the carriage, everyone was ready to face the next challenge on the demon battlefield. 10 days later, the carriage arrived at Exorcism City. Tianlong Haoyu and his party spent most of their time in the carriage these days. Fortunately, everyone was meditating and managed to get through these 10 boring days. As the carriage entered the Exorcist City, a solemn feeling enveloped this important city on the human frontier, forming a fortress in this corner of the human alliance. Along the way, when they were about to reach the demon Exorcism City, Long Haoyu had a lot of thoughts on observing this city located in the center of the demon control mountain range. Between the two mountains, the terrain is dangerous and easy to defend but difficult to attack. The continuous potential of the demon-controlling mountains, with this city as its gate, protects the plain area of human territory behind it. If the demons really attack here, the plain area behind will not be able to hinder the demons at all. The demon army can march straight in, and then it will really be a nightmare for the human alliance. Seeing such a majestic pass in his eyes, Long Haoyu's eyes burned with blazing flames. At this moment, Exorcism City and Exorcism Pass are not only the fortresses of the human territory, but also the first city where there no one demon hunting group, as well as the other 9 newly promoted demon hunting groups, are going to enter the demon battlefield. Their fighting career will start from this city. Or, the loyal bones are buried in a foreign land. Or, return the body wrapped in horse leather. Or else, get great achievements and retreat from the battlefield. Apart from these 3 choices, they will have no other choice. Exorcism City has finally arrived. The exorcism level has finally arrived. Demon battlefield, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Long Haoyu whispered in his heart. Deep in the bones and blood, the fighting spirit began to rise. The instinct that had been suppressed for a long time became extremely violent at this moment. This kind of place will be his dream place, Long Haochen.